Chapter 1, Depths of Mount SAGIRI, New Book asks for flowers. Late night, Mount SAGIRI. Behind a wooden house in the deep mountains, a young man in grey feather knitting slowly put down the wooden knife in his hand, with an unconcealable sharpness in his brows. In the open space 10 meters away from him, there was a huge stubborn rock. However, what was shocking was that as the young man's gaze focused, a gap was suddenly opened in the stubborn stone, and then it was divided into 2 halves. Ding! It is detected that the host has swung the knife 9,999 times, and the system is officially activated. The young man nodded slightly, and the mechanical notification sounded again. Ding! Novice task, please go to the depths of Mount SAGIRI at midnight tonight, and sign in at the abandoned temple. Ding! The system has detected that the time has come, and the task has been activated for you. The host, please go to the abandoned temple to sign in as soon as possible, and you will get system rewards. Mount SAGIRI, the starting location in the story, is where Komatsu Tanjiro follows Urokodaka Seikanji to learn water breathing. But from this moment on, it is the place where the youth leave the customs. 3 months ago, Baidu woke up and found himself at the foot of a barren mountain, surrounded by gnawed corpses. Through the memory of this body, he discovered that this world is the Demon Slayer, and there are 3 full years before the plot begins. In other words, Kocho Kane didn't die, and Nezuko didn't turn into a ghost. Baidu has plenty of time to intervene in the plot and even change it. However, he immediately discovered that his body was severely damaged, and he was far from meeting the conditions for fighting ghosts. So after some searching, he boarded Mount SAGIRI and learned water breathing from Urokodaka Seikanji. Now, Baidu has chopped off the largest stubborn stone with a wooden knife, and has obtained the qualification to participate in the final trial. But before that, he had to go down the mountain to do one thing, to kill ghosts. Mount SAGIRI is a mysterious place shrouded in mist all year round. Thanks to the blessing of the former water column Urokodaka Seikanji, there are almost no ghosts here, and ordinary ghosts will avoid hearing this name. But in the abandoned temple deep in Mount SAGIRI, a ghost has infiltrated. He is the ogre left to Tanjiro by Urokodaka Seikanji as a test in the plot. The place Baidu is going to this time is the abandoned temple where the ghost is. Generally speaking, before the final trial, there are very few ghost-slaying swordsmen who have direct contact with ghosts, and they often follow their masters to participate in the battle with ghosts. Instead of going to the ghost's lair alone like Baidu. More importantly, today's Baidu has not received the Nichiren blades given by Linteki, and only has a low-quality wooden knife in his hand. This also means that without the assistance of Nichiren blades, he can only drag the ghost alive until the sunrise to eliminate it, which requires great patience and physical strength. The difficulty is also doubled. But looking at Baidu's appearance, he didn't have the slightest stance to stop, and he just kept going forward. 3 months was enough time for his swordsmanship to reach an inhuman level, and he was no longer the boy who crawled out of the pile of corpses. Besides, he has already mastered the breath of water, and he can't wait to try it out. Just start with that ogre. Gradually, Baidu shuttled through the thick clouds and fog, and his vision became blurred. At this time, it was late at night, and Mount SAGIRI was almost invisible. Without great courage and perception, it was impossible to walk in the mountains. Feeling the fog around him getting thicker, Baidu also narrowed his eyes. But he didn't back down, instead he gritted his teeth and sped up the speed. Finally, as a ray of moonlight fell on Baidu, a dilapidated temple also appeared in the field of vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 10 seconds, and if you quit halfway, it will be considered a sign-in failure. A familiar prompt sounded in his ear, and a smile appeared on the corner of Baidu's mouth. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a sudden killing intent descended. Zila! It seemed that some creature was flicking its tongue and let out a hungry roar. Baidu had already anticipated the ghost, and as he took a deep breath, he launched a fearless charge again. Roar! Sure enough, a humanoid creature with dark skin and bulging eyes appeared, looking at Baidu unscrupulously, as if he had discovered something delicious. It was a hungry ogre. At the same time, the system beep is counting down. Lucky, there is a big meal delivered to your door. 7. Let me taste how tender your skin is, hee hee. 6. Before the words finished, the ogre had already stretched its legs and rushed towards Baidu. Smelling the stench coming towards him, Baidu also clenched the wooden knife tightly. This is his first time confronting a real ghost, but it definitely won't be the last. Water breath one shape water surface slash. Baidu swung the wooden knife quickly, and a surprising scene happened. The invisible sword light cut a gap in the air, and there was the faint sound of running water. This is the power of water breathing, to overcome rigidity with softness. Crack! Facing the menacing blow, the ogre dodged subconsciously, but even so, half of his arm was cut off. In the depths of Mount SAGIRI, a miserable cry sounded. However, in just a few breaths, a new arm grew out of his shoulder, even thicker than the previous one, which is enough to show how amazing the ghost's resilience is. 3. 2. 1. Seeing the ogre rushing towards him like crazy, Baidu also frowned. At the critical moment, the mechanical notification sound also ushered in the end. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, the Perfect Scission Guan template. Chapter 2 The Perfect Killing Pill. At this critical moment, the wooden knife at Baidu's fingertips suddenly glowed white. Countless sword lights suddenly appeared from his eyes, like sharp swords bursting out of the sky, condensing on the wooden knife. In an instant, that powerful coercion collided with the ogre. With a scream, the ghost flew out hanging upside down. What is even more incredible is that before the ogre fell to the ground, every one of his blood vessels burst, and blood poured out immediately. There were popping sounds one after another, as if a balloon had been popped. Ah! Looking at that ghost again, it has completely lost its fighting power, because every wound on him is flooded with terrifying sword light. As soon as the wound recovered, it was immediately torn apart by Jian Guang. How is it possible? The ogre raised its head tremblingly, looked at Baidu with an unbelievable look, and its head buzzed. Is it breathing? No, it seems stronger than that. It's not that he has never met a ghost swordsman in the past, and he has eaten many members of the ghost-slaying team, but this is the first time he has seen such a special existence as Baidu. Moreover, the method Baidu used seems to have nothing to do with breathing. Contrary to the shock of the ogre, Baidu opened his eyes at this time, revealing a sword aura vaguely. The attack that penetrates the ghost's body is the powerful demon power of Sesshomaru. As we all know, Sesshomaru is the big brother of Inuyasha's half-brother. His father is Doya Wang, the leader of the demon tribe in the Western Kingdom. He has the blood of all demons. With Sesshomaru's strength in Demon Slayer, it's completely slashing with one ride. And he can also release the demon power to make his own strength, speed, spirit, endurance, and other comprehensive attributes be improved by leaps and bounds, and the wounds will also quickly regenerate and recover. It is simply the existence of bug level. In the past, Baidu died tragically in the barren mountains and was driven and bitten by wild beasts precisely because of his weakness. But after getting the perfect Scission Guan template, he is no longer what it used to be. Just the pressure of the sword unconsciously released by Baidu was enough to make the ogre feel terrified, not even having the slightest thought of fighting. As Baidu opened his eyes again, the sword light surrounded the wooden knife. Exudes an unspeakable power. Gilu. Feeling the endless pressure coming, the ogre couldn't help but shivered. Just as he wanted to run away, he was crushed into scum by the sword light. Instead, it disappeared into the wind. In the original book, Ms. Tamayo once mentioned 3 ways to eliminate ghosts. One is the sun, the other is Nichiren blades, and the third is to destroy the cells of the ghost's body. What Baidu is implementing now is undoubtedly the third method. However, this level alone can't satisfy Baidu's curiosity, he can't help but want to try it. What would be the effect of increasing the sword pressure to the maximum? Buzz! The bright sword light burst out from the wooden knife, and even formed a beam of light that pierced through the thin clouds. The ruined temple behind him collapsed with a bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. The majestic sword light made Mount SAGIRI tremble. At the same time, in the courtyard of the ghost-killing squad headquarters. Looking at the beam of light rising from the sky, the man suddenly frowned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "My lord, that seems to be the direction of Mount SAGIRI. Makai Juro-kun, please be calm." Sitting in the courtyard was a man in a snow-colored kimono, with a faint smile on his mouth, as if he had expected it. What is shocking is that the man was severely disfigured from the face up and was almost blind in both eyes. He was already weak. He is the leader of the ghost-killing squad, honored by the pillars as Lord Master. Yubayashiki Kaguya. And the red and yellow-haired man who discovered the strangeness just now is the father of the current Yanzu Rengoku Shinjura and Rengoku Kyujura. In addition to the two, there were several pillars in the courtyard who also had their eyes tightly wrinkled, obviously noticing the vision that happened on Mount SAGIRI. But because Yubayashiki did not speak, everyone remained silent. It seems that everyone has also noticed that there is a strong aura in the area under the jurisdiction of the former Shuizu Urokodakase Kanji. Although it is not yet confirmed whether it is an enemy or a friend, it is enough to attract our attention. Besides, Mount SAGIRI is far away from the headquarters, but everyone can feel the presence of the breath, which is enough to show how powerful its source is, so. Yubayashiki Kaguya is still Furui Wubo, but if you observe carefully, you can see a hint of worry on his brows. I suggest that some of the pillars present here go to find out the situation. If it is a human swordsman, we must communicate with it properly. If it is Kibutsuji Musen or the ghost of the string, we will kill him at all costs. Before the words were finished, all the pillars knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded slightly, announcing the candidates for the investigation mission. Sound column Uzui Tenjin. Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai. There was a pause in the voice. Yubayashiki seemed to have thought of something, and took a deep look aside. There is also Yanzu Rengoku Shinjura, please 3 to carry out this task. Yes. Following Yubayashiki's order, the atmosphere in the courtyard gradually became tense. In addition to the 3 pillars who were named, another pillar behind also raised his head. Amitabha, my lord, I am willing to go together. Hearing this person's words, Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled and shook his head. Mr. Xingming, having 3 pillars is enough. Besides, Master Linlong is also near Mount SAGIRI, so he will check it if he thinks about it. Yes. The giant man dressed as a monk nodded and fell into silence again. Seeing that no one else raised any objections, Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded with a smile, and waved his hand. Then, let's go. I wish everyone prosperous martial arts. Yes. Chapter 3 Going to the Mountain of Rattan, new book asks for flowers. Meanwhile, Mount SAGIRI. Baidu left the abandoned temple with nothing in his hand. Because Sesshomaru's monster power was too powerful, the wooden knife had been crushed into powder. Similarly, Baidu discovered that the system not only rewarded the Sesshomaru template, but also improved his swordsmanship to an astonishing level. Walking on the mountain road, Baidu intentionally released a faint sword pressure, and the beasts hiding in the darkness fell silent. Whoever dares to speak out, the ogre is the best example. Until he finally returned to the cabin, the system beeped again. Ding! A new check-in task is released. The host is requested to go to the depths of the Vine Attack Mountain to sign in within a week, and you will receive system rewards. The vine attacked the mountain? Isn't that the place for the final selection? According to the development of the plot, Baidu, as the inheritor of the lineage of Breath of Water, was originally going to participate in this trial. System tasks are just icing on the cake. In Baidu's memory, Tengshi Mountain is the place of trial for the Ghost Slayer squad. There are dozens of ghosts on the mountain, the most powerful of which is a Tianai. The Ghost Killing Team is an organization born to kill ghosts. 500 years ago in the Warring States period, because of the evil deeds of the Ghost King Kibutsuji Muzan, Ji Koyuan, known as the First Swordsman, and several ghost swordsmen established a ghost killing team, which has been called ghost hunters since ancient times. After being trained by cultivators from various places, the swordsmen pass the final selection, surviving for 7 days on the Fujisai mountain where the ghosts are imprisoned, and then they can join the team and be equipped with Nichiren blades and crows to perform tasks. According to the normal trajectory, Baidu should have participated in this trial. And the system has already indicated the second check-in location. Maybe there will be a more lucrative reward than the perfect Sesshomaru template. But before leaving, Baidu decided to say hello to Urokodakase Kanji. Crackling. Thanks to the strengthening of the Sesshomaru template, Baidu could clearly hear the sound of firewood burning even though he was far away. The old man cooking outside the wooden house is Urokodakase Kanji. Master! Are you back? Sit down. Master Ryotake wears a red Tengu mask and a water blue Haori. Although he is old, no one will underestimate him. After all, he is the former water column. There was such a big commotion at Mount SAGIRI, of course Ryotake guessed what it was. He seemed to know that Baidu was here to say goodbye, so he didn't say too much, but silently filled a bowl of rice and handed it over. You must return safely. Feeling the repression in Master Rinaki's words, Baidu nodded firmly. In the past 10 years, because of Tianai's deliberate targeting, all the swordsmen of the Breath of Water lineage were killed by vines attacking the mountain, and it was not until the appearance of Tanjiro that the deadlock was broken. Now Baidu is pinning all of Lintaki's hopes, and he wants to embark on a journey. But before that, Urokodakase Kanji still has something to tell him. There is still some time before the final selection, but I believe that with your strength, you should be able to pass smoothly. It's the kid Makomo. Oh. The Makomo he was talking about was one of the swordsmen killed by Tianai in the original book. Because Baidu came 3 years ago, it happened to be the same group of swordsmen as Makomo. She didn't die, and Sabato and Tomioka Jiyuhu didn't go up the mountain yet. You go first, and I will consider letting her go down the mountain when she chops up the stones in the backyard. I believe you will meet in the final selection. Urokodakase Kanji's voice was low, as if he was still not confident in Makomo's strength. After hearing these words, Baidu nodded. He believed that since Master Lintaki said so, there must be his reasons. What's more, Master Linlong didn't want to lose any more disciples. Take it, I hope it can help you. Baidu leaned over and saw 2 more things in Urokodakase Kanji's hand, a handful of old Nichiren blades and a fox mask. Because this sword originally belonged to Master Ryotake, the color cannot be changed. When Baidu officially passes the final selection, the demon killing team will equip him with new Nichiren blades. And this pair of masks with sword patterns is the disaster-eliminating fox mask that symbolizes this lineage. I see, Master. Baidu took the 2 things solemnly, and then bid farewell to Master Lintaki. Just as he was packing his bags and preparing to go down the mountain, the 3 pillars of the ghost-killing team also came to the depths of Mount SAGIRI. Even though the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad is far away from Mount SAGIRI, they arrived here in a short time, and they didn't show any signs of fatigue. The source of all this is the breathing method they use. In order to fight against powerful ghosts, the ghost-slaying swordsmen headed by Ji Koyuan have developed a technique that can fight ghosts with human bodies, that is, the method of concentrated breathing. By using the breathing method, the swordsman's heart and lung function will expand instantly, so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen, which can greatly increase the combat power in an instant, and even have the physical strength to compete with ghosts. Since the death of Ji Koyuan, the breath of the sun has also been lost, and gradually derived the 5 breath systems of water, flame, rock, thunder, and wind, and the subsequent flowers, insects, snakes, love, and beasts are also derived from these 5 breaths. Rengoku Shinjiro, who walks at the front of the team, is the inheritor of the breath of fire. Master Yanzhu, that person seems to have left. Iguro Obanai behind him observed the movement around him, and after confirming that there were no signs of biological activity, he slowly said, "Look. Not urgent." Rengoku Shinjiro nodded slightly, while leaning down to pick up something. The next moment, his thick black eyebrows frowned suddenly, an indescribable shock flashed in his eyes. This is... What was kneading between him was a broken stone. It's just that on this stone, there is a certain unknown atmosphere that makes him feel at a loss. What's even more incredible is that the surface is covered with traces of chopping. And it seems that these chopping marks were not intentional. This is a swordsman, and a swordsman with superb swordsmanship. Just as Rengoku Shinjiro came slowly, Duzui Tenjin and Iguro Obanai patted him on the shoulder. "Master Yanzhu, you, look quickly." "How?" Makijiro raised his head inadvertently, but his gaze froze immediately. Because in their field of vision, there is actually a collapsed temple, every pillar, every tile, and even every part of the temple. It is full of cracks cut by swords. It's completely dense. After a long time, Rengoku Shinjiro also made a shameful sound. "It seems that I miscalculated. That swordsman's swordsmanship is not just superb. P.S. The 3rd update of the new book, asking for flowers, tickets, and rewards. Thank you for your support." Chapter 4 The final selection begins. New book asks for flowers. A few days later, Baidu quickly came to the foot of Fujishi Mountain according to the location provided by Master Linteki. At this time, he changed into a new set of Haori, and his whole body exuded a sharp and determined temperament, like an invisible sword. During this period of time, Baidu also gradually adapted to the perfect Sesshomaru template, and he found that in order to activate subsequent moves, he needed more demonic power. The way to get demon power is to kill more ghosts. So those ghosts who attacked the mountain in the vine have become Baidu's possession in a sense. In the middle of the night, he silently embarked on the mountain road of the vine attacking the mountain. The night above the head is mottled, only a pale evil moon hangs in the air, and the quiet Tengshi mountain also looks very strange. There is a mysterious purple flower called wisteria in the mountains. In addition to being invincible all the year round, this kind of flower has another magical effect, that is, its flower juice is a kind of poison to ghosts, and the ghost-killing team also uses this method to trap these ghosts. After obtaining the perfect Sishinguan template, Baidu could clearly feel the wind and grass around him, and even noticed the breath of ghosts. Unlike Tanjiro's nasal breathing, Baidu's super sense of smell allows him to judge the situation by the smell of the wind, which is more inclined to the demon. And as you go up, the breath of ghosts becomes stronger. It wasn't until Baidu's footsteps stopped halfway up the mountain that the smell faded away a little. Looking carefully, ghost-slaying swordsmen from all over the place were already surrounded. Among them are not only the 5 basic breaths, but also some swordsmen who have derived breaths. For example, the newly promoted sound column Uzui Tenjin and snake column Iguro Obanai developed new breath sounds and snake sounds by themselves. Of course, if the power of this breathing method is too weak, it will be lost quickly. As long as these ghost-slaying swordsmen can survive for 7 days, they can officially become members of the ghost-killing team, divided into 10 levels, A, B, C, D, Wu, G, Geng, Xin, Rongui. On top of this, there are 9 pillars. There are 2 conditions to become a pillar, one is to kill at least 50 ghosts, and the other is to kill a 12 Kizuki. It sounds simple, but in reality it is difficult no matter what the conditions are. 1 ogre is enough to cause headaches, let alone 50 ghosts. When an ordinary ghost-slaying swordsman meets 12 Kizuki, he becomes a cannon fodder. Everyone! Thank you for coming to tonight's final selection for the Ghost Slayer squad. While the Ghost Swordsmen were waiting, 2 children in pink kimonos with a height of half a person came silently, holding small lanterns in their hands. The hair color of the 2 children is black and the other is white, except that they look and dress exactly the same, and the black-haired boy named Yubayashiki Kiriya is the new master in the future. But now, he is just a big guy in women's clothing. Since the Yubayashiki family is short-lived for generations, especially boys are more likely to die young, Yubayashiki Kiriya was raised by Kaguya as a girl since childhood to pray for safety. Seeing that the Ghost Slayer swordsmen were almost here, the 2 boys nodded. In this Vine Attack Mountain, the ghosts captured alive by the swordsmen of the ghost killing team are imprisoned. Giwu can't leave here. Because from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, wisteria flowers that ghosts hate are blooming all year round. However, there will be no wisteria flowers from here up, and there will be ghosts. Survival in this mountain for 7 days is the qualification for the final selection. Good luck to everyone. When the 2 boys were announcing the rules, Baidu was also silently looking at the ghost-slaying swordsmen around him, and an acquaintance among them was waving to him. To be precise, it is the little senior sister. Baidu, here. The girl was petite and lovely, with dark green mid-length hair, a pair of blue eyes shining with joy, and wearing a fox mask with flower patterns on her cheeks. She is Makomo, the disciple who was taken in by Linteki before Baidu. Seeing Makomo running excitedly, Baidu Gujingwubo's face was slightly moved, and he said with a light smile, "Little senior sister." Hearing this familiar title, Makomo's little face turned red. Because she came to the Linteki gate earlier than Baidu, she is indeed a senior sister, but considering her age, Baidu called her a small name again. Little senior sister, it sounds a bit ambiguous no matter how you hear it. Stop talking about this, Baidu, are you ready? Makomo asked curiously. In Mount SAGIRI, the 2 often practice against each other, so Makomo knows that Baidu is far better than herself, but she is always criticized by Master Ryodaki. Baidu slightly nodded and said, "Well, what about you?" Facing Baidu's calm attitude, Makomo seemed a little uneasy. Actually, the master said that I still need to practice a little more, but considering that the time is up, I had no choice but to let me go down the mountain." Makomo's voice was very soft, as if he was not very confident, "But once I see you, I am not so nervous." The truth is this truth, but she always has a different meaning when she says it. Baidu nodded. He could see that Makomo was under a bit of pressure because of Master Ryodaki, but with him there was no danger. As for that Tianai, already included in the kill list by Baidu. Soon, after Yubayashiki Kiriya finished speaking the rules, a group of ghost swordsmen also broke through the barrier one after another, and headed towards the depths of Fujiji Mountain. The final selection officially begins. P.S. The 4th update of the new book, asking for flowers, tickets, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Add more rules, new books ask for flowers. A new book for newcomers, this time this is a Demon Slayer fan. Data is very important, so I hope everyone can support it, and the rules for adding updates are as follows. Guaranteed 4 changes before it goes on the shelves, and 5 changes after it goes on the shelves. 2000 flowers plus 1 update. 500 evaluation plus 1 update. 100 comments plus 1 update. 50 tip plus 1 update. 50 monthly tickets plus 1 update. As long as the conditions for adding updates are met, and there are still some manuscripts in hand, the updates will definitely explode. Chapter 5 Desolation Hichi Fortune, the 4 souls are full. A new book asks for flowers. Rustle. In the dark vine-covered mountain, figures shuttled endlessly, and the sound of walking through the forest and beating leaves kept ringing out. As the final selection began, all the swordsmen disappeared one after another. Not long after, the sound of roaring and screaming came from a certain corner. I don't know which lineage of swordsmen encountered a ghost. Baidu, there seems to be a ghost over there. Makomo, who was running, frowned slightly, a look of worry flashed in his eyes, and his movements slowed down. Sensing her mood swings, Baidu smiled faintly, "Don't be afraid, little senior sister." Hearing Baidu's consolation, Makomo was inexplicably relieved. Soon, rustling sounds came from the front, and several black shadows suddenly stopped them. Zila. The guys from the ghost-killing team, have they come to deliver sacrifices again? That chick over there is mine, no one will take it. Under the mottled moonlight, Makomo could vaguely see their faces, which suddenly turned pale. Fortunately, she was only shocked for a while, and she immediately cheered up again. "Baidu, it's a ghost, we." Just as Makomo was restless and was about to use the breath of water to fight, a shadow wearing grey Baidu flew away. It was Baidu with a smile on his lips. Buzz. What was even more surprising was that the dark grey Nichiren blades in Baidu's hands actually sounded clanging and metallic. His indomitable momentum quickly attracted the attention of the two ghosts. "Hehe, isn't this kid afraid of death? You forgot, the swordsman did the same thing last time, they seem to have no brains." "It's okay to have no brains, I love brains the most." As he spoke, the ogre licked his chapped lips, and hunger gleamed in his two red light-like eyes. They swallowed, then raised their legs and threw themselves at Baidu. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, a powerful coercion suddenly descended, directly crushing Le Ergui's back, and there were two creaking sounds in the air. "Why, what's going on? I can't seem to move." They raised their heads in unison, and what greeted the two ghosts was an invisible blade, which directly cut off the black neck. Until the two heads rolled to the ground, the eyes were still shining with shock and disbelief. On the other hand, on Baidu's face, there was still that faint smile at the corner of his mouth. A faint breath flew from the ghost, and soon flowed into Baidu's blood, turning into usable demon power. And they also crumbled to dust under the Nichiren blades. Baidu. Looking at Makomo at the side, his eyes widened, his two small hands were clenched into fists, and his body was tense. She thought that Baidu would be haunted by two ghosts, and she also considered going to help. Who would have thought that the two ghosts would be beheaded by him in the blink of an eye? And Baidu seems to be taking it easy. "Little sister, let's go." "What?" Makomo felt someone patting her on the shoulder, and she just woke up like a dream, and blushed in response. Along the way, Makomo was full of curiosity about Baidu's strength. If she knew that the scene just now was just the tip of the iceberg to Baidu, how would she feel? Ah! Just as the two were walking together, a miserable cry for mercy suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest. "Please, please let me go. No, don't eat me." Hearing this voice, Makomo and Baidu looked at each other, and both couldn't help walking towards the source. Before coming here, Urokodaka Seikanji explained that the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad will send swordsmen and even Zhu to observe the entire trial process and make evaluations based on their performance. This also means that if Baidu and Makomo survive for 7 days, each time they kill a ghost, the initial level will be higher after becoming an official team member. Help! Help! Finally, at the moment of pulling away a piece of grass, a bloody picture came into view. The bloated body, the cocky arms, and the chilling eyeballs in the arms. It's the Tianai in the story. At this moment, in his hand, he was holding a disheveled swordsman tightly, and he was about to throw it into his mouth and eat it. Baidu's eyes turned cold, and he stepped into his side together with Makomo. Just as the two approached, the system's notification sound came as scheduled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 10 seconds, and if you quit halfway, it will be considered a sign-in failure. Not surprisingly, the countdown also sounded soon. 10. 9. 8. Baidu smiled faintly, and at the same time pulled out the Nichiren blades glowing with silver light. He didn't have any fear in his heart, only killing intent remained. Feeling an inexplicable momentum approaching, Tianai's two largest eyeballs moved away and looked towards this side. Yo-hoo! Here we go again, my cute little fox. And there are two of them. Glancing at Tianai's coveted gaze, Makomo couldn't help shivering, and clenched the Nichiren blades, which were a bit long for her. She found out that Tianai actually knew herself. No, to be precise, it's the fox mask on the forehead. Fox boy, how old is Miji now? Teisho. Makomo subconsciously said. Teisho. Seeing Tianai was stunned for a moment, then he shouted, as if very angry, the era has changed. It's changed again, I've been imprisoned for so long, and the year name has changed again. This Tianai was not so terrifying. More than 40 years ago, he was thrown by Urokodaka Seikanji into the Fujishi mountain. Since then, he has hated the breath of water and killed more than a dozen disciples of Lin Teiki. In the plot, he even ate Makomo and Sabato successively. It's a pity, he has ushered in the end. 3. 2. Baidu broke into his attack range as if stunned. The next second, he suddenly pulled out the Nichiren blades. In an instant, endless sword pressure rolled towards Tianai. 1. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, Huang He Chi Xing, the 4 souls are full. Before the words finished, Baidu opened his eyes again, shining with endless brilliance. And that Tianai also froze in place. No, it's impossible. How could I? Jian Guang slashed down one after another, no matter how many arms Tianai had, they were all crushed into scum, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Until finally, that huge head fell down. It symbolized the end of his life. Die. P.S. Today's first update, there are 4 more. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards, thank you for your support. Chapter 6 New Check-in Task, New Book asks for flowers. Nichiren blades sheathed, Tianai was gone. Under the moonlight, Baidu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the continuous flow of monster power from his body. At the same time, countless new knowledge and experiences flashed in his mind. The last time he was rewarded, he got the perfect Sesshomaru template, but this time he got the full value of the 4 souls directly for the sign-in task. That is, shortage, harmony, wonder, luck. The wild soul, the surplus of the strong, the anger of the ego. Harmonious soul, ruthless implementation, feelings hidden under coldness. Strange soul, the persistence of caring, the exploration of curious things. The soul of happiness, the consciousness of pity, the soul guided by the knife of healing. In the world of Inuyasha, human beings, animals, and vegetation all have 4 souls, and the jade that symbolizes the peak power of the 4 souls is the 4-soul jade. According to legend, this jade can endow monsters with powerful abilities, and can also destroy demons, and is chased by the world. After reaching the full value of the 4 souls, Baidu has already possessed an unspeakably powerful power, and his demon power has also expanded to the extreme. But Baidu also discovered that the full value of the 4 souls does not represent the ultimate externalized power, but requires the cooperation of moves and the weapons that channel power. Iron broken teeth, natural teeth, cluster cloud teeth, and Sesshomaru's own knife, Baku's Heya. Baidu needs a weapon that can truly harness the demon power, not just a normal Nichiren blades. Otherwise, the end will be the same as that wooden knife. Can't bear the terrifying sword pressure. When his swordsmanship reaches the extreme, he will be able to release the true power of the 4 souls and unlock all the moves of Sesshomaru, not just relying on the sword to fight. For now, there are still more secrets waiting for him to explore. When Baidu felt the power, the previous swordsman who was caught by Tianai also crawled in front of him. I saw shock written all over his face, and he bowed respectfully. My name is Keikono Kusanagi. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Facing the enthusiasm of the rescued person, Baidu nodded slightly. However, in his mind, the name Keikono Quangjin flashed past. In the original plot, Keikono Masaki was just an ordinary member of the ghost-slaying team, but in a certain ghost-hunting operation, he met Shinazugawa Sanamai who was still fighting ghosts with bare hands. So Quangjin brought Shimai to the ghost-killing squad and helped him become an official ghost-slaying swordsman. The friendship between the two was very deep. However, in the battle with the former Kazuryuki, although Shimai and Quangjin worked together to kill him, Quangjin died unfortunately, and Shimai became a pillar of wind. This also made Shinazugawa Sanamai speak rudely to Yabayashiki Kaguya at the Zuhi meeting, which disappeared after some mediation. Baidu didn't expect to meet him here. Seeing that Baidu was silent, Guano Quangjin was in awe, and left after asking for his warmth again. Makomo also came over, his brows gradually relaxed. Baidu, are you okay? She checked it carefully, and after confirming that Baidu was not injured, she let out a long sigh of relief and patted her heaving chest. From Makomo's blue eyes, there is concern for him. Baidu smiled, and purposely waved his arms to prove that he was fine. Makomo nodded in relief. It's still early, let's find a place to rest. Okay. Hearing Baidu's arrangement, Makomo nodded in agreement without thinking, as if she trusted all Baidu's decisions. Unexpectedly, the two of them hadn't walked a few steps, and the system notification sounded again in Baidu's mind. Ding! A new check-in task is released. Please ask the host to reach the peak of Fujishi Mountain within a week. After selecting the ball steel, you will receive system rewards. Ball steel, a mineral. Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson Ore, which absorb sunlight, are the main materials for crafting Nichiren blades. Nichiren blades, also known as color-changing knives made of spherical steel, will change color according to the owner, reflecting the owner's suitable breath. Water is called blue, thunder is called gold, fire is called red, wind is called green, rocks are called gray. And Tanjiro's black knife in the original book. Every member of the ghost-killing team will be awarded Nichiren blades and team uniforms after officially joining the team, and will be bound to an exclusive sword forger at the same time. All the sword forgers live in the sword forging village, and most of the Nichiren blades of the column level are made by the village chief Tetsuji Kawara. According to the prompt of the system, Baidu needs to climb to the top of MT Fujishi within the specified time and choose the ball steel that suits him. But since this task is related to ball steel, does it mean that there is something special in the ball steel this time? Thinking of this, Baidu smiled. As he left, he took a deep look at the woods behind him, and Makomo muttered softly. What's the matter, Baidu? Have you found a ghost again? It's okay, let's go. It is good. After the figures of the two finally disappeared, a pair of eyes emerged from the gap in the woods, and it turned out to be a snake. The snake was white all over and spit out bright red letters, as if it had been here for a long time. These two are the swordsmen from Mount SAGIRI. It's just, could it be him? P.S. The second update today, and the third update. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 7 The vine attacks the peak of the mountain. New book asks for flowers. Outside the vine attack mountain, the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. The moonlight falls in the courtyard, and Yabayashiki Kaguya is listening to the report of Yanzu Rengoku Shinjiro. Behind him stands the sound column Uzui Tenjin. Judging by the dusty appearance of the two, it seems that they have just returned to the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad, and they have been investigating Mount SAGIRI for a long time. As Makijiro told, Yabayashiki Kaguya nodded frequently. But when he mentioned something, Gu Jingwubo's face couldn't help but move slightly. You mean? Just the unintentional release of sword energy directly crushed a temple, and there is still a ghost smell on the scene. Yes, my lord. Rengoku Shinjiro frowned, with a shameful expression on his face. At first I thought it was just a swordsman with superb swordsmanship, but after seeing the collapsed temple, I realized that I was wrong. He let out a long sigh, and said in a deep voice, that man's swordsmanship has surpassed what ordinary people can achieve, and he has broken through to a higher level. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded slightly, and his face became serious. Makai Jura-kun, according to your opinion, is this person a swordsman who uses breathing techniques? Has Master Rinaki provided any information? Faced with Yubayashiki's question, Rengoku Shinjiro had a hard time. After a battle between heaven and man, he gave the answer a little unconfidently, "My lord, I don't think it's the method of breathing." Oh! Hearing Rengoku Shinjiro stuttering, Uzui Tenjin behind him took over the words, "My lord, if it's the breathing method, it won't last for a long time, but every sword mark left by that person is filled with an unknown force. Master Linteki can't tell." "I see." Yubayashiki Kaguya hummed, and it could be seen that he was also a little puzzled. "Thank you, I know this matter well." To lighten the mood, Yubayashiki brought up an interesting fact he had just learned. According to the information from Iguro Obanai, there are several good ghost hunters in this final selection. One of them even single-handedly killed the Tianai captured by Master Rinaki. It's amazing. Tianai. Rengoku Shinjiro was startled. Is that the 100-handed ghost that has survived for many years? Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded with a serious expression. I've sent Iguro Obanai to check it out and, if it's appropriate, to take the ghost hunter straight to headquarters. After listening to Yubayashiki's words, Yanzu and Yinzu looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. The last person who got such a high evaluation from Yubayashiki Kaguya was Himejima Kume. That is the current rock pillar. Because the 9 pillars are updated too quickly, the strength of the 9 pillars sometimes varies too much, which can be described as mixed. But there is no doubt that no matter how you compare, the current Yanzu Himejima Kume is the strongest person. And the most important point is that despite Yubayashiki Kaguya's weak body, his will is unprecedentedly firm. Since he said this, it proves that he has absolute confidence in that person. This ghost hunter, I'm afraid it's not easy. Makai Juro-kun, Tenjin-kun, let's wait and see what happens. Trust Iguro Obanai will have good news. Yanzhu and Yinzhu nodded at the same time and bowed slightly. Yes, my lord. 7 days later, the vines attacked the top of the mountain. Under the coquettish wisteria tree, there is a building similar to an altar, and the 2 children who preached the rules before are waiting. Who? With the sound of heavy breathing, a swordsman covered in bruises climbed up the mountain. Observe carefully, apart from the bloody wounds on his body, his left thigh is also exposed with white bones, and he is in extremely poor condition. On the altar, Yubayashiki Kiriya blinked, and immediately asked Tu Yin to bandage him. Soon, 2 more swordsmen climbed to the top. They also lack arms and legs. I am afraid that even if they pass this final selection, it will be difficult for them to fight ghosts. Seeing this picture, Kiriya couldn't help frowning. Because of his young age and the fact that the Yubayashiki clan has always been weak, he has been hidden by Kaguya in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad in the past, and only studied theoretically. This is Kiriya's first time on the scene. He was a little worried that if all the passers were seriously injured, then the final selection would be meaningless. Just when he was worried, another swordsman came. Finally, seeing that the swordsman was almost intact, Kiriya let out a sigh of relief. He recalled that in the list, the name of this person was Kino Quangjin. Fortunately, there is one person who can fight. And those wounded swordsmen also showed surprise eyes when they saw Kei Yekuang approaching. How is this man barely hurt? Which line of swordsman is he? He must be hiding. His name seems to be Keikono. Hearing everyone talking about himself, Keikono scratched his head in embarrassment, and limped towards the altar. Including his words, a total of 4 swordsmen passed the trial. Kiriya nodded slightly, and when he was about to let them choose the ball steel, Kuang Jin stopped him. Please wait a moment, there are two people behind. And also. Kiriya was startled, and looked at the mountain road suspiciously. Just as Keikono Kuizaka said, two leisurely figures walked in his field of vision. The reason why I say this is because the couple has no tension at all, and their bodies are also spotless. It seems to be a young couple who came to climb the mountain. Look, here they come. Kuang Jin's life immediately caught the attention of the swordsman. There is no doubt that this couple is Baidu and Makomo. How is this going? It's outrageous that Katsuno Kusanagi was nearly uninjured. How come the two of them are like coming to play, they can't even see a trace of blood on their bodies? All the people present were shocked and froze in place. Kiriya also opened his eyes wide, but soon, his expression became excited, and he couldn't help mumbling. This person. On the other side, feeling everyone's gaze, Makomo blushed. Baidu, why are they looking at us? Is there something on my face? Baidu smiled faintly, and took her little hand. Little sister, walk slowly. Makomo nodded shyly and remained silent. Because there is no food in the Vine Attack Mountain, Makomo is dizzy from hunger and a little unsteady, so Baidu needs to pull her away. Soon, the two walked to the center of the altar. Hello, can I start choosing ball steel? P.S. Today is the third update, and there are two more. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 8 We Got a Traitor. New book asks for flowers. Your name is? Baidu. Yubayashiki Kiriya nodded, and respectfully guided Baidu and Makomo to the altar. Please follow me. Observing his cautious attitude, no one dared to refute or speak out, because everyone was in awe of the strong and understood that this was the treatment Baidu deserved. After everyone stood up, several yin also brought packages containing ball steel and spread them in front of everyone. Those were ores the size of fists. These steel balls absorb sunlight, and each piece contains hot energy, and the Nichiren blades made of it have a miraculous effect on ghosts. However, due to the scarcity of the quantity, ball steel is generally only used to make weapons. When they saw these steel balls, the eyes of the four Ghost Slayer swordsmen shone with passion and longing, which meant that they had passed the final selection and became regular players. And will have their own Nichiren blades. Becoming a member of the ghost killing team is not only an honor, but also a symbol of their ability to avenge their dead relatives. Save the people from the fire and water. Sensing the excited emotions of the swordsman, Kiriya also nodded and extended her hand at the same time. My lord, please. He was pointing at Baidu, of course. Even though he was the last swordsman to go up the mountain, Kiriya invited Baidu to choose the ball steel first, which is enough to show that he values it. Seeing that the others had no objection, Baidu also walked forward with a smile. This time, the system's sign-in location was the top of Fujishi Mountain where the steel balls were stored. However, Baidu carefully noticed that this mission was completed only after the ball steel was selected, indicating that things were far from that simple. When Baidu looked at ball steel, the system notification sound came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 1 minute, and if you quit halfway, it will be regarded as a sign-in failure. Soon, the familiar countdown began again, but this time the time was increased to 1 minute. 59. 58. 57. Just as Baidu was about to pick up a ball steel and ponder it carefully, a hand suddenly stretched out to stop it. Wait a minute. The voice was a little cold, which made people shudder. Looking up, beside the table where the ball steel is placed, there is an extra man at some point. The man is not tall, even short, with black mid-length hair, and a black and white striped feather kimono. However, what is surprising is that his eyes are green in the left and golden in the right, and half of his face is covered under the bandage. Seeing the appearance of the man, the people around were shocked. And Yubayashiki Kiriya also frowned slightly, and blurted out, Mr. Iguro. There is no doubt that he is the snake pillar Iguro Obanai. Facing Kiria's questioning eyes, Xiaobania nodded and turned to look at Baidu. At the same time, there was a sound that was colder than the sound of a snake spitting out a letter. For the sake of caution, I need to check among the Ghost Slayer swordsmen present. Is there a ghost? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Although they don't know who Snake Zhu is for the time being, they can know that this person's status is not low just based on Kiria's attitude towards him. What was even more shocking was what he said. Ghost? Are there ghosts among the Ghost Slayer swordsmen present? No, could it be? Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were on the same person, Baidu. In their view, only ghosts can be so powerful that they can spend 7 days in the Vine Attack Mountain unscathed. If it were ordinary people, they would have already died so badly. Thinking of this, the surviving Ghost Slayer swordsman looked at Baidu with surprise and fear, full of suspicion. Impossible, senior, you must have made a mistake. This lord is not a ghost. It was Keikono Quangjin who spoke, because Baidu had saved his life, so he must have unconditional trust in Baidu. Yano Quangjin jumped out and interrupted, and everyone fell silent. Finally, Baidu smiled and said, Quangjin, don't panic. This Mr. Yihei never said that I am a ghost. The moment he heard this sentence, Keikono Quangjin also reacted, and muttered to himself, that's right, he didn't say that adults are ghosts, so. On the other hand, Iguro Obanai also had a strange look in his eyes, thinking secretly in his heart. This young man named Baidu was completely unaffected by everyone's suspicious eyes, as if he had the confidence that everything was under control. It is really unexpected. Mr. Yihei, who is the ghost you are talking about? Sensing that the atmosphere had become silent, Kiria couldn't help asking questions, barely standing still. Although he is a well-trained successor of the Yubayashiki clan, he is still a child after all, and he is inevitably a little flustered. Hearing the question, Iguro Obanai nodded. In the next second, he quickly walked past Baidu and walked straight in front of Keikono Quangjin. Previous, senior. Kei Quangjin shivered, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You don't think I'm a ghost, how could I? Hiss. Just at the very moment, a white snake flew out from Iguro Obanai's sleeve and opened its teeth towards Kabamaru. The snake was as white as silk, but its aura should not be underestimated. Its name is Duan, and it is Zioba's life and death partner. Ugh! Seeing the white snake open its bloody mouth, Kei Quangjin retreated instinctively, with a faint urge to draw his sword. Seeing this scene, Baidu remained motionless, with a smile on his lips from beginning to end. Because he has already seen through the target of the white snake. Not Kuang Ye Kuang near. Hiss. In the next second, a black shadow retreated a dozen steps in an instant, narrowly avoiding the white snake's attack. Everyone followed the prestige and found that the black shadow was the first Ghost Slayer swordsman to go up the mountain, and also the one who was the most injured. Looking at him now, where does he look like his life is dying? It's just alive and well. Damn it, it was actually seen through. The swordsman grinned, and a few sharp teeth grew out. He was obviously an ogre. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Immediately, there was another wave of fear, because they were chatting and laughing with this person just now, but they didn't expect the ghost to lurk in the crowd. Iguro Obanai fixed his gaze, and silently pulled out the Nichiren blades. It turned out that he had noticed this ghost secretly when the vine attacked the mountain, and had been waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, Makomo also subconsciously held Baidu's hand. Baidu, ghosts can pretend to be humans. For her surprise, Baidu didn't take it seriously, because he had already seen the flaw. At the same time, the system notification tone also ushered in the end. 3, 2, 1. Baidu's mind moved, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable suction coming from the ball steel on the stage. Is it really? 0. Ding, Congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, Fierce Sun Ball Steel. PS, the 4th update today, and one more update. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards, thank you for your support. Chapter 9 The Sun is Breathing, 2000 flowers plus more. Hearing the system's notification tone, Baidu was immediately refreshed. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand without hesitation and touched the ball steel in front of him, and soon he felt a bumpy touch from his fingertips. This is the raw material of Nichiren blades. But Baidu knows in his heart that there is no difference between the steel balls. Because of the different locations, the concentration and hardness of the absorbed sunlight are also very different. And a good ball steel in the hands of a skilled knife forger will create a more powerful Nichiren blades. Even better fit with pranayama. Just as Baidu was feeling the warmth from Nichiren blades, an inexplicable light came into his eyes, making him frown slightly. Immediately afterwards, the vision in front of him changed. Darkness, endless darkness. A gust of cold wind blows. Baidu seems to be in the extremely cold place in the north of the world, even breathing is cold. In this vast and lonely land, there is no life. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky cracked, and a bright light fell. Like a galloping dragon looking straight at the world. I saw that the dragon's whole body was shining fiery red, and its eyes were like two scorching suns, descending to the mortal world with the momentum of a king's landing. What made Baidu even more dazed was that, somewhere, he found that the giant dragon seemed to be watching him. What happened? It. Who is it? Soon, the mysterious vision disappeared, and when Baidu opened his eyes again, he returned to the top of Vinatak Mountain. He couldn't help but picked up the steel ball, and looked carefully. There is a faint layer of gold on the surface of this spherical steel, but it is too late now, if the sun shines on it. Maybe sparks will be thrown. And on Liang ball steel, Baidu also felt an inexplicable familiarity. It seems that the giant dragon lives in the ball steel. Like the sun breathing. The Nichiren blades made of this piece of sun ball steel must have extraordinary power, born to fight ghosts. Baidu nodded slightly, and looked back at Yubayashiki Kiriya. It's decided to be it. This one. Kiriya's eyes were fixed, and he found that the steel ball in Baidu's hand was black in appearance, as if it was no different from other steel balls. He nodded and recorded Baidu's choice. And Makomo and others also selected the ball steel, waiting for a few days later the masters of the knife forging village will come to deliver the knife. Just after everyone finished choosing, one person stopped Baidu. Trouble, this gentleman, please wait a moment. Following the voice, it was Iguro Obanai who was speaking, and the dysprosium pill was still wrapped around his neck. Hiss. Seeing the white snake spit out the snake letter, Makomo frowned instinctively, and grabbed Baidu's sleeve. Fortunately, Baidu knew that Snake Zhu didn't have any malicious intentions. He just said that there were ghosts in the team and it wasn't aimed at him, it was just a small temptation. Can I help you? Iguro Obanai nodded, and said in a low voice, according to my lord's order, please return to the headquarters within 7 days. Headquarters? When hearing this word, Kiriya on the side subconsciously stared, and soon thought of something. It seems that my father has noticed Baidu for a long time. He silently looked at Baidu, already memorizing this childish face by heart. I understand. Say hello to the Lord for me. Baidu nodded slightly, and without staying too long, he dragged Makomo down the mountain. While Iguro Obanai has no animosity toward him, that doesn't mean Baidu doesn't have a temper. But Baidu still remembered that there was a white snake watching him in the Vinatak mountain. Feeling Baidu's alienation, Iguro Obanai narrowed his eyes. His temperament was no different from Kabamaru, which made people shudder. And the other ghost-slaying swordsmen also went down the mountain one after another. Only one swordsman was firmly locked up by Kabamaru, and that was the inner ghost who was picked out by Iguro Obanai just now. This guy definitely did not come to Fuji Attack Mountain by accident. It must have been instructed by someone. Thinking of this, Shi Zhu glanced at him coldly. Bring him back, my lord has something to ask. Yes. Several yin nodded, and tied up the ghost with torture instruments soaked in wisteria flower juice, making him unable to move any more. Kiria and Barney at the side nodded, and also went up and down the mountain. Soon, Baidu returned to Mount SAGIRI with Makomo. Compared with the last time I left, the fog on Mount SAGIRI seems to be thicker, but no matter how I look at it, I feel familiar and warm. After all, this is their home. And accompanied by Master Lin Taiki. But when they arrived at the cabin in the deep mountains, they found that there was no one inside. Baidu, where do you think Master will go? Makomo frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Ever since she saw the scene of ghosts eating people in the Vine Attack Mountain, a shadow has been buried in her heart, and she hasn't recovered yet. But Baidu believes that with more fights, sooner or later Makomo will accept and strengthen himself. Just as the two were talking, there was a click in their ears. Looking back, an old man wearing a red Tengu mask walked up the mountain road not far away. At his feet was a firewood he had accidentally thrown away. Makomo, Baidu, you just come back. Urokodaka Seikanji's voice was a little trembling, and he hugged the two of them in disbelief, with 2 lines of tears running down his cheeks. Feeling his excitement, Baidu's eyes gradually softened. In the past 10 years, Tianai threw him into Fujishishin in order to avenge Master Rinaki, and killed more than a dozen swordsmen from the Shuahu lineage. It can be said that none of the swordsmen under Master Rinaki passed the final selection all these years, which has almost become his nightmare. Fortunately, this nightmare was finally punctured by Baidu. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. P.S. Make up for yesterday's update, and there are 5 more. Thank you after the rain? I am very touched by the reward from the big guy in front of me. Chapter 10 The Legendary God of Vulcan, New Book asks for flowers. For a few days, Baidu continued to practice in Mount SAGIRI, and from time to time he would go down the mountain to fight some wild beasts. After some recuperation and familiarization, the monster power in his body has also been consolidated. Compared with when he attacked the mountain, both his accuracy and control have improved again. Baidu had a premonition in his heart that he was about to break through a certain realm. Until one day, an old man wearing a bamboo hat broke the peaceful life. The first to spot him was Makomo. Since the final selection, she and Baidu have lived a small life in the mountains, enjoying a leisurely pastoral life. Baidu, an old man came down from the mountain, he seems to be looking for Master Lin Taiki. Hearing Makomo's excited voice, Baidu smiled slightly. Because he already guessed where that person came from, he said, let's go, let's welcome this distinguished guest for Master. Distinguished guest. Makomo blinked his eyes and followed behind with a vague understanding. Not long after, the figures of the two came to the foot of the mountain, and the old man wearing a hat who was walking on Mount SAGIRI also raised his head. Looking at Baidu and Makomo from a distance, the old man nodded with a smile. This guy Lin Taiki has a very stubborn temper, and he hasn't married a wife in his old age. However, the disciples accepted are in pairs. This bamboo hat is short in stature, and it is a standard yordle in the game. He is wearing a black striped linen suit and has white hair that reaches his shoulders. What is even more surprising is the mask worn by the old man. In stark contrast to his immortal demeanor, the mask he wears is white and yellow in color, with 2 holes in his nose, and his mouth is tilted to one side and raised high. The degree of crookedness is even more outrageous than dazzling. This is the famous Vulcan mask in the island country. It has a very weird and funny shape. It is often used in traditional festivals. The work of people wearing this mask is often related to stoves. Just at this time, Baidu and Makomo, a couple of immortals, came down the mountain and cupped their hands at the old man. The moment he saw this image, Baidu knew it. But there was a look of surprise in his eyes. There is no doubt that this old man with a bamboo hat is from Forging Sword Village, but it is not the Iron Tomb in the original plot, but... Meet the village chief. Oh! Hearing Baidu's name, the old man's face under the mask couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You have very good eyesight, kid. As Baidu said, this unattractive little old man turned out to be the village chief of Forging Knife Village Tidy Haywin Taizan. As the head of the village, he is also the leader in forging sword skills in the entire village. He has always been only responsible for making Nichiren blades for the pillars. Now that he has taken over the task of the Iron Tomb, does that mean trouble the village head to send the knife? Baidu was delighted quietly, because he had noticed that there were 2 Nichiren blades on the back of Tetsukawara Taizan. Even though there was a distance, Baidu could clearly feel the scorching breath from one of them. Even the surrounding air is gradually warming up. Tidy Haywin Taizan smiled, nodded, and said, "That's right, you're much smarter than that guy, Lin Taiki. Come, eat Karen too." As the old village chief spoke, he took out a small package and handed it to Baidu, with love and appreciation in his eyes. Baidu took it after thanking him, and the relationship between the two became closer. Sure enough, Tidy Haywin Taizan is more approachable than expected, and he has no airs as a village head at all. More of this is because the old village chief values Baidu. At the same time, he is also the forger of Baidu. As expected of the person chosen by Liang Ball Steel, "Boy, please don't let down Lord Vulcan's kindness." "Thank you, village chief." Doubts arose in Baidu's heart, but he remained calm on the surface. It seemed that the galloping fire dragon in his memory was the legendary Vulcan. "Here, grab your Nichiren blades. And this little girl." Taizan Kawahara took off his bamboo hat and carefully removed 2 Nichiren blades from behind, especially respectful when facing one of them. He couldn't help letting out a long sigh when he touched the Nichiren blades. "What a nice knife! You are Baidu, right? If you don't mind, can you open it and have a look?" Taika Haywin Taizan looked at Baidu with a smile, and at the same time gave him the cup with both hands. Hearing this, Baidu's mind moved slightly. He unhurriedly lifted the sackcloth wrapping Nichiren blades, and in the next second, a golden light flashed. This is... Feeling the rapid heating up in front of him, Makomo's pretty face also flushed, and her cheeks became hot. The Nichiren blades in Baidu's hands have a black gold background, only the edge of the blade is glowing red, as if it is shining with the sun high in the sky, which is awe-inspiring. The blade is the rising sun, and the color is pure gold. It's such a good knife. It's a color I've never seen in my life. It can make such a masterpiece. The old man has no regrets in this life. After seeing the whole picture of Nichiren blades, Tetsukawa Tetsujin lost control of his emotions for a while, and his small body was trembling. If you look closely, there are still tears rolling in his eyes. Don't think he is performing, because a master like him has always regarded forging knives as something more important than life. Now, Baidu made his dream come true. Facing the old village chief's smile and words, Baidu clenched his fists. "Thank you, village chief. It's okay, the old man can see that only such a work of art can be worthy of you." Tidy Haywin Taizan's eyes don't seem to be fake, they are completely sincere. He has built Nichiren blades for too many pillars over the decades, including the rock pillar Heimjima Kume. However, this is the first time I have seen a person like Baidu who is naturally compatible with Nichiren blades and recognized by Lord Vulcan. "Baidu, if you need anything in the future, it's okay to say so." Hearing the old village chief's assurance, Baidu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Village chief, I do have 2 things to ask you." The old village head narrowed his eyes and smiled. "What?" "Village chief, I want to learn how to forge knives." Haywin Taizan felt the sincerity in Baidu's tone, so he nodded. "What else?" "I want to observe and visit Forging Knife Village." Baidu knew in his heart that there were not only Nichiren blades in Forging Sword Village, but also another big killer. A doll left behind by the swordsman Sui Kuniichi of Breath of the Sunday. Fate 10 style. PS, the second update today, and the fourth update. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards, thank you for your support. Chapter 11 Killing Ghosts Slaying, new book asks for flowers. Tidy Heiwen Taizen nodded slightly, and said with a smile, these two things are not a big deal, but I want to learn the real skill of forging knives. Please tell the village chief. The old village chief was even more pleased to see Baidu appearing arrogant, but polite. It's actually not difficult. Everyone in our sword forging village has forged swords since childhood, but if you want to learn more advanced skills, you need to pass the exam set by the village elders to judge whether you are suitable for forging swords. Baidu smiled lightly, without any hesitation, then I will thank the old village chief first. Baidu didn't have the slightest worry about the test that Taizen Heiwen said. With his powerful sword pressure and demon power, he was able to forge 100 times more meticulously than ordinary people. The old village head nodded. The second thing, I need to ask the leader of this generation, Yubayashiki Kaguya, although you are already an official team member, you can't just walk around the forging sword village. Generally speaking, only team members who have accepted special missions or are at the Zhu level can go to forging sword village, but if it's you, it shouldn't be a worry. After listening to Tidy Heiwen Taizen's delicate narration, Baidu also gradually remembered some plots. In the original book, Forging Knife Village and Butterfly House are two important venues for the ghost-killing team. Once discovered and invaded by ghosts, it means that the secrets will be exposed. Therefore, these two places have been military important places since ancient times. It is good that the Butterfly House is at the headquarters, but if you want to go to Forging Sword Village, you have to go through a series of cumbersome procedures. Even when Tanjiro went there, his senses were sealed off, and he was consigned by the yins like solitaire. Then please ask the village chief. Haha, you kid is really slippery. The notification from Tidy Kawara Taizen is virtually equivalent to recommending Baidu to Yubayashiki. How could Kaguya disagree with his EQ? Just at this moment, a familiar greeting sounded from behind. It turned out to be the village chief. Why did you come here suddenly? Everyone followed the reputation, and it was Uroka Dakase Kanji who spoke, holding the freshly cut firewood in his hand. Seeing his somewhat surprised expression, he probably didn't expect Tidy Heiwen Taizen to make a trip in person. Haha, you bastard, you are still the same. In terms of age, the old village head is considered to be of the uncle's generation, so he speaks in the tone of an elder. The village chief hasn't changed much. Master Rinaki gave a rare smile, and the atmosphere became harmonious. And Baidu and Makomo also looked at each other and smiled, and couldn't help laughing. This was the first time for them to see Master Rinaki, who was always serious and dull, like a child. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Baidu's mind. But this time it's not a battlefield. It's at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. Ding! A new check-in task is released. Please ask the host to arrive at the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad within a week, accept the test set by Yubayashiki Kaguya, and you will receive system rewards. Oh? Hearing the task of the system, Baidu was suddenly full of thoughts. In the original book, Yubayashiki's character has always been calm. Even when he encountered a fight between Shinazugawa Sanamai and Tanjiro, he didn't get angry because of it, and he quickly reconciled the conflict. If ordinary people mentioned the ghost-killing squad, they would think that the boss is a strong and domineering person, and they would never guess. A weak body like Kaguya. Now that Yubayashiki is going to test himself, has he noticed what happened that night? Baidu didn't think any more, but took the Nichiren blades and headed to the rear of Mount Sagiri. He already felt the knife trembling, as if. What to convey to yourself? Watching Baidu go away, Makomo tilted his head suspiciously, and Tetsuka Kawara Taizen was also chatting with Rinaki. Soon, Baidu came to the former abandoned temple. He glanced at it casually, and saw a few shallow footprints on the ground. Someone should have been here, and deliberately covered up the traces. But with Baidu's meticulous observation ability, he easily judged the identities of these people. Column, and at least 3. Sure enough, Yubayashiki also guessed something. Thinking of that sick figure, Baidu suddenly looked forward to meeting Yubayashiki. But Baidu also understands that Yubayashiki should be busy with other things now, interrogating the ghost who tried to sneak into the ghost-killing team. In order to climb the vine to attack the mountain, the ogre hollowed out a swordsman who participated in the final selection beforehand, and hid in the human skin to cover up his aura as a ghost. At the same time, he also escaped from the wisteria forest. But he was secretive after all, and the rotten smell on his body was detected by Baidu and Snake Zhu, and he was still doomed. It's just, who the hell came up with this note? Send a bastard to the ghost-killing squad? There was a smile on the corner of Baidu's mouth. This kind of thing is not Kibutsuji Musen's style, it must be instigated by other ghosts. Fortunately, he doesn't need to delve into these matters. Buzz. Feeling the trembling of Nichiren blades, Baidu's eyes flashed. This knife forged by the old village head seems to contain a powerful scorching aura. Unlike normal Nichiren blades which only absorb a portion of the sun's power, the piece of solar ball steel seems to be imbued with pure fire and light. Fire can burn the cells of ghosts, causing them to sink and perish. Light is self-evident, it is completely the nemesis of ghosts. The combination of these two powerful forces shows the power of the Nichiren blades. Baidu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and observed carefully again. He found 4 large characters engraved on the blade. Destroy the ghost. Kill. In the dark, these 4 characters were flashing red and gold respectively. As Baidu grips the Nichiren blades, a unique color comes into view. The white light that symbolizes the demon power of Sesshomaru. The red light that symbolizes Vulcan. A powerful sword pressure surged out, and Baidu also closed his eyes. He entered that unknown world again. P.S. Today is the 3rd change, and there are 3 more. Ask for flowers, votes, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 12, Newcomers to Mount SAGIRI, new book asks for flowers. Buzz. In the empty darkness, Baidu opened his eyes. At this moment, he only felt that his mind was in a mess, as if some kind of creature was entrenched and screaming. At a certain moment, Baidu suddenly raised his head. In the thick clouds, there was a huge figure hovering endlessly, and the scorching breath came one after another. It's that flame-breathing dragon again. Baidu immediately recognized that it was the existence in Liang Ball Steel, and it was also the embodiment of Vulcan's will. It's a pity that this time, the giant dragon didn't stay too long. Instead, he roared directly at him and opened his bloody mouth. After a short thought, Baidu understood its intention. Is this also a test for me? Roar. Feeling the pressure on his face, Baidu frowned into a word of Sichuan, and at the same time his body tensed up. Soon, through the mottled clouds, he saw the true face of the fire dragon for the first time. Apart from the 2 eyes that looked like the sun, his body was as tall as a mountain, and every dragon scale was filled with gold. The 2 dragon horns are even more majestic. Give people endless pressure. Facing this menacing fire dragon, Baidu clenched his teeth and did not give in at all. The next second, he suddenly clenched his fists. A Tadeo completely formed by the condensed demon power appeared in Baidu's palm. Kill. As Baidu slashed downwards, the pressure of the sword came suddenly, directly approaching the fire dragon. This is the strongest demon power he has ever released. The result can be imagined. I saw that the fire dragon that was still showing off its power just now, the flames covering its whole body were scattered by the light of the knife, and it itself felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Immediately afterwards, it fell downward like a meteorite. Successful. Seeing this scene, Baidu's eyes lit up. In fact, when he saw the fire dragon for the first time, he realized the problem. This is not the real entity of Vulcan, but his remaining will in the world. What's more, this fire dragon seems to be arrogant, but in fact most of its power comes from the ball steel, and there is no capital to compete with Baidu. Soon, Baidu silently walked towards the fire dragon. Feeling the pressure of the powerful sword, Huolong opened his crystal-clear eyes and asked of vicissitudes of life and simplicity. Are you the one chosen by Lord Vulcan? It really doesn't look like a mediocre person. Hearing the praise in its mouth, Baidu smiled faintly. Under Baidu's gaze, the fire dragon slowly got up, and the huge body like a mountain came into view, and suddenly clouds and mist formed. It gazes at Baidu, as if imagining a work of art. After a long time, he finally nodded in approval. In that case, from today onwards, I will recognize you as the Lord. Stay in this sword. The sound was deafening, no less than the momentum of landslides and ground cracks. In the endless darkness, the fire dragon suddenly burst into a dragon roar, turning into stars. When Baidu opened his eyes again, in front of him, there's already an extra pair of flaming Nichiren blades. Here lives the soul of the fire dragon. There was firmness in Baidu's brows, he held the handle of the knife tightly, and an unknown force rushed through his veins. Gradually began a long tempering. A few days passed, and it was time for Baidu to go down the mountain. He was about to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad to make an appointment with Yubayashiki Kaguya. Before leaving, Baidu and Makomo bid farewell. And after he left, 2 more uninvited guests came to Mount SAGIRI's feet. Upon careful observation, one of the teenagers turned out to have flesh-colored hair, and there was a frightening scar on his right cheek. But his eyes are very gentle, especially when he is talking. Jiyu, there is Mount SAGIRI ahead. Sabato, me, can I really become a ghost swordsman? The one who spoke was a boy about his age, with long black hair and a youthful face. Facing the boy's timidity, the companion named Sabato immediately frowned. It's already here, don't you want to go back? No, that's not what it means. I'm just... After all, the black hair was a little unconfident, and his face was full of fear, as if he had experienced some painful memories before. Seeing him still like this, Sabato sighed helplessly. Jiyu, have you forgotten how your sister died? Didn't you keep saying that you would avenge her? Facing Sabato's fierce words, the black-haired boy finally nodded, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. I haven't forgotten. Then why are you still refusing to face reality? I just think. The black-haired boy lowered his brows and his voice was as thin as a mosquito. I might as well die at that time. The next second, Sabato suddenly raised his hand. Snapped. After the crisp slap, Tomioka Jiyu stared blankly, covering the extra slap marks on his face. And in front of him, is Sabato's expression of hating iron and steel. It's better to die by yourself, don't tell me a second time. If there is another time, I will stop here with you. Break off. Tomioka Jiyu lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists. After a long time, the voice of unwillingness came. I see, let's go. Well, we'll see Master Rinaki soon. P.S. The first update today, try to complete it. Come on. Come on. Chapter 13 The Strongest Newcomer, New Book asks for flowers. Just as the 2 newcomers boarded Mount SAGIRI, Baidu also arrived at the destination according to the guidance of the crow. Quack. Baidu, give the order now. Immediately go to the training ground to gather and participate in special training. In Baidu's field of vision, a black crow flapped its wings, and a hoarse sound came from its beak. This is the communication tool used by the ghost-killing squad to deliver orders. Crow. For the Yubayashiki family, these countless crows have another name, that is, the eyes of crows. With these quick-moving and nimble spies, the ghost-killing squad doesn't have to worry about intelligence at all, so they can easily track down the traces of ogres. Regarding the crow's words, Baidu nodded with a smile. He had vaguely guessed the intention of the Ghost Slayer squad, but he didn't point it out. As Baidu walked further, the road became wider, and there were sounds of fighting and shouting at the end of the woods. No, just go faster. Too slow, too slow. You will be killed by ghosts like this. After passing through the woods, Baidu stopped at the foot of a barren mountain. Not far away, a group of swordsmen in black uniforms were gathered for training, sweating profusely. Coincidentally, there was an acquaintance inside. Master Baidu, here. The one who was waving to him was Keikono Quangjin, and Baidu nodded slightly and walked towards him. Seeing him coming, Quangjin seemed very excited. Master Baidu, have you also received Mr. Goto's order? Goto? Baidu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Didn't Yubiashiki Kaguya ask them to come here? Not Mr. Goto, that would be. Hey, you two, stop whispering. Just when Quangjin was about to complain again, a stern-faced swordsman walked over. The whites of his eyes were bigger than the pupils, making one feel a little empty. Hearing this voice, Keikono Quangjin immediately shivered. He immediately stood up and raised his hands. Yes, Mr. Goto. This dead fish-eyed swordsman was Goto. He noticed Baidu beside him, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, "Don't waste time, join the team quickly." Seeing Goto finally turned and left, Quangjin let out a long sigh of relief. Master Baidu, let's go too. There is a high platform in the center of the training ground. At this moment, the audience is already surrounded by ghost-slaying swordsmen. However, except for Baidu and Quangjin, they are all previous ghost hunters. There are no other newcomers. Okay, now that everyone is here, I will briefly introduce the second stage of the complete concentration breathing method. All concentration Changzhong. The person who spoke on the stage was none other than Dead Fish Eye Goto. The so-called Chuanzhong Changzhong refers to the deeper level of further study and comprehension based on the condition of proficient use of the Chuanzhong breathing method, and it is also the minimum condition for approaching the strength of the column. After reaching Changzhong, you can continue to concentrate even when you fall asleep, and you can quickly improve your combat power. In the plot, the three of Tanjiro went to Butterfly House for regular training after returning from Nation Spider Mountain. While Goto was teaching, Baidu silently observed the faces of the people around him, and found that most of them were veteran members of the Ghost Slayer squad, and a few of them even died. It seems that they have already reached the qualifications to comprehend Changzhong. The reason why Yubiashiki Kaguya asked himself and Quangjin to attend the lectures was that he was very optimistic about the two of them, and wanted them to join the Ghost Slayer team as soon as possible. But, does this count as counterproductive? As the time passed by, Goto carefully explained the basic conditions in the advanced routine, and used his previous achievements as examples from time to time. From his experience, it can be judged that Goto is already an extraordinary swordsman, and he is only 2 levels away from the pillar. With Goto's qualifications and experience, it is more than sufficient as a teacher. The team members in the audience nodded with a vague understanding, and Baidu also learned from the loopholes in nutritional supplement knowledge. Just when Goto reached a critical point, the voice stopped abruptly. Then his eyes swept to the audience. Is there any team member willing to come to the stage and give me a demonstration? As soon as these words came out, several veteran players raised their hands. However, Goto's eyes finally fell on the back of the crowd. Baidu, are you interested in giving it a try? The moment the swordsmen heard the name, they were suddenly puzzled, and quickly remembered where they had heard the rumor about Baidu. It was the man who had survived for 7 days in the Rattan Mountain without a trace of blood on his body. It is said that he has a younger sister. Damn it, why does such a winner in life still come to the ghost-killing squad? It is good. Facing Goto's scrutinizing gaze, Baidu responded. For him, Goto's challenge is not worth mentioning at all, but what Baidu wants to see is Changzhong. Seeing Baidu walk on stage, Quangjin finally came to his senses. He frowned tightly, hoping in his heart that Goto would be more lenient, since Baidu is still a rookie after all. On the other hand, those old players also showed their eyes watching the show. They want to see whether Baidu is as strong as the legend says, or is it just an empty name. Do you use this? Baidu patted the scabbard on his waist. Goto was taken aback for a moment. He quickly realized, it's okay, just use a real knife, and I'll finish it off. A trace of displeasure flashed across Goto's eyebrows, obviously feeling that Baidu was provoking him. Yet, Baidu nodded slightly, and then pulled out the Nichiren blades. His Nichiren blades are unremarkable, plain black in color. However, upon careful observation, under the reflection of the sunlight, the blade was actually glowing with a faint golden color, and there was even a dragon pattern. Very well, then I'm welcome. Goto laughed heartily, also holding the knife with both hands. As an old man of the ghost-killing squad, he has of course heard the rumors about Baidu, and has always wanted to meet this strongest rookie. Soon, however, Goto will pay for his curiosity. P.S. The second update today, try to complete it. Come on! Come on! Chapter 14 Comprehension Complete Works Changzhong, New Book Asks for Flowers. Baidu nodded slightly and cheered up. He held up the Nichiren blades in both hands, staring straight ahead with a piercing gaze. Since the content of the demonstration is the complete works Changzhong, of course the swordsmanship performed by the two must also be related to the breathing method. Invisibly, dust was raised in the training. Finding that Baidu's aura was no weaker than his own, Goto stared blankly, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Before coming here, Yubayashiki explained that he must pay attention to this newcomer, and now it seems that he should not be underestimated. On the other hand, the swordsman in the audience showed suspicious eyes. How can the breathing method be released? No, it's pure aura that caused the change. I didn't expect that Mr. Goto could reach this step. I thought only Zhu could do it. Shouldn't the focus be on Baidu? For a moment, the old players all stared round, paying special attention to this escalated challenge. Feeling everyone's burning eyes, Goto smiled instead of anger. Baidu, be careful. Clear. Before the words fell, Goto had already swung the Nichiren blades first, and a gust of wind blew up in an instant. Surprisingly, his breathing method reveals a thick breath, and even the wind is violent and rough. This kind of attack is completely open and close. Baidu knew it well, and roughly guessed which lineage of swordsman Goto came from. Breath of Rock. Compared with other breathing methods, the Breath of Rock emphasizes a solid foundation and thick accumulation. It neither has the ingenious strength of the Breath of Water to overcome rigidity with softness, nor the rapid burst of Breath of Thunder. What Yanhu has is the momentum of Mount Tai. However, Baidu did not dodge, but raised his hand and turned out a ball of sword flowers, and the sound of running water faintly resounded. Breath of Water 2-type water wheel. Wow! In the next second, Goto's attack was easily resolved. Seeing this picture, Goto felt the pressure for the first time, but Baidu actually had another trick. The footsteps were light and silent, and in an instant, Baidu was already close to him. Water breathing, 3 shapes, flowing and dancing. This is an offensive and defensive move, which can make the body move at a high speed like a stream of water, and due to the speed of the action, several afterimages are often left behind wherever it passes. As a result, the team members in the audience also saw an unimaginable scene. Tear. Although Goto evaded consciously, speed was not his forte, and a corner of his clothes was eventually torn off. Goto frowned, as if he was struggling fiercely. But soon, all his emotions turned into a wry smile. Baidu, I admit that I lost. Before the words fell, those old team members finally exploded. What? Mr. Goto surrendered. How is it possible? Did I hear wrong? If Goto knew that he was no match for Baidu, but still slapped his swollen face to pretend to be fat, and continued to bite the bullet, the result would undoubtedly be a worse loss. He admits so freely now, but it makes people feel good. After sorting out his thoughts, Goto looked at Baidu helplessly. Baidu, with your strength, even if you only have the first stage, you are far better than me in Changzhong, not to mention. Having said that, Goto gave Baidu a deep look. He didn't go on. Because Goto's last sentence is, what's more, you have already glimpsed the way of Changzhong. Mr. Goto's praise, small skill. Baidu bowed to him humbly, and knew that Goto deliberately reserved, not revealing his strength. He knew in his heart that Goto was not trying to save face for himself, but want to keep Baidu's secret. Let Kibutsuji Musen get the news in case someone wants to reveal it. As the saying goes, Mu Xiu Yu Lin Feng will destroy it. Although it is impossible for ghosts to exist in the ghost-killing team, no one can guarantee that there are no spies of Musen. Once Kibutsuji Musen knows that there is a genius like Baidu, maybe he will really focus on care. But just the challenge of the two of them just now was exciting enough to shock everyone. Is this true? Even Mr. Goto is ashamed of himself. Could it be that this newcomer has already learned the complete works of Changzhong? But isn't he just here? Do you think that Baidu is the stepson of Zhu? Stepson does not refer to heirs, but is more inclined to disciples and successors. Most of the pillars will select good seedlings among the ghost swordsmen as the key training objects, such as Tsuyuri Kanawo is the stepson of Kocho Shinobu, Kenroji Mitsurai is the stepson of Rengoku Shinjura. Even Rengoku Kyujura once wanted Tanjiro to be his stepson. Once Zhu died, the stepson would most likely become the new Zhu as a matter of course, so as to ensure the strongest strength of the ghost-killing team. The strength shown by Baidu has already surpassed the cognition of ordinary people, and the solidification of the breathing method is even more unbelievable. It's hard to believe that he's really just a rookie. Baidu, if you have time, I still want to ask you for advice. Goto scratched his head a little unconfidently. Obviously he was the teacher responsible for the teaching of the Ghost Slayer squad, but he became a student in front of Baidu. Regarding Goto's request, Baidu also smiled and said, I'm waiting anytime. Thanks. After all, Goto nodded heavily. And Baidu also sheathed Nichiren blades and chose to walk out of the training ground. After all, he has learned the complete concentration Changzhong. The next thing he has to do is to get familiar with it. Looking at the back of Baidu going away, Keikono Quangjin has not turned the corner until this moment. This is leaving? However, looking at the entire training ground, no one questioned it. Because everyone understands that Baidu has this qualification. Even more of this strength. P.S. The third update today, try to complete it. Come on. Come on. Chapter 15 Exiting Customs and Going Down the Mountain, new book asks for flowers. Soon, 2 days passed quietly. In this short period of time, Baidu conquered a group of ghost-slaying swordsmen with his outstanding swordsmanship and breathing techniques, and also won the recognition of the veteran players. Goto even said bluntly, Baidu no longer needs anyone to teach him, he can be on his own. Such a high evaluation has never been achieved by anyone in the Demon Slayer squad except Zhu. Since Baidu left the training ground, he sat cross-legged in the back of the mountain every day, bathing in the mountain breeze and feeling the nature. In the dark, I touched the threshold of the unity of man and nature. He recalled how Urokodaka Seikanji demonstrated water breathing and his understanding of the breathing method when he first ascended Mount SAGIRI. So Baidu explored on his own, and gradually comprehended the essentials of the complete works, and quickly mastered them. What surprised him even more was that when he maintained the state of full concentration and normal concentration, the Nichiren blades held in his hand also moved. It even churned out substantial flames. You must know that although the name of the breathing method contains natural elements such as fire, water, wind, and thunder, it does not really exist, but a state simulated by the energy in the swordsman's body. But the Nichiren blades in Baidu's hands released a truly pure flame. This has gone beyond the reach of the breathing method. Unfortunately, this phenomenon is not achieved every time, obviously there is still some kind of law. But Baidu believes that he will soon be able to use it freely. Finally, at the end of 2 days before the sign-in task, the crow flew to Baidu again. Quack! Baidu, give the order now. Immediately head to the village below the mountain to find out where the ogre is. With the new task, Baidu can finally exercise his muscles and bones. He immediately chose to go down the mountain, and when he passed the training ground, he also met the old players who were still listening to the lecture. When they saw Baidu leave the customs, many people burst into smiles. Kusano Kusakami also greeted him among them. Originally, the rumors about Baidu never stopped, and many people even had doubts, saying that the selection in Fujishishin was tricky. But since the last time, he easily defeated Goto. All the rumors were self-defeating. For this newcomer, everyone had no other emotions except awe. Is that Baidu? Even smaller than expected. I heard that he is only 16 years old, is it true? Don't even think about it, a genius like Baidu is destined to be a man of Zhu. The man of the pillar? You mean? Ahem, please don't let Lord Kochu hear you. As everyone said, Baidu has already impressed everyone on the training ground after only a few days in the team. And his name spread throughout the ghost-killing squad. Many girls from Butterfly House even asked for leave and ran out of the ward in order to see this evildoer. On the other hand, Baidu is calm about this. Because he had expected this scene a long time ago, as for becoming Zhu, it was also a matter of time. After completing the task, you should be able to go to the courtyard, right? I just don't know, what will be the reward this time? Baidu was talking to himself, still thinking about the rewards given by the sign-in task. Unexpectedly, his words were heard by others. Reward? What are you thinking about, kid? Lang Buting raised his head and saw that the person speaking was a strong, unkempt man with half a dog's tail grass in his mouth. For the reward that Baidu said, the strong man dismissed it, with a disgusted expression on his face. Join the ghost-killing team, don't think about these things, if you are afraid of death, leave. In response, Baidu smiled lightly. He didn't want to explain anything, but proved it in another way. Besides, as weak as you are, you will die if you meet a ghost. If you want me to see it, it's better to be early. The next second, Baidu suddenly raised his head. He smiled and looked at the strong man while narrowing his eyes. At a certain moment, a strong pressure suddenly fell on the strong man's back, directly pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe, and even the big rough black face turned into a liver-colored one. This is... Looking at Baidu's faint smile, the strong man immediately realized something. His eyes were full of disbelief, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. Strong? Strong? How could this kid be so strong? Just the momentum has reached this level, if you really do it. Seeing that the strong man was almost suffocating, Baidu gradually restrained the pressure from the sword, and the latter suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Upon careful observation, he was already sweating profusely, and his heart was beating wildly, as if he might pop out at any time. In just a few seconds, the strong man almost passed away. Soon, a faint voice of inquiry came from his ear. Are you sure it's me who sent you to death? No, it's not. The strong man put his hands together quickly, and lowered his head in an extremely humble posture. How could he still show off his power just now? And when he noticed the name on Baidu's chest, he even showed a shocked expression. You are Baidu. Your Excellency. Baidu frowned slightly, and said lightly, what's wrong? He didn't expect that his reputation would spread throughout the ghost-killing squad so quickly, so that the strong man suddenly changed his face. No, nothing. The strong man swallowed deeply, scratched his head in embarrassment and said, here is the information about this mission and your monthly salary. Please keep it. The monthly salary is the monthly salary paid by the ghost killing squad. Although there are only a few dozen Taisho coins, it is enough to show the sincerity of Yubayashiki Kaguya. After all, it is not a small expense to support such a large organization as the ghost killing squad. Baidu nodded slightly, and quickly left the ghost killing team. Looking at his receding back and confirming that Baidu did not turn his head again, the strong man wiped his sweat with relief. At the same time, he was also thankful that he had escaped a catastrophe. Is this Baidu really a newcomer? P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 16 Young man, do you want a wife or not? New book asks for flowers. Hey, finally left. Just when the strong man was still anxious, a slap suddenly landed on his back. Snapped. All of a sudden, the strong man jumped half a meter high by reflex, accompanied by a strange cry. Ah! For the funny performance of the strong man, there was a burst of laughter immediately behind him. It turned out that they were also two similarly dressed Ghost Slayer swordsmen. Yuzuki, what's wrong with you? Could it be that a ghost broke in? Look, it scared you, screaming like a woman. The burly man named Seongsuk turned around and realized that his companion was teasing him, and immediately blushed with anger. What do you know? I am not afraid. The two swordsmen looked at each other, and they both saw banter from each other. If you're not afraid, why are you yelling so loudly? I did that because... As if thinking of something, Yuzuki, who wanted to argue, suddenly lowered his head, and his face was extremely red. After a battle between heaven and man, he finally revealed the whole story. What? You said it was the newcomer. How is it possible? He has just joined the team, how could he have the courage to be so arrogant? When they heard Baidu's actions, Xingta and Sanchuan felt incredible. In fact, a few days ago, they heard that a rookie had defeated Gotu, felt that the old players had lost face, and secretly wrote down the name. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Xiangja would be bullied by him. This newcomer is really ignorant. I think that Goto guy is probably just pretending, maybe he just took advantage of it. I've seen a lot of tricks like this. I guess real people can't do much better. The two were discussing indignantly, but only Seongsuk knew that Baidu's strength was not adulterated, but also extremely strong. Thinking that the two friends were going to provoke Baidu, he hurriedly stopped him. Don't touch bad luck, really. When I think about it now, I'm still scared. What Yuzuki said was the truth. Baidu's mere glance just now was enough to make him almost suffocate. At that time, it seemed that as long as Baidu looked at him, his body would be torn apart. Unexpectedly, Xiangja's advice fell into the ears of the two, but it turned into a mockery, and they immediately turned their faces. Yuzuki, why have you been fooled too? A cowardly man like you will never be able to catch up with Liangzi. As soon as the word Ryoko was mentioned, Seongsuk immediately blushed and faltered, stop talking nonsense, It's a pity that when he came back to his senses, how could there be Xingta and Sanchuan in front of him? Those two guys who didn't know what to do, had already gone after Baidu's figure, aiming at the village under the mountain of the ghost-killing squad. Seeing this, Yuzuki let out a long sigh. These two guys, oh! I'd better notify Butterfly House earlier and prepare to collect the body for them. At the same time, relying on the speed of the demon power, Baidu reached the foot of the mountain in just a few minutes. As he had imagined, since the village was close to the base of the Ghost Slayer squad, it was managed in an orderly manner, and even bandits never came. Baidu nodded slightly, thinking highly of Yubayashiki. But now it was broad daylight, and the ghosts probably wouldn't show up. Baidu just took this opportunity to investigate in the village first. Unexpectedly, he found several villagers one after another, but the answers he got were roughly similar. What the hell? Boy, what are you talking about? This old man has grown up so much, I've never heard of ogres. Whose family's child is this? He looks quite juicy, really pleasing. A famous lady at the entrance of the village took her eyes on Baidu and kept listening to him. From what she meant, it seemed that she wanted Baidu to be her son-in-law. Young man, do you want a wife? As long as you open Jingkao, I will send it to you later. Facing this aunt who was smiling profusely, Baidu had one head and two big ones. You have grown up like this, how poor that girl is. Fortunately, he didn't say that, but turned around and left quickly. Only the aunt was left dumbfounded. Young people nowadays are really too shy. Not open at all. Unexpectedly, as soon as Baidu left the village on his front foot, he found trouble on his back foot. Looking carefully, it was Xingta and Makawa who came to provoke him. Seeing the gesture of the two men rolling up their sleeves, Baidu guessed a thing or two. You are the newcomer. Baidu. Xingta and Makawa looked at each other and smiled, their faces were full of ill intentions. In the past few days, Baidu's deeds have already worn out their ears. Fuji attacked the mountain and passed the level without injury, caught the spies of ghosts, easily defeated Godu. There are even rumors that Baidu has been appointed as the pillar by default. In fact, Baidu is not interested in becoming Zhu, he is more inclined to reach a cooperative relationship with the ghost-killing team. If given a choice, Baidu would prefer to be a guest minister. But Xingta and Sanchuan didn't think so. They only thought that Baidu stole the limelight, and they had been secretly unhappy with him for a long time. More importantly, I thought Baidu was physically strong. I didn't expect to be so thin when we first met. Now the two are finally convinced that Godu must have let the water go, and all the rumors are a play directed by Baidu. Hey, boy! After provoking our friends, are you going to go like this? Don't you know the rules of the Demon Slayer squad? P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 17 The Gambling Begins. Rule. Looking at their provocative expressions, Baidu could only smile. Will the lion turn back because the dog barks? Furthermore, there has been a saying since ancient times, it is a mediocrity not to be envied by others. So Baidu also smiled and opened his mouth when talking about what Xingta and Sanchuan said. Rules are made for people, not you. At first they were confused when they heard these words, but when they understood, they couldn't help being furious. Damn it, whoever you scold is not human. Koda, calm down. Makawa reached out to stop the excited Koda, and turned to look at Baidu with a sneer. Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet? While talking, Sanchuan sized up Baidu with those squinting eyes, thinking he had seen through his details. Looking at your appearance, you should also be here to carry out the mission, right? How about this, let's compare and see who can find the ghost in the village first. After listening to Makawa's explanation, Xingta gradually understood, and then his eyes lit up. Yes, although Baidu's swordsmanship is superb, it doesn't mean that he is good at finding ghosts. What's more, I and Sanchuan are old players. After so many years of fighting in the ghost-killing team, I'm already familiar with it. This bet is completely in favor of two people. Baidu is less than a little bit cheaper. Thinking of this, Xingta couldn't help grinning, as if seeing the picture of Baidu being deflated. Being able to stand on top of such a genius would greatly enhance his reputation in the ghost-killing squad. Baidu, I know that you defeated Godu. You do have some accomplishments in swordsmanship. Besides, with our qualifications, we are really bullying you. Koda followed Makawa's words and rubbed his fingers secretly. How about this, whoever finds the ghost first is the winner. The other party will not only pay 3 months' salary, but also tell everyone about it. What do you think? Xingta and Sanchuan smiled sadly, as if they felt they were sure of winning. After all, the two have received professional training from the ghost-killing team and are familiar with the weaknesses and hiding places of ghosts, so they are naturally full of confidence. But Baidu has only been in the team for a few days. However, the two of them never imagined that for Baidu, looking for ghosts, it's even easier than drinking cold water. Because as early as when he was inspecting the village just now, he had already smelled the smell of ghosts from the wind and determined the location of the ogre. They have already lost this bet. Seeing that Baidu was silent, Xingta and Makawa smiled even wider. They thought that the other party was afraid to accept this bet, so they couldn't help provoking words. Why, is our strongest rookie afraid? Or, everything before was a farce directed and acted by oneself? Xingta, I already said that Goto can't lose, you still have to say he's great. The two talked to each other, like two gossiping women. On the other hand, Baidu raised the corners of his mouth contemptuously. Forget it, since you all insist on asking for trouble, then I won't refuse any more, as long as you find that ghost, you will win, right? As soon as these words came out, Xingta and Sanchuan were suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, there was sincere excitement, and even more arrogant ridicule. Sanchuan, this guy actually agreed. Haha, he doesn't really think it's so easy to find ghosts, does he? The two laughed and laughed for a while and suddenly stopped, because they found that Baidu did not intend to panic at all. Xingtai nodded and said, Boy, then you are ready to take the money and let us expose it. After finishing speaking, Koda and Makawa turned and left, and went to the east and west sides of the village separately. Looking at their overjoyed backs, Baidu smiled faintly. Stupid guy. Baidu placed his right hand on the Nichiren blades, his eyes suddenly flashed, and a bright blood-colored light burst out unexpectedly. It's the perfect sci-fi template. In the past few days, Baidu has continuously sharpened the demon power in his body, and gradually figured out something. For example, his blood-colored eyes at this moment are the expression of demon power. In this state, Baidu will have the super perception ability of Ses Homaru, and he can easily get information about things that happen in a very distant place, so as to obtain intelligence. In other words, the radius of 10 miles is under control. Call. He sniffed lightly, and suddenly frowned the next second. Because Baidu discovered that the ghost that was hiding in a thatched hut just now has disappeared? Is he ready to start attacking humans? Seeing this situation, Baidu narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched his figure at the same time. Interesting. A few hours passed quietly, and night fell. The village at the foot of the mountain is still so peaceful and quiet, every household is lit with candles, and there is no trace of ghosts at all. In fact, this is the case. In the world of Demon Slayer, not everyone knows the existence of ghosts, and even the ghost-killing team is just a rumor. The reason is because of the old dog Kibutsuji Muzan. Since being chased and killed once by Ji Koyuan, Muzan has learned to hide, and even the ghosts under him have learned to grow obscenely. More importantly, ghosts are originally nocturnal. On the outskirts of the village, two figures, one big and one small, gathered together once. Well, did you find the ghost? No, I searched half of the village and found nothing. Could it be that kid is lying to us? Impossible, since he went down the mountain, he must have a mission. The two who spoke were Xingta and Makawa, and they seemed to have gained nothing from what they said. Unexpectedly, when the two were talking, there were small footsteps behind them. Gilu. And the sound of swallowing saliva. P.S. The second update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 18 Only one sword cuts it, new book asks for flowers. Snapped. In the dead silence, a pat sound broke the silence. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Koda frowned suddenly. He was upset when he didn't find the ogre, and Makawa wanted to tease him here. Sanchuan, what time is it? Quickly take your hands away. What hand? That's the one. Koda saw that Makawa was still pretending to be garlic, so he couldn't help patting it with his fat paw, wanting to push that hand away. Seeing this picture, Sanchuan suddenly shivered. Koda, that doesn't seem to be my hand. What? Xingta turned his head abruptly, and found that the hand was extremely shriveled, covered with goosebumps like a chicken paw, and just one glance made one's scalp tingle. Thinking of what Sanchuan said again, his head suddenly became dizzy. It's not Sanchuan, could it be? You, what did you say? Hearing Koda's voice trembling, Makawa also turned pale with fright, and his legs and feet were also weak. Just when the two were suspicious, a weak voice of inquiry came from next to their ears, you too? Ah! Koda and Makawa screamed at the same time and stood up in a panic. However, to the surprise of the two, when they turned around, they realized that it was not an ogre standing behind them. It was the ant who greeted Baida during the day. Seeing the flashing Nichiren blades, the ant was stunned and said tremblingly, "Small, young man, what are you doing?" Koda and Makawa looked at each other and scratched their heads in embarrassment. "What's the matter with you?" Seeing the two put away their knives silently, the ant let out a long sigh of relief, patted her heart and said weakly, "What are you two cats doing here in the middle of the night? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, go to the ant's house to make do with it, don't be hungry." The ant smiled kindly. The reason why she was so friendly was because of the ghost killing squad outfit. Although the ant doesn't know what the ghost killing squad is, she knows that these people are not bad people. There was a famine in the village one year, and Yabayashiki Kaguya went down the mountain to rescue them. So for the ghost killing squad, Madam is absolutely at ease. This. Sanchuan smiled awkwardly, being frightened by the ant's enthusiasm. Xingta waved his hands helplessly, "No need, aunt, we are performing a mission, your kindness is appreciated." "Okay, young man, go back early." Xingta and Sanchuan nodded, and finally felt relieved when they saw the auntie carrying the basket and leaving. Being interrogated by this aunt was even more uncomfortable than meeting Zhu. "Where did that ghost go?" "Don't even think about it, even the two of us can't be found, and that guy Baidu is even more impossible." Unexpectedly, not long after, a scream was suddenly heard not far from them. The two of them shook their heads immediately, and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Because this voice was exactly that ant just now. Thinking of this, Xingta and Sanchuan mentioned Nichiren blades and hurried away, and they came to the source of the sound not long after. Strange, monster! As they expected, the ant had collapsed to the ground, and opposite her was an ogre on all fours. Noticing the arrival of Xingta and Makawa, the two yellow eyes showed a playful look, and even swallowed. "There are two more guys. Looks like I'll have enough to eat tonight." Facing the siege of two ghost-slaying swordsmen, the ghost did not retreat but advanced. Xingta and Sanchuan looked at each other, and they drew their swords at the same time, attacking the ghost left and right. Although the two have similar movements and steps, the aura they release is completely different. Koda's eyes widened, and the Nichiren blades glowed red, which was a sign of the breath of flame. Sanchuan's breath is soft, it is also the breath of water. But he is not a disciple of Urokadakase Kanji, because there is more than one trainer of water breathing. Water breath one shape water surface slash. Breath of flame one shape Shiranui. With the double temperature of scorching hot and cold, the ghost was startled first, and made an unexpected movement. Hearing a thud, he jumped and disappeared in front of his eyes. Xingta and Sanchuan were immediately dumbfounded. Could it be that this ghost can also walk through walls? As we all know, when the power of ghosts reaches a certain level, they can learn the ability called vampirism by themselves, such as Susumaru's critical handball, Yahuba's red arrow. And after reaching the level of 12 Kizuki, they will have a variety of vampire skills and specialize in a certain field. The ogre they were facing now was exactly like this. He used a vampire technique similar to escaping from the ground. This is also the reason why this ghost can temporarily escape Baidu's sense of smell. It can be described as very difficult to deal with. Not good. Koda, behind you. Hearing Makawa's reminder, Koda turned around subconsciously, but was caught straight. The next moment, he spat out turbid blood, left a deep fist mark on his heart, and broke several ribs. On the other hand, Sanchuan seemed to be facing an enemy, holding his knife profusely in sweat. No, it's impossible. The ghost approached slowly and kept licking its lips with its tongue. It had already regarded the two of them as extra meal tonight. At this critical moment, the ghost suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, he got into the ground recklessly, and Sanchuan was also dumbfounded. Ran. Before Sanchuan came back to his senses, an extremely solid Bai Lian descended from the sky. Wow! Boom! The dust stirred up in mid-air was cut away by this white light, piercing the ground like a silver sword. And at the end of this white light is a young man holding a sword. Koda and Mikawa couldn't help but know this person. It is Baidu, who is known as the strongest rookie. This kind of momentum has already far surpassed the two of them, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are crushed. What shocked them even more was that as Baidu spun the Nichiren blades, the white light also drilled into the dirt, kicking up billows of dust. And the ghost that fled in a hurry was also thrown to the surface. Ah! The sword light pierced his whole body, and almost instantly, the ghost was shattered and disappeared into the air. In the middle of the sky, the figure stepping on the white light. It is impossible not to be in awe. And the two who were still arrogant and domineering before, have been completely blinded and opened their mouths wide. How is this possible? Baidu didn't even use the breathing method to eliminate a ghost just by the pressure of the sword. He has only been in the team for less than a week, and he has grown to such a degree, it's really scary. At this moment, apart from being in awe, Xingta and Sanchuan only had hot faces. They finally understood why Goto failed. Why Baidu is the strongest rookie ever. P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 19 Ghost Killing Squad Headquarters, New Book asks for flowers. Please, please, don't hurt me. Wait, you're not. The ant yelled hoarsely, and she is still terrified to this day. However, when she saw the appearance of the person holding the sword, the ant's expression gradually became more exciting, and her brows were also raised. Young man, why is it you? Hearing this familiar voice, Baidu, who had just retracted the Nichiren blades into its sheath, glanced coldly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Soon, he smiled and nodded. Ma'am, are you okay? No, it's okay. The ant patted her buttocks and stood up lively again. Young man, if it weren't for you guys, I would have to confess to being here tonight. Ma'am, thank you very much. She originally wanted to introduce her daughter to Baidu, but now it seems that these people are far from something she can provoke. At the same time, Koda and Mikawa stood up worriedly, and silently walked in front of Baidu. The two of them drooped their heads, not daring to meet Baidu's eyes. Why, do you want to try again? Koda and Mikawa couldn't help but look at each other, and quickly shook their heads like a rattle. They can't figure it out. Why Baidu possesses such powerful power, like a heavenly being. The gap between the two parties is simply a world of difference. How dare Xingta and Mikawa dare to do it again? Recalling the previous scenes, Xingta and Sanchuan suddenly felt extremely hot, and felt a wave of fear in their hearts. Thinking of this, the two made an astonishing move. Crack! With a loud bang, the two Ghost Slayer swordsmen had already knelt down in front of Baidu, without even the courage to raise their heads. Against such a strong man? It's tantamount to courting death. What's more, if Baidu hadn't made a timely move tonight, they would have lost their lives a long time ago, so they all bowed their heads by coincidence. Thank you Lord Baidu for saving your life. Go through fire and water, and do whatever you want. In response, Baidu nodded slightly. Now that the task has been completed, there is no need for him to stay. The most urgent task is to rush back to the Demon Slayer squad and wait for the meeting with Yubayashiki Kaguya. Seeing that he was about to leave, Xingta and Sanchuan apologized for a while, and they also kept their promises and paid out a little more than a month's salary. Seeing that their attitudes were quite sincere, Baidu also responded. After watching Baidu leave, Xingta and Sanchuan came to their senses and patted their chests in fear. Sanchuan, I now believe, those rumors are true. Compared to Master Baidu, I am not worthy of being a swordsman at all, so I should ask for the hidden service. If I knew it earlier, I would have listened to Yuzuk. Hearing Koda's exclamation, Makawa also felt a lot of emotion. Master Baidu, is he really a newcomer? When they said this, Koda and Makawa couldn't be sure. Whenever I think back to the scenes of Baidu flying into the sky, and the swordsmanship that crushed ghosts into powder with a random sword, it's enough to be recorded in the history of the ghost killing squad. No wonder everyone says that Baidu is a genius. Now that I think about it, genius is no longer enough to describe his existence. It is more appropriate to say that he is a monster. In the eyes of Koda and Makawa, Baidu even surpassed Zhu. I believe that after this incident, rumors about Baidu will spread like wildfire, and will soon reach Yubayashiki's ears. In the early morning of the next day, Baidu finally received a message from the crow. Quack! Baidu, give the order now. Immediately go to the courtyard of the headquarters and accept the reward for this mission. Reward? The corners of Baidu's mouth rose slightly, with a hint of anticipation. Because in addition to the rewards obtained from the task, the most important thing is that the system's sign-in task has also been successfully completed. Boom boom! At this moment, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Excuse me, is Mr. Baidu here? I am Yin who is in charge of leading you. Please open the door. As Baidu expected, there was a young man completely wrapped in black, covering half of his face, waiting at the door. This is the post-processing team of the ghost-killing team. They are uniformly dressed. Most of them are composed of members without swordsmanship skills, and they are responsible for finishing the finishing work after fighting the ghosts. Seeing Baidu, Ming Yin couldn't help frowning. What's wrong? It's okay. Yin nodded awkwardly, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Mr. Baidu is younger than I thought, it's really surprising. Baidu smiled and didn't say much. Along the way, the two chatted casually, and Baidu also got a general understanding of the current situation of the Ghost Slayer squad. Different from the original plot, because the time is 3 years earlier, there are no familiar characters in this generation of 9 pillars. The youngest are Uzui Tenjin and Iguro Obanai. Next, there are Yanzhu Rengoku Shinjira and Yanzhu Haimjima Kyume. The remaining seats are still waiting to be filled by newcomers because the old column has just withdrawn. Surprisingly, however, it was not Yubayashiki Kaguya who entertained Baidu this time, but one of the current 9 pillars. Master Huazu, this is Mr. Baidu. I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay, I'll go first then. That Ming Yin clasped his hands respectfully, and quickly walked out of the courtyard with a spring-like smile on his face. Mrs. Huazu is still so kind and gentle. Just as he explained the matter, at the same time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Baidu's ear. System, check the task details. Ding, please arrive at the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad within a week, and accept the Yubayashiki Kaguya setting test, and you will receive system rewards. The test of Yubayashiki Kaguya. What will it be? Unexpectedly, just as Baidu was about to enter the courtyard, a hurried figure suddenly broke into the field of vision. Don't follow me! The visitor had black hair and purple pupils, purple hair tips, short hair like a boy, a serious expression, and a bit serious expression. She also wears a mint-colored Kocho beret in her hair, and the feathers are like Kocho's wings, swaying and swaying with the movement. How could he meet her here? Seeing this tomboy, Baidu narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a yin followed behind the tomboy, already out of breath. Miss Shinobu, you can't. Master Kocho told you that you can't go. P.S. The 4th update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on! Chapter 20 The Opposite Kocho's Sisters, New Book Asks for Flowers. Miss Shinobi, Master Hwazu has already explained, you can't. Why doesn't my sister let me go down the mountain? That is because. Faced with Ming Yin's persuasive persuasion, the butterfly-clothed girl seemed a little annoyed, her pretty face flushed. The reason why she insisted on seeing Hwazu was because in a previous mission, someone found the trace of Xiaxian ghost. As long as she can kill this ghost, it is possible to fill the vacancy of the current Juzu. Maybe, can help my sister. However, to the girl's surprise, after hearing about this, her older sister denied the proposal and advised Yubayashiki Kaguya to temporarily give up. The girl in butterfly clothes was indignant about this. Because in her opinion, she has already been able to stand on her own, and even competed with Xia Xiangui. That's why she insisted on finding her sister, the current Hwazu. Coco Kane. And the identity of the girl in butterfly clothes is self-evident, it is her sister Kocho Shinobu. Are you sure your sister is in there? Miss Shinobu, really? Kocho Shinobu angrily walked to the gate of the courtyard, and the next step was to break in directly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a Nichiren blade suddenly stood in front of her, causing Kocho Shinobu to stop. She frowned slightly, turned her head abruptly, and found that the person holding the knife turned out to be a young man about her age. That faint smile is exactly Baidu, who has been watching the show for a long time. Who are you? Kocho Shinobu's brows were filled with anger, thinking that he was going to stop him, he couldn't help reaching out his hand to pry the scabbard away. She raised her hand slightly, and she was about to provoke Nichiren blades. But at this moment, the scabbard suddenly shook, and the extended air wave rushed away from her little hand. Kocho Shinobu's beautiful eyes were startled, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, looking at Baidu's calm smile, she only felt that she was being provoked. In such a mood, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but have the urge to draw his sword. Are you sure you want to draw the knife? The corner of Baidu's mouth curled into a smile, and he said softly, break into the courtyard for no reason, and draw swords at the swordsmen of the same team. Just these two things are enough for you to be locked up, right? You. As soon as this remark came out, Kocho Shinobu also realized the seriousness of the problem. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't find a reason to refute, so she could only watch Baidu chuckle. Humph. After a battle between heaven and man, Kocho Shinobu finally let out a cold snort, and silently put away the rapier in his hand. Then he left the courtyard without looking back. Seeing this scene, Yin behind him breathed a sigh of relief, and gave Baidu a grateful look. Thank you, my lord. No problem. Baidu nodded slightly, watching the two leave. On Kocho Shinobu just now, he didn't feel any hostility, it was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. If she is smart enough, maybe she will thank Baidu. In fact, this is exactly the case. The reason why Kocho Shinobu in the original plot has a professional smirk is because she tried to become as gentle as her sister in her lifetime in order to inherit Kane's behest. But this time period, Kocho Kane is not dead yet. So Kocho Shinobu is still a childish girl, and her personality is more like a tomboy. Baidu smiled and walked into the courtyard. He believed that the next time the two of them met, wouldn't be too far away. Rustle. The breeze blows across the face, and what Baidu sees is a leisurely and natural pastoral scenery where flowers, birds, mountains, and rivers are full of fragrance. Antique island wooden houses, tatami mats used to talk about tea, and sunny dolls hanging under the eaves. Such a beautiful scenery is indeed peaceful. Is this the place? Baidu's mind moved, and he couldn't help blurting out. Unexpectedly, just as he was admiring the scenery, the Nichiren blades in his hand trembled, conveying a faint fighting intent. Someone is approaching. Thinking of this, Baidu turned around abruptly, releasing a biting cold air instantly. As expected of a swordsman praised by my lord. It really lives up to its reputation. This voice is soft and melodious, as if it is the sound of nature, which makes people yearn for it. And what came into view was a picturesque dimple. The same long black hair, purple eyes, wearing colorful feathers with kocho patterns, and kocho hairpins on both sides of the hair. It looks somewhat similar to Kocho Shinobu just now. However, the difference is that this woman is not only tall, but also has a faint smile on her pretty face, and her speech is soft, making her feel like a spring breeze. Seeing her coming, Baidu silently put away his sword pressure. There is no doubt that she is Kocho Shinobu's older sister and current style. Koko Kane. Thank you for what happened just now. Kane seemed to have guessed something, smiled and bowed slightly. Xin Shinobu is still young, and her temper is also a little irritable. I will ask her to apologize to Mr. Baidu afterwards. Baidu shook his head and didn't say anything more. Correct. Seeing that Baidu didn't speak, Kane took the initiative to break the silence, and explained lightly, I'm really sorry, my lord's condition worsened last night, and I was escorted to the Jinggu by 2 Zhu lords to recuperate, so I was sent to pick you up. Jinggu? Baidu thought about it, that should be the residence of the priests. It's just, what will be the test set by Yubayashiki? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 1 minute, and if you quit halfway, it will be regarded as a sign-in failure. Soon, the familiar countdown started again, and Kocho Kane also took out a package with a smile. This is the reward my lord gave you. Please put it away, please. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 21 Yubayashiki and number 039, S gift, new book asks for flowers. Baidu was moved, nodded, and thanked Kocho Kane, and took the heavy package from her hand. Although he didn't know what was inside, the weight alone was enough to explain Yubayashiki Kaguya's intentions. Obviously, this is the other party showing favor to Baidu. Kocho Kane smiled faintly, his eyes turned into crescent moons, without the slightest airs and momentum as a pillar, more like the big sister next door. This is the real her, an optimistic, cheerful, gentle and kind woman. Kane's greatest wish is for humans and ghosts to coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, these are troubled times. Those ghosts will not understand her good intentions, and under the influence of Kibutsuji Musen, they will only blindly deceive and harm the people. And it was this kindness that eventually led to Kane's death in the plot. Fortunately, she met Baidu. Tragedy will never happen again. Sensing Kane's expectant gaze, Baidu nodded slightly, and directly opened the package granted by Yubayashiki. This is... When I opened it, what was inside was not money, but a pair of bracelets made of fine steel. To be more precise, it should be a weight-bearing bracelet for training. Mr. Baidu, my lord knows that you have always been strict with yourself. In order to better help your practice, he specially got rid of the knife-forging village to create this pair of bracelets. Hope you'll like it. Kocho Kane spoke softly with a smile on his lips. I see. The corners of Baidu's mouth raised slightly, he took out the pair of bracelets from the package, and put them on his hands silently. His movements were indeed a little slow. What made Baidu's eyes even brighter was that this pair of bracelets could actually transmit demon power. This is enough to show that the material used to make the bracelet is absolutely extraordinary. Good. Sensing Baidu's happy expression, Kocho Kane also nodded with a smile. Mr. Baidu, there is one more thing to ask of you. Before the words fell, Kane took out another document. Baidu glanced at it, and found that the information recorded on it turned out to be a ghost, and the words major were also marked on it. Could it be 12 Kizuki? I remember that in the original book, Kocho Kane encountered Doma during the task. According to the instructions of the Lord, a ghost has recently been discovered in Qi Mountain. Many swordsmen have gone to investigate and returned without success. I hope you can assist in completing this task. After listening to Kanei's explanation, Baidu didn't reply, but carefully read the information about ghosts. Qi Yushan, the ogre, and the swordsman disappeared. After a long time, he nodded slowly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system's notification sound came as scheduled. 2. 1. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, move, Kang Glongba. Sorry-Uppo is one of Sesshomaru's most commonly used moves. It injects evil spirits on the blade and gathers it into a bright blue dragon to attack. Its power far exceeds that of wind injury, and it can even scatter explosions. It once severely injured Inuyasha. The moment the prompt ended, Baidu suddenly frowned slightly. He couldn't help but hold the trembling Nichiren blades, gently raised his fingertips, and unexpectedly drew silk threads formed by condensed demon power. By this time, Baidu had already discovered that his demonic power was turning into substance. Even Baidu himself didn't realize that he was unconsciously releasing the pressure of the sword, as well as that almost terrifying demon power. As time passed by, Baidu suddenly opened his eyes. On the other hand, Kanei behind her frowned slightly. Is this his power? Sure enough, just like the legend, just the momentum is enough to make people retreat. It's just that he is obviously about the same age as Shinobi, so why is there such incredible coercion? What's wrong? Baidu turned sideways slightly, only then noticed Kanei's stiff expression. Hearing this indifferent inquiry, Kanei woke up like a dream, her pretty face flushed and said, "No, it's okay. Then this matter will trouble Mr. Baidu." Kocho Kanei tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, but no matter how she tried to hide it, she couldn't avoid the shock just now. Baidu nodded, and quickly left the courtyard. He can't wait to try it out. The power of the Kang Long Po is broken. Call. It wasn't until Baidu left that the blush on Kanei's face faded, and she subconsciously let go of the hem of her clothes. Suddenly, she remembered the scene a few minutes ago. When we go back, we must admonish Xia Ren and ask her to apologize to Mr. Baidu. Carrying the information entrusted by Kanei, Baidu quickly arrived near Mount Chino as shown on the map. Although Kanei didn't point it out, Baidu has already noticed that this mission is of great importance, involving the lives of many swordsmen. He successfully completed the first mission of the ghost-killing squad. This time, it was the same. Baidu turned into a flash of light and disappeared before his eyes. P.S. The second update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 22 The Ghost in Qi Mountain. Qi Mountain is located in the northwest of the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad. A magical plant called bloodgrass grows on the mountain, which makes the mountain look dark red all year round, hence the name. At this time, Baidu also came to the foot of the mountain. Is this the place? Because of the perfect Sesshomaru template, Baidu easily traversed the mountains, forests, and fields without any feeling of fatigue. He silently released the demon power to the surroundings to gain insight into the surrounding situation. At a certain moment, Baidu suddenly felt refreshed, and he smelled a special smell in the wind. The smell of blood. With the thought in his heart, Baidu clenched the Nichiren blades almost subconsciously. What was even more unexpected was that the blade, which contained a scorching breath, began to tremble again. Faintly, that giant dragon roared and roared in his mind again. The last time this feeling appeared was in Mount SAGIRI, when Baidu piloted the fire dragon for the first time. Thinking of this, a strange color appeared between Baidu's brows. Could it be that there are other things besides ogres in this Qi mountain? Otherwise, how could the fire dragon in the sword be so excited? Feeling the scorching heat coming from his fingertips, the corners of Baidu's mouth curled into a faint smile, and he quickly plundered in the direction of the wafting scent. Just as he flew over, deep in Qi mountain. Help! Help! Don't come here, Please don't kill me. A young man in a black team uniform collapsed to the ground, with the word C floating on the back of his hand. He was clearly a Class C ghost swordsman. In the grass not far from him, there were ghosts crying and howling wolves begging for mercy, and countless flesh and blood were flying. And a huge black shadow shaking back and forth. Damn, why are there monsters of this level? This is at least a ghost. It shouldn't be our turn at all. Zhu, where are the adults? The sea-level swordsman's eyes were bloodshot, and he was already frightened and restless. 10 minutes ago, he and 3 swordsmen were ordered to go to Qi Mountain to hunt down the beast-eating monster that the villagers said. I thought it was an ordinary ghost, but who would have thought it would be so terrifying? All breathing methods are useless in front of him. It was as if the chopsticks hit the iron plate one by one, and the shock force from the Nichiren blades alone was enough to give the swordsman a headache. Broken, dead. This is what happened to them. Gilu. In the dead and silent mountain forest, the swallowing sound of the ghost stood out very clearly. The sea-level swordsman covered his mouth in fear, tried not to make any noise, and backed away. He didn't dare to go up anymore, he just wanted to survive. The next moment, the ghost suddenly dropped the corpse in its hand, and turned to look at the fleeing Class C swordsman. You! Where do you want to go? The scalp-numbing roar instantly woke up the swordsman. He raised his head dully, and found that at some point in front of him, there was already a huge body. It was an ogre with a mouth full of blood. This ghost has a hulking back and a hulking waist. It is clearly a human body and face, but its aura is no less than that of any ferocious beast. What is even more frightening is that there is still scum hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ghost! 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 The sea-level swordsman was crying, his voice hoarse and bitter, but unfortunately his legs and feet were already out of order. Just at this critical moment, let's hear a click. It seems like something is broken. What? The huge ogre was startled subconsciously, but in the next second, the huge head on his neck fell straight down. Then Gululu rolled to the crotch of the swordsman. Ah! The sea-level swordsman's face was wrinkled into a ball, but at this moment, that head suddenly turned into dust and gradually disappeared. And the huge body of that ghost no longer exists. How is it possible? The swordsman raised his head in disbelief, and saw a young face. And the action of closing the knife. It was Baidu. Is this the ghost? That's all. Seeing the disappointment in Baidu's expression, the swordsman immediately widened his eyes. Lost? Disappointed? Isn't this ghost enough? Wait, you're Black Nichiren blades, are you? Baidu. Through his age and the eye-catching Nichiren blades, the swordsman quickly identified Baidu's identity. Baidu nodded slightly, not paying attention. In his opinion, since even Yubayashiki marked the task as major, it should not be so simple. Seeing that Baidu put away his knife and made a gesture to leave, the swordsman hurriedly stopped him. Please wait. Please wait a moment, Lord Baidu. Baidu turned around with a slight frown, a cold look flashed in his eyes. The swordsman shivered suddenly. At this moment, the pressure Baidu brought to him was countless times that of that ghost. At the same time, the swordsman nodded deeply. He is Baidu. The man who cleared Mount SAGIRI alone. Master Baidu, thank you for saving your life. Is there a problem? Sensing the indifference in Baidu's words, the sea-level swordsman took a deep breath, and said cautiously, please wait, there is another ghost in this mountain. I think it's better to wait for Zhu to rescue him. From the words of the swordsman, Baidu judged one thing. Sure enough, was that ghost just an appetizer? Buzz. After killing the ghost, Nichiren Blades was drenched in ghost blood, trembling even more intensely. Somehow, the fire dragon could no longer hold back. In an instant, Baidu disappeared before his eyes. Only the swordsman was still in a daze, muttering to himself, is this Lord Baidu? It is indeed more terrifying than the legend. He clenched his fists and tremblingly walked down the mountain. After all, I still plan to find Zhu. P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 23 Kang Long Break. A new book asks for flowers. Rustle. In the depths of Qi Mountain, among the crimson blood grass everywhere, there is a figure advancing rapidly. Then under the mottled moonlight, one can vaguely see that this is a thin man with a thick gauze wrapped around his neck. What is even more shocking is the two X-shaped scars that run through his entire face. Humph! The man took a deep breath suddenly, as if he smelled something special, his eyes lit up immediately. After circling for a while, he finally stopped in front of a bulging hillock and licked his chapped lips. Then, impatiently reaching out to dig. It seemed that there was something that fascinated him hidden in this small hill, so that he completely forgot about the pain. Even if he wiped the wound with his finger, it didn't stop. Shockingly, his fingers were bleeding just a second ago. The next second it turned out to be intact. Not even a scar in sight. It's this thing. The more this weird man dug, the more excited he became, and he didn't realize that there was a person standing behind him at some point. And the Nichiren blades suspended in mid-air. It was Baidu. The call from Nichiren blades grew stronger the closer he got to the depths of Mount Akano. Is it a ghost? No, there is a bigger secret hidden here. However, before doing so, Baidu must first resolve the immediate crisis. Staring at the back who was digging, Nichiren blades held it up high, making a beheading gesture. Let you be Kang Longpo's first kill target. Following Baidu's thoughts, the Nichiren blades instantly burst into white light, like a lonely star in the night sky. Dazzling! Feeling the incisive pressure of the sword and the eye-catching light, the man froze immediately. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was not as fast as Baidu. With a flash of the knife, a round arm rose into the air, followed by scorching hot blood. Beads of blood splashed onto the blade, and a swimming dragon pattern appeared vaguely, opening eyes like the sun. It was the fire dragon of that day. Ah! Under Baidu's quick movement, the man broke an arm in an instant, and climbed 2 or 3 meters forward at the cost of giving up his right hand. He turned around abruptly, sweating profusely already. Who? The man kept panting heavily, his eyes were full of horror, and the scar on his face was even more hideous. But at this moment, the cross-section of his right hand. A stump grew again. This weird recovery speed is undoubtedly an ogre. Are you Zhu? The ghost stared at Baidu tremblingly, inevitably feeling timid, but soon, he showed a sinister smile again. I didn't expect that the ghost-killing squad wanted to arrest Lao Tzu. A pillar will be sent out. As he spoke, the two hands under the forearm unexpectedly changed, gradually growing into the shape of a blade. As if to intimidate Baidu, the ghost deliberately chopped downwards, only to see a few pieces of gravel, like tofu, crushed into dross by him. Listen, I am the one who killed you, Lord Wakaraba. Wakaraba? Hearing this name, Baidu seemed to have a little impression in his mind. Wakaraba is the third of the lower strings in 12 Kizuki. However, in the original plot, the appearance of this ghost is not glorious at all, not even a supporting role. Because the only time he appeared was as the object of Kibutsuji Musen's anger, he was killed by Musen together with the other two ghosts, and turned into ghost blood and disappeared. Besides that, Wakaraba is very arrogant and stupid. Because he even ran away in front of Kibutsuji Musen, the result can be imagined. Baidu did not expect that he would encounter a string ghost just for the second mission. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer squad since ancient times, if he can kill Wakaraba, the third of the lower strings, then he will have a seat in 9 pillars. This is easy for Baidu. Buzz! The blade buzzed, and Baidu pulled out the Nichiren blades. Feeling the threat of life and death coming, Wakaraba also took a deep breath, burst out a foul-smelling roar, and rushed over quickly. His blood ghost technique is called blood blade slaughter, which turns his hands into two huge sharp blades and uses them as weapons for attacking. Before becoming a ghost, Wakaraba was a butcher in a small town, dealing with pigs, cattle, and sheep all day long, and making a living by selling meat every day. Over time, he was infected by the smell of blood and murderous intent. Gradually, he took human life as a trifle, until one of them quarreled with his neighbor and killed his whole family with a butcher knife in desperation, but he didn't feel any guilt or shame. On the contrary, it is a kind of morbid frenzy and joy. It is precisely because of his annihilation of humanity that he was brought in by Kibutsuji Muzan and reduced to a man-eating ghost. Clang! With a wave of Baidu's blade, the air became restless and hot, and the invisible airflow solidified into a rushing dragon. The giant dragon howled wildly in the sky, under the dark night. Like a sky-shattering thunder. This miraculous scene is exactly Sesshomaru's move. Kang Long broken. In this situation, Wakaraba, who was still boasting just now, suddenly felt his legs and feet go limp and stiff in place. He looked up at the blue and white dragon, his throat moved. What is this? Unfortunately, Wakaraba has no room for regret. Only death greeted him. Roar! The roar was overwhelming, and the one who complimented Kang Glongpo was Baidu, who was as immobile as a mountain, with white eyes shining brightly. Infinite monster power blooms at this moment. The world is tied to a sword. P.S. The fourth update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 24 Naruto Who Rushes to Help, New Book Asks for Flowers. White light, flames. Light up this dark night. The Wakaraba in the center of the battlefield was like a fuse, triggering the noise and explosion of Kang Glongpo, which stirred up dust. Ah! Explosions sounded one after another, and Wakaraba rose and fell, leaving no good flesh on his body. His front feet had just healed, and his hind feet were torn to pieces by Jian Guang. Together with his two proud swords, they were already torn apart in front of Kang Longpo. Until the moment of his death, Wakaraba still didn't know. What I faced was a newcomer. He was still wondering why Zhu was so strong. In the past hundreds of years, even if Ji Kuyuan had comprehended the breath of the sun, it was still difficult for manpower to compete with ghosts, and countless ghost-slaying swordsmen were eaten. Among them, hundreds of pillars are included. According to the usual calculation of combat power, a lower string ghost is equivalent to several ordinary swordsmen, and at least 3 pillars are needed to deal with a upper string ghost. But Baidu, who has only been in the team for less than 2 weeks. In the posture of King's Landing, he easily killed the third of the lower strings, Wakaraba, which is enough to prove how powerful he is. What's more, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Baidu. Is it only to this extent? Watching Wakaraba turn to dust, Baidu narrowed his eyes. Black ghost blood sprinkled the grass, and the stench was lingering, but what is surprising is, those crimson blood grasses are swaying, as if enjoying the bath of blood. White light flickered in Baidu's eyes, then he raised his right hand towards the blood grass. A cluster of light quickly formed on his palm, which was clearly a characteristic of demon power. But Baidu can do far more than that, and the best show is yet to come. With a thought in his mind, 2 small horns quietly sprouted from the light ball, extending towards the soil like tentacles. In the next second, it was like 2 silver snakes burrowing into the cracks in the ground. If this scene is placed in some worlds, powerful people will definitely be surprised by it, because this is the embodiment of energy manipulation to the extreme. The reason why Baidu did this was to explore the underground. He clearly felt that Nichiren Blades was already hungry and thirsty, and couldn't wait to have a full meal. Call. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the blood grass that was shaking in front of him suddenly shrank into thin needles, and finally slowly ignited a bloody flame. Baidu frowned slightly, and couldn't help but start to think carefully. The flames burned blazingly, quickly covering half of the crimson blood grassland, but soon stopped spreading, as if they had reached the border. No doubt the flames were restrained. The demon force thread in his hand sensed, Baidu gently pulled it back, and the rustling sound of breaking ground suddenly came from his ears. What appeared in his field of vision was the thread constructed by demon power. And a group of wrapped blood-colored stones. This stone seems to contain a kind of pure scorching energy, which fits well with Liang ball steel. Buzz! The moment he saw the stone, Nichiren Blades finally couldn't hold back his excitement, and Baidu let it go. The tip of the knife inevitably touched the blood-colored stone. At this moment, the dragon pattern on the blade suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, which reflected the stone endlessly. At first glance, Long Cow has swallowed the red stone. Roar! Hearing the dragon calling to him, Baidu also nodded quietly. This change lasted for a full minute, until the energy contained in the blood-colored stone was completely absorbed by the dragon, and the momentum gradually weakened. Look at that Nichiren Blades again. The 4 characters of exterminating ghosts and killing are particularly eye-catching. There is a faint flame flowing. At the same time, Baidu also understood the message from Nichiren Blades, that giant dragon also has its own name, but the seal has not been completely lifted, and more flames still need to be infused. In order to show its true power. Call. Baidu held Nichiren Blades tightly, and the connection between the two was far more natural and familiar than before, it can be said to be like a finger. In his hands, bright demon power and golden flames ignited at the same time, 2 different energies collided. Eventually the two became one. Because they serve one master together, that is Baidu. Just when Baidu felt the strange change of Nichiren Blades, several figures rushed forward under the Qi mountain. Master Mingzhu, the place where Baidu disappeared is just ahead. Okay, I see. The person leading the way in front is the C-rank swordsman who lost his life. As soon as he thought that his savior was still in the mountains, and there was a high possibility of encountering an accident, he immediately returned to the ghost-killing team for help. Unfortunately, because Yubayashiki Kaguya's condition worsened, several pillars have gone to the shrine, and Kocho Kane happened to be away. In desperation, the sea-level swordsman went to the butterfly house. Unexpectedly, there, he met a familiar figure. It was the former Naraju who came to visit Yubayashiki. Mr. Kawahime Jigoro. Although Kawahime Jigoro has retired and no longer serves as the pillar, he has more or less heard of Baidu's reputation. Thinking that such an up-and-comer would encounter a ghost, Mingzhu led the team to Qi Mountain without saying a word. This is how the current scene came about. Baidu, you absolutely must not have anything. Kawahime Jigoro frowned. What was surprising was that despite his age, he was faster than a young man, speeding like a golden lightning bolt. Gradually, everyone climbed up Qi Mountain. We'll meet Baidu soon. Unexpectedly, just as they walked halfway up the mountain, they suddenly felt an infinite pressure suddenly descending, and even collapsed a bucket of gravel. In the next second, white light and flames fell from the sky. It constitutes a scene like a miracle. P.S. The 5th update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Tell the boss in the book review area, I did it. Chapter 25 Kawahime Jigoro and number 039, S surprise, new book asks for flowers. Master Mingzhu, then. It seems to be the direction of Baidu. The sea-level swordsman was shocked for half a minute before he managed to recover. In fact, Kawahime Jigoro had already noticed the strangeness without him needing to remind him, and quickly moved towards the source of the sound. The same group of swordsmen also quickened their pace. If you observe carefully, you can find that apart from the deep concern between Mingzhu's brows, there is even a touch of tension. That's right, put Kawahime Jigoro on alert. The white light that broke through the sky just now, as well as the roaring black dragon, all indicate that a fierce battle broke out on the top of Qi Mountain. Such an imposing manner, even Zhu could hardly achieve it. Then there is only one possibility. Winding Ghost. Even that man. Thinking of this, Ming Zhu's wrinkled old face became solemn, and he climbed to the top almost in a flash. Unexpectedly, when he got there, there was only a mess left in his vision. And the one standing in white light. A figure bathed in demon power. Baidu. Hearing the unfamiliar voice behind him, Baidu looked back lightly. Just one glance made those swordsmen feel a strong sense of oppression. But Kawahime Jigoro walked straight up and looked him up carefully. Baidu, are you not hurt? I noticed the concern in his words, and this distinctive appearance. Baidu quickly figured out his identity. Mr. Lao Sangdao misses you. It's fine, it's okay, hey. Naruto noticed that he was addressing himself, and he couldn't help being a little surprised, because he had retired long before Baidu joined the team, and the two had never met. So how did Baidu recognize him? Fortunately, Kawahime Jigoro did not delve into it, but raised another question. Baidu, where's the enemy you're fighting with? It's that ghost. Ming Zhu glanced around, but there was no sign of ghosts hiding, only blood, grass and ashes that were still burning on the ground. The Class C swordsman behind him also looked at Baidu with burning eyes. Invisibly, Baidu became the focus of the moment. Unexpectedly, Baidu still didn't care about their questions, as if he had done an insignificant thing. Already dead. Dead, dead. The sea-level swordsman was stunned, and couldn't help but want to confirm again. Baidu, you don't mean to say, that ghost was killed by you, right? Yeah. Baidu smiled lightly, and put away the Nichiren blades. As soon as these words came out, the peak of Qi Mountain fell silent. The expressions of the audience were even more exciting. Only Kawahime Jigoro in the crowd narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. Long before this mission, Naruto had heard of Baidu's name. At first, he thought that Baidu was a talented young swordsman, but when he looked closely, he discovered. This young man is far braver than he imagined. Especially after killing Wakaraba, Baidu didn't look tired at all, and his breathing was orderly. This is enough to show that he has completely mastered the complete work Changzhong. The strength is not even under the pillar. Suddenly, Kawahime Jigoro became interested in talents, and asked cautiously, Baidu, if I'm not mistaken, you have already comprehended Changzhong, right? That's right, Mr. Kawashima. Baidu nodded slightly, without any intention of hiding it. For him, Chuanzhong Changzhong is just the only way to pass, and his real power is far from being limited to breathing techniques. What's more, as time goes by, more and more people will notice themselves, and this matter is not really a secret. After hearing Baidu's answer, Kawahime Jigoro's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly thought of a more terrifying possibility. The earth-shattering scene just now may have come from Baidu. This young boy. Kawahime Jigoro's throat moved, and after seeing that Baidu was indeed not injured, he woke up the swordsmen who were still in shock. Since the matter has been resolved, everyone should go back and report as soon as possible. Don't worry my lord anymore. The swordsmen suddenly realized, and nodded one by one. Baidu nodded and quickly integrated into it. Not long after everyone left, another figure appeared in Qi Mountain, and followed the white light to the crimson blood grassland. It was a thin young man with a cropped red hair and a vest with the same color as his hair. His skin looked extremely pale under the moonlit night. What's even more strange is that the young man is engraved with striking dark blue marks of crime, which seems to be a heinous person. Prickly. The red-haired youth bent down and squatted on the grass. He gently picked up the soil with his index finger, stuffed it into his mouth and tasted it, and the next second, his blue pupils lit up instantly. What a powerful force! Is it really just celebrity people? It really excites me. The young man was talking to himself, with a fanatical smile on his lips. He has his eye on Baidu. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 26 Rengoku Shinjura and number 039, S Doubts, New book asks for flowers. Master Yan Zhu, what are you looking at? In the courtyard of the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad, a yin couldn't help asking. Because since 10 minutes ago, Rengoku Shinjiro has been staring in a certain direction, silent for a long time. In his usual serious expression, there was a seriousness. Even when encountering a ghost in the past, Makijiro never behaved like this before, the only explanation. It was Kibutsuji Muzan who appeared. Fine. Rengoku Shinjiro shook his head, took a cup of strong tea from Yin, took a sip, and said, "Thank you." The reason why he showed this look was that at a certain moment just now, he suddenly felt a familiar force. That is the flame. Pure incomparable heat. As a swordsman of the breath of flame, Rengoku Shinjiro has been immersed in this way since childhood, and the Rengoku family has been pondering the breathing method for generations, which makes the pillar of flame stronger and stronger with each generation. What's more, the breath of flame is the branch closest to the breath of the sun. This also led to the fact that the Rengoku family was born to be compatible with flames, and what's more, they even touched the threshold of Rihu without a teacher. However, in the final analysis, any breathing method is nothing more than simulating the natural state, and it is far from being able to achieve real energy pouring and creating flames out of thin air. But it's clearly late at night, why did the sun rise on Chi Mountain? Is it really Kibutsuji Muzan? Or is it some kind of instruction from heaven? He never imagined that the source of all this turned out to be a young swordsman. Forget it. Rengoku Kyujura said to himself, and a hoarse and dull question came from behind him. And the sound of beads colliding. Mr. Rengoku, have you noticed anything unusual? The speaker is none other than Yanzu Haimjima Kume. He still clasped his hands together, posing a posture of advocating Buddhism, and his blind eyes revealed sadness. Makijiro shook his head, and didn't go any further, maybe. He had already heard from Yin that the former Narajuo Kawahimajigoro had gone to Mount Akano, and believed that there was that lord there. All will be well. That's good. Xingming nodded slightly. Xingming-jun, what's the matter with my lord? Is the treatment going well? Because of the busy work in the headquarters, Yubayashiki ordered Rengoku Shinjiro to return to the Demon Slayer squad early, leaving only Haimjima Kume to guard him. It was not until this evening that the two returned late. Mentioning Yubayashiki Kaguya's condition, Xingming fell silent. After a long time, he responded in a low voice, "Compared to last time, my lord's condition seems to have worsened, and there is nothing the priest can do." With the opening of the rock pillars, the atmosphere in the courtyard is depressed again. Among the current 9 pillars, Haimjima Kume has the closest relationship with Kaguya and is also the most loyal. He was born in Omrishu Mountain, Tokyo Prefecture, and grew up in a temple since he was a child. As time went by, more and more monks left, leaving him alone. The kind-hearted Xingming took in some lonely and helpless children, treated them as family members, and lived a peaceful life. Until one day, a child named Kaigaku not only violated the rule of not being able to return at night, but even extinguished the incense sticks of vines to save his life, and led the ghosts into the temple. The children flee in a hurry and abandon Haimjima Kume as a useless blind man, only a girl named Shade is willing to accompany him. Therefore, in order to protect Shadai and fight the ghost with bare hands, Xingming used his human body to smash the ghost's head continuously, and finally killed him. However, what is disappointing is that Xingming's desperate efforts did not bring Shadai's gratitude, but he was accused of being a murderer of children. Go to jail. Since then, Xingming has also been completely disappointed in children and people's hearts. It was not until he was 18 years old that he was rescued by Kaguya, who was 14 years old at the time, before he was released from prison and joined the ghost-killing squad, becoming a well-respected rock pillar. Therefore, Xingming is loyal to Kaguya through thick and thin. He, with the readiness to give his life. After listening to the rock pillar's explanation, Rengoku Shinjiro let out a long sigh, and the courtyard became silent again. At the same time, Baidu also returned to the headquarters with everyone. Along the way, Kawahime Jigoro invited Baidu to visit Doshin many times, and intentionally or unintentionally expressed his willingness to give him all he could. Because he saw a possibility in Baidu. Recover the lost breath of thunder. At this point in time, Kaigaku and Agatsuma Zenitsu have not yet been taken in by Naraju, and Naraju of the Demon Slayer squad has been vacant for a long time. Moreover, Baidu's potential is enough to make Naruto's heart beat. Baidu readily agreed to his request and made an appointment with Kawahime Jigoro to visit him. After all, Thunder's breath has some similarities with his swordsmanship. That is the truth of the only thing in the world of martial arts is speed that cannot be broken. Holding the Nichiren blades, Baidu walked slowly into the training ground of the demon-killing team, and continued to practice daily. Observe carefully, on his hands. There have been 2 extra heavy bracelets, gifts from Yubayashiki. Call. Baidu let out a long breath, and silently closed his eyes. His spirit gradually focused, and soon reached a state of meditation. P.S. Today's first update. Students who like Ghost Slayer can read the old book Demon Slayer, God Level Choice. Thank you for your support. Chapter 27 Baidu finally appears, new book asks for flowers. Call. Baidu sat upright in the forest, unshakable like a rock, as time passed. The breath also gradually merged into the mountains. The sounds of fighting kept coming from the training ground, but Baidu ignored them. The ghost-slaying swordsmen who came and went stopped one after another, but he ignored them. At this moment, Baidu is like a high-ranking monk. It's unbelievably awe-inspiring. The first thing he did when he returned to the ghost-killing squad was to choose to practice in seclusion. The reason for doing so? It is because of Kang Glongpo. For a long time, Baidu has accumulated almost inflated demon power by killing ogres, and the 4 souls have reached full value. If he converts his current attributes into a game, it's equivalent to level A and you can kill people in seconds. But this also limits Baidu's development, because simply releasing demon power to fight will undoubtedly increase consumption and waste. Only by attacking with moves can you break the surface with a point. In other words, AoE damage is more cost-effective than flat A. Just like the powerful coercion of Kang Glongpo. Enough to shake the top of Qi Mountain. Therefore, Baidu chose to continue to practice in order to digest and understand the profound meaning contained in Kang Glongpo. Unexpectedly, the coercion that Baidu unintentionally released attracted the attention of a passerby. This is... The visitor was in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. But when he sensed that powerful aura, he stopped suddenly and couldn't help staring. That classic fiery red feather weave is none other than Yanzu Rengoku Shinjira. He frowned slightly, and temporarily slowed down his actions, because Makijiro gradually realized that the aura was nearby. So that one is in the ghost-killing squad. It's incredible. Makijiro muttered to himself while walking, afraid of alarming the existence of that breath, at the same time let go of the breath of flame, and started exploring the surrounding area. Soon, he had a familiar feeling. Fire! Soaring fire! Rengoku Shinjiro was startled, because this feeling was nothing but the flames in the courtyard in the afternoon. Found it, just ahead. Makijiro couldn't help speeding up. In just a few breaths, he turned over several hills one after another, and finally came to a forest. Wait, here seems to be... That's right, what appeared in Makijiro's field of vision was a group of ghost-slaying swordsmen who were practicing. Many of them are newcomers who have just joined the team. How is it possible? That feeling is clearly here. While Makijiro was talking to himself, a voice broke the silence. Mr. Rengoku, are you looking for me? Hearing the faint voice behind him, Makijiro couldn't help turning his head, and saw a young face. At first he was still hesitant, but in the next second, Makijiro's doubts were resolved. Instead, there is a turbulent sea in my heart. Because in front of Makijiro, Baidu pulled out Nichiren blades with a smile. A flash of dazzling red light is fleeting. Although it was only a blink of an eye, the imperceptible anxiety and strong sense of oppression. It is enough to show that Baidu is the sword-bearer of Ji Mountain. Observing carefully, Rengoku Shinjira's brows were raised high, and his pupils also shrank at this moment. No matter how deep his concentration was, he couldn't suppress this brief shock. But after a while, Makijiro slowly came back to his senses. There was an unnatural look between his brows. Thinking that his majestic Yanzu would be shocked by a newcomer, Makijiro felt a little embarrassed and helpless. Even so, he still didn't show it. "You are Baidu, right?" Hearing the question, Baidu nodded calmly. After receiving Baidu's affirmation, Makijiro finally heaved a long sigh, feeling a little fortunate. Fortunately, Baidu is on the side of the Ghost Slayer squad. If such a talented person is with Kibutsuji Musen, the consequences will be disastrous. The demise of the ghost-killing team is also close at hand. Call. Baidu felt that Makijiro was relieved, and probably guessed his thoughts, but didn't try to expose them. "Mr. Rengoku, I have something to ask you." Makijiro frowned, not understanding Baidu's intention. Immediately afterwards, his heart once again set off a frenzy, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. "I want to inquire with you about some breathing techniques, such as the breath of the Sunday." Crash! An invisible airwave surged from Makijiro's feet, and quickly spread around, attracting fallen leaves. It was a long time before he responded. "Baidu, you are stronger than I thought. It's also more mysterious." His subtext is, "You will know this secret." What Makijiro didn't notice was that when he faced Baidu, he completely lost the attitude of a superior. On the contrary, it is more like a peer, or even a junior. In an almost negotiating tone. "Be careful." Then Mr. Rengoku's answer is, "I understand." Makijiro nodded solemnly, then subconsciously held Nichiren and said, "Mr. Baidu, please follow me." After finishing speaking, he took Baidu and walked home. The ghost-slaying swordsmen on the training ground were still practicing breathing techniques day after day, but they never realized that they were in the woods just now. A crucial game has been played. "Kuang-jin, what are you looking at?" Hearing the call of his companions, the dazed swordsman came to his senses and grabbed the Nichiren blades again. Keikano scratched his head, not knowing why. He always had the feeling that something was going on in the woods. "Here we come. P.S. The second update today, try to make it up. Thank you QQ Tender Boss for your reward, I am very grateful." Explain, new book asks for flowers. The name has been changed. I was scared, I didn't expect such a big reaction. A new book is not easy, the author wants to keep writing this book. But the data is really bad. The author is thick-skinned here, and wants to see if there are any big shots who are still paying attention to this book. If there is, please give me a flower and a review ticket, everyone, at least it will make me feel better. I promise, as long as there is a reward, it is considered $1. 10 chapters will also be released today. In this way, I can continue to update and strive to explode every day. Thank you for your continued support. I implore again. Chapter 28 The Rengoku Clan, new book asks for flowers. Along the way, the ghost-slaying swordsmen who came and went saw Makijiro, and they all nodded respectfully and greeted him. No matter where it is, the law of the jungle is followed. In the ghost-killing squad, Zhu is synonymous with the strong, so he is widely respected and loved by people. However, when these swordsmen noticed that Yan Zhu was walking with Baidu, what is revealed is not just as simple as surprise. After careful observation, Makijiro's words and demeanor did not look like a boss at all, but more like an old friend. Asking Baidu kindly what? "Mr. Baidu, where did you know about the breath of the sun?" Looking at Makijiro's burning eyes, Baidu smiled faintly. Although the world is well aware of the reputation of the 5 basic breathing methods, few people know that the ancestor breathing that surpasses it. Breath of the day. This is not because of secrecy, but because it has been lost for a long time. Hundreds of years have passed, and the years have already weathered the prestige of Breath of the Sun, and even the existence of markings has disappeared. Even Rengoku Shinjura is known through family letters passed down from generation to generation. For the rest of the pillars, I'm afraid they can't even be called half knowledgeable. Mr. Rengoku, let's take a step to talk. Baidu chuckled softly, and Rengoku Shinjura realized that he had lost his composure. I'm sorry, please follow me. Not long after, the two came to the residence of the Rengoku family in the Ghost Slayer squad, which was a small, leisurely, and elegant residence. Please come in. Rengoku Shinjura raised the curtain, and at this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from his ears. Crack, crack. Senjuro, stand up. Big brother, but a man should never give up at any time. Hearing this hearty laughter, Baidu's heart was moved, and he followed the reputation and found a pair of fiery red-haired teenagers in the courtyard. They are fighting with wooden swords. The two look similar to Makijiro, but their expressions are completely different. The standing tall boy had piercing eyes, a smile filled the corners of his mouth, and he exuded a high-spirited posture. On the other hand, the younger brother who was sitting on the ground always had a sad look on his brows. Feeling Baidu's gaze, Rengoku Shinjura smiled awkwardly, Mr. Baidu, I've let you off the hook, they are dogs. Kyujura, Senjuro, come here quickly. Following Makijuro's opening, the two teenagers who were confronting each other with wooden swords also noticed this side. They nodded in unison, and at the same time had doubts about Baidu. In the impression of the two, his father Makijiro has always been serious and rigid, only when he is fighting with ghosts is he full of fighting spirit. Why did you suddenly change your temper today? Also brought a teenager who was about their age? Father, this is... Kyujura, who was more courageous, couldn't help asking, and Makijiro introduced with a smile, this is Mr. Baidu. Hearing this familiar name, the two brothers froze for a moment, then widened their eyes. Mr. Baidu? Is that the strongest rookie? I was rude just now, please don't mind. Kyujura showed eagerness to try, but Senjuro put his palms together in respect. It seems that they have heard about Baidu's record for a long time. No problem. Baidu nodded slightly, with a rough idea in mind. At this time, Kyujura was just 17 years old, still young, and far from being qualified to become a pillar. In the original plot, what really made him transform into Yanzu is a crucial node. Makijiro, you're back. While everyone was talking, a woman in a purple kimono came slowly. Her appearance was pretty, but her complexion was as pale as paper. When she walked, she was also a little shaky, as if it could fall down at any time. Ruhuo, why did you come out? Go back and rest. When he saw this woman, Makijiro, who was still smiling just now, suddenly became worried. Didn't the doctor tell you to rest? It's okay, it's rare to have guests at home. The woman smiled faintly, and bowed to Baidu, without contempt at all because of his age. Baidu nodded, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Because he had already remembered the identity of this person, Kyujura's mother. Rengoku Fire. It was also because of her death that Makijiro was completely sunk, resigned from Yanzhu's position, and never recovered from the fall. Therefore, the strong Kyujura took the place of his father by relying on the 3-volume Yanhu guide handed down from his ancestors and self-taught. Mr. Baidu, I just laughed. Makijuro's tone became low, and his emotions were almost written on his face. It's okay. Please follow me. Seeing this, Rengoku Ruhuo at the side also said softly, Husband, please wait a moment, I'll make tea for you. Trouble. Watching Rengoku Shinjura and Baidu leave, in the courtyard, Kyujuro blinked his eyes, revealing a touch of envy. What's the matter, big brother? Senchauro is still playing with the wooden sword, but no matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like he has the talent for swordsmanship. It was Kyujuro instead, who had already guessed about it. Senjuro, do you think Mr. Baidu will be the next pillar? What? P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 29 The Secret of the Breath of the Sun, New Book Asks for Flowers. Passing through the courtyard, the two entered the elegant living room. Regardless of Rengoku Shinjira's rugged appearance, his home is clean and orderly, presumably because of Rengoku's care. Mr. Baidu, please sit down. The two sat on the futon respectively. Baidu nodded slightly. I heard from Kiria that you are Mr. Rinaki's apprentice, right? Dare I ask him if the old man is still in good health? In fact, Urokadakase Kanji is already over 70 years old. In the entire ghost-killing team, except for Taikahewan Taisen from Forging Sword Village, they all call him senior. Baidu said with a smile, Mr. Rengoku is sorry, Master is safe. That's good. Hearing Baidu's answer, Rengoku Shinjira also breathed a sigh of relief. The last time I went to Mount SAGIRI, because of the urgent task, I just had a quick meeting with Mr. Ryotaki, and I won't have time to visit in the future. It's okay, Master, he won't mind. Makijiro smiled gently, and then got to the point, Mr. Baidu, is it convenient to tell me about the breath of the sun? Although Yanzu kept his tone calm on purpose, Baidu could still hear his expectation. In the original plot, Makijiro, who has resigned from Yanzu, said this sentence in anger when facing Tanjiro's visit. All breathing is just the footsteps of Bulletin Rizi's breathing. It's a degraded breath that imitates the breath of the sun. At the same time, according to the books passed down from generation to generation by the Rengoku clan, the breath of the sun is undoubtedly the strongest breath, the bane of ghosts. That's why Makijiro was so excited when he heard the news of Hiho. Baidu narrowed his eyes slightly, memories of Rihu flashed in his mind. Following Guo Yunyi, the Kamato clan, the fire god Kagura. Mr. Rengoku, you must know the stripes too. As soon as these words came out, Rengoku Shinjira's eyes widened, and his heart was struck by lightning. The mystery of the breath of the sun has not been revealed. Baidu dropped another blockbuster. Mr. Baidu, you. Beads of sweat formed on Makijiro's forehead. After a long time, he calmed down and stared at the young man in front of him with an almost weird look. Makijiro even suspects that Baidu is from the Yubayashiki clan. Otherwise, how could he explain that he knew so many mysteries? Mr. Baidu, I understand. Makijiro nodded solemnly, turned around and closed the curtain, leaving only one candle flickering. Now, we can have a good talk. I also learned about the stripes and the breath of the sun from the guidebooks left by my ancestors. Makijiro sorted out his words, and slowly replied, it is said that in the Warring States period 500 years ago, a noble family gave birth to a talented swordsman, and the breath of the sun came from him. Yes. Baidu was still calm. During a certain battle, this swordsman fought Kibutsuji Muzan, but he failed in the end, and the breath of the sun was lost. Rengoku Shinjiro looked a little lonely. Since then, the ghost has been hiding, regardless of no matter how hard the rest of the swordsmen tried to imitate, they couldn't comprehend the real breath of the Sunday. Therefore, so many breathing methods have been derived according to the adaptation conditions of each person. There are rumors that the swordsman once passed on the breath of the sun to his descendants, but so far, no one knows where he is. After Makijiro finished speaking, the room fell silent. Baidu took a sip of his tea, followed his words and continued, the only feature is the flower earrings. That's right. Makijiro's eyes lit up, he didn't expect Baidu's information to be so detailed. Does this mean that he already knows where the Rihu inheritance is? Mr. Baidu, please enlighten me. While talking, Tang Yanzu actually lowered his head to plead with him. Baidu had already guessed that Makijiro would do this, and Furui Mubo said, "It won't be long before the real successor of Rihu will come, and then he will bring the answer you want, and." Having said this, Baidu paused. Destroy Kibutsuji Musen completely. Hearing these words, Rengoku Shinjiro was suddenly stunned, because he could not feel a trace of arrogance and deceit in Baidu. Only pure confidence and authenticity. After a moment of silence, Makijiro expressed his thanks again. Because he has obtained the dawn of victory from Baidu, and the whereabouts of the breath of the sun. All that's left is to wait. Mr. Baidu, please also have some tea. While the two were talking, a thin figure brought a teapot and refilled hot tea for them. It was Rengoku Ruhuo who was ill. "Thank you, ma'am." Ruhuo nodded with a smile, and quickly walked out of the room, for fear of disturbing the two of them. Noticing the melancholy in Rengoku Shinjira's brow, Baidu raised his mouth slightly. "Mr. Rengoku, there is one more thing." "Mr. Baidu, but say it's okay." Baidu opened his mouth slowly, and the words were not surprising. "I think your wife has been ill for a long time, right?" As soon as the words fell, Rengoku Shinjira fell silent. After a battle between heaven and man, he nodded reluctantly. "Are you Huo, has been in poor health? What if I can cure her?" Rengoku Shinjira suddenly froze. "P.S. The second update today, try to make it up." "Thank you, boss. I am a big witty guy for your reward. I am very grateful." Chapter 30 Kocho Shinobu and number 039, S visit, new book asks for flowers. By the time Baidu left Rengoku's family, it was nearly evening. No one knows what the two talked about, the only thing that is certain is Rengoku Shinjira's attitude towards this newcomer. Visible changes have taken place. "Husband, don't we keep Mr. Baidu for dinner?" "No, he has other things to do." Outside the courtyard, watching Baidu leave, Makijiro was filled with emotion. Once upon a time, when he heard those legends, he still had doubts, but now he is more certain than ever. "Ruhuo, I'm really old." Makijiro shook his head in shame, but Ruhuo beside him frowned. But in a flash, Yanzhu turned his attention to the two brothers who were still practicing swords in the courtyard. Rengoku Kyujura, to be precise. "I hope Kyujura can learn something from Baidu." Reviving the glory of the Rengoku clan. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Yanzhu, Baidu returned to his living room. In fact, Baidu had discovered the existence of Rengoku Shinjira through the message sent by the wind as early as when he was practicing in the training ground. After all, his breath of flame is very special. Therefore, Baidu had already made plans to talk to Rengoku Shinjira starting from the condition of sun breath and Rengoku Ruhuo. During the whole process, Baidu also called Makijiro, telling him that the inheritance of the breath of the sun has never been broken. But in the end, Baidu still did not point out the existence of Tanjiro. Because he knew in his heart that with Rengoku Shinjira's current attitude towards ghosts, he would definitely find the Komatsu family for the breath of the sun, and even take some drastic measures. In this case, the peace of the Komatsu family will be disturbed. Perhaps it will also let Kibutsuji Musen discover Tanjiro's secret in advance. Hasten the death of the Komatsu family. Now that Baidu has come to this world, he will make full use of every opportunity instead of letting others intervene and manipulate him. After all, he only believes in himself. Boom boom. Just as Baidu wiped the Nichiren blades, there was a knock on the door. The voice is gentle and gentle. Like a woman. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Baidu's home?" Hearing this familiar voice, Baidu smiled faintly. Sure enough, after opening the door, what came into view was a petite and lovely girl in butterfly clothes, with a shy face on her pretty face. The girl is not tall, around 1.5 meters, barely reaching Baidu's chest. Oops! Baidu opened the door suddenly, the girl's outstretched hand was hanging in the air, and she took a step forward unavoidably. It was this unfortunate step that made her lose control of her focus. Seeing the girl's forehead hit Baidu's shoulder, her eyes froze for almost an instant. She paused for a few seconds before quickly taking a step back. It's just that anyone can see that her face is redder than before. I'm so sorry. The girl hastily apologized to Baidu. Her tone was as eager as ever, and her stereotyped expression was slightly arrogant. She was Kocho Kane's younger sister. Miss Kocho Shinobu. It's okay. Baidu said lightly. He swept Kocho Shinobu slightly, and after the unintentional dragon impact just now, Baidu realized a problem. Compared to Kenroji Mitsurai, Kocho Shinobu is the one who shows the mountain without revealing the water. That. Shinobu frowned, and organized his thoughts. Mr. Baidu, what happened last time was my fault, thank you for reminding me. I came to visit this time just to apologize. As Baidu expected, with Kocho Shinobu's ice and snow intelligence, it is not difficult to figure out that he saved her once. What's more, with Kocho Kane's words and deeds, there was little suspense that she came to apologize. Baidu nodded, seemingly not interested, and the atmosphere was silent for a while. The current Kocho Shinobu is also not good at talking, and his personality is a bit frizzy and dull. So the conversation between the two was awkward. If there is nothing wrong, then I will take my leave first. Excuse me. Kocho Shinobu tapped his head and was about to leave Baidu's hut. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a voice of inquiry came from her ear, making her stagnate. Wait a moment. Mr. Baidu, is there anything else? Yeah. Baidu nodded slightly. Kocho Shinobu was a little scared with sharp eyes. In fact, Shinobu didn't notice anything last time, but this time facing Baidu. But she really felt a kind of oppression. It seemed that what stood erect in front of him was a sword. A sword that is deliberately restraining its sharpness. No wonder her sister warned her to be careful when talking with Mr. Baidu. Just then Baidu said slowly, wondering, I want to find out, what is the mission you mentioned last time? Kocho Shinobu's beautiful eyes widened, showing disbelief. P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 31 The Test of Kocho Shinobu. In the original plot, when Kocho Kane was performing a mission to kill ghosts, he encountered the current number 2 Doma, and was not absorbed because he fought until dawn. On her deathbed, she uttered her last wish to Kocho Shinobu who arrived late. Ninja, leave the Demon Slayer squad. Don't harbor resentment, just be happy like ordinary people. In the end, Kane passed away with tears in her eyes. Since then, Kocho Shinobu has deliberately created a gentle image as if he had changed, but his inner resentment towards Doma and other ghosts has never stopped. Now, the time has come to 3 years ago. This time the tragedy will not happen again. Mr. Baidu, that's how things are. In the living room, Kocho Shinobu worriedly explained the cause and effect, not knowing where to put his 2 little hands. Baidu, who was sitting opposite him, also nodded slightly. From Kocho Shinobu's narration, there is not too much news about this ghost, and some are just the reactions of the surrounding villagers. According to eyewitnesses, there were people missing for several nights in a row, and these people had one thing in common. That's women. All young women. These poor girls disappeared into the world for no reason. The local townspeople searched all corners within a radius of 10 miles, but found no traces. It was as if the world had evaporated. After receiving this information, the Crow truthfully reported it to the ghost-killing squad, so it became an unsolved case. It wasn't until Sylvia Kocho Kane heard about it that he finally decided to accept the mission and go to save the people there. Thinking of this, a strange color flashed in Baidu's eyes. In the original plot, there are 2 ghosts related to the girl. One is Doma from 12 Kizuki, who is known as the master of the Elysian Bliss cult. He is most obsessed with the taste of girls, and often orders his followers to arrest him. The other one was the triangular ghost in the northwest town, which was finally solved by Tanjiro and his team. I understand. After a moment of silence, Baidu nodded slightly. As if aware of something, Kocho Shinobu looked expectantly. Mr. Baidu, what do you mean? In Shinobu's view, since Baidu asked so much information, he must have become interested in this mission. Maybe you can bring yourself to participate. Baidu didn't answer her, but took a sip of tea lightly. He was also thinking, should he take this troublesome guy with him? I'll discuss this with Miss Kochu. As for you. Baidu paused, and a slight smile rose from the corner of his mouth. There's still something missing. What? Kocho Shinobu frowned slightly, and subconsciously straightened his waist, stretching out the irregular arc of the team uniform. Seeing this scene, Baidu cleared his throat. Only then did she realize that she seemed to be rude again. I'm really sorry, Mr. Baidu. No problem. Please Mr. Baidu, give me a chance. Don't look at Kocho Shinobu's young age, but just relying on his sister's evaluation of Baidu and the fierce aura just now. She is enough to conclude that Baidu's future is limitless. Otherwise, how could it be possible to enter and exit the courtyard of the headquarters as a newcomer? Seeing Ninja blushing, Baidu nodded. 3 days later, it's still here. I hope you can pass my test. As soon as these words came out, Kocho Shinobu was slightly taken aback. But in the next second, she nodded happily. Thank you very much, Mr. Baidu. After the two communicated again, Kocho Shinobu left the hut in a hurry. It is worth mentioning that her expression changed significantly. The image of Baidu in her heart has also changed from mysterious and inaccessible to a height that she has the courage to touch. On the other hand, Baidu didn't feel flustered at all after hearing about the powerful ghost. Because he already had a premonition that the system's next check-in task. It's coming soon. The next morning, the sun broke through the morning fog. On the training ground at this time, more than a dozen Ghost Slayer swordsmen had already gathered, all waiting for the headquarters to announce the mission. Among them, there are many familiar faces. Master Baidu, long time no see. As soon as Kwano Katsumi found Baidu, he couldn't help calling out his name, which quickly spread to the team. Is that one Baidu? I heard that he not only defeated Goto, even Kota and Makoa were defeated by his sword. What is this? It seems that Baidu completed the mission in Chi Mountain last time. All of a sudden, all eyes were on him. From the final selection of Fujishiyama, Baidu's name has been circulating in the Demon Slayer squad almost never stopped. Seeing him again now, everyone's mentality and feelings. Earth-shaking changes have taken place. Because in Baidu's body, the sharp-edged aura gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by something more profound. An unfathomable terror. This is a sign of maturity. Facing these fanatical fans, Baidu nodded lightly. He walked straight through the crowd, and finally stopped at the end of the line. There is a girl. Long time no see, little sister. Hearing this familiar voice, the girl's beautiful eyes widened. 2 lines of tears flowed on the smile. She is Makomo. P.S. The 4th update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 32 Makomo and number 039, Heart Knot, new book asks for flowers. Makomo is still the same as before, so peaceful and natural. There was just a touch of worry hanging between her brows. There has been no contact between the two since Baidu left Mount SAGIRI for headquarters 2 weeks ago. And as time went by, more and more news came to Makomo's ears. The strongest rookie, destroying ghosts alone, overpowering all heroes. Make no mistake, these rumors all mean one thing. That is Baidu's rapid rise in Ghost Slayer, like a shining supernova. It is precisely because of this that Makomo has a little inferiority complex in his young mind. Originally an orphan, she was adopted by Urokodaka Seikanji since she was a child. What she lacks most is a sense of security. It wasn't until he met Baidu that he gradually confided in his heart, and he also became fond of joking. But after hearing the legend of Baidu, Ma Como thought of those wandering days again, fearing that he would return to loneliness. At the same time, she didn't want to disturb Baidu. Just now, all Ma Como's worries and suspicions were broken by that familiar greeting. "Little sister, long time no see." From the beginning to the end, Baidu's eyes were on her, making Ma Como's heart almost tremble. There is no need to say the phrase "I thought you forgot me." Baidu, I. Noticing the moisture in Ma Como's eyes, Baidu smiled and gently wiped away the teardrop. In the next second, Ma Como couldn't hold back any longer, and the figures of the two gradually overlapped, completely forgetting the gazes of other swordsmen. Cough cough. Ma Como didn't realize something until he heard a coughing sound in his ear, and the deer let go of his embrace in a frenzy. She raised her head and met Baidu's eyes. "Little brother, that..." Ma Como turned sideways in embarrassment, but he didn't realize that his little hand had been slightly raised. On the other side, everyone's attention was also attracted by the person who came. "Look, Master Huazu is here." Master Kochu is still as gentle as ever. It turned out that Master Huazhu came to announce the mission. Is there any change this time? The Demon Slayer swordsmen present were discussing a lot, mostly guessing what the arrival of Kocho Kane symbolized. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kocho Kane nodded. Her eyes smiled into crescent moons, revealing an amiable temperament, without any pretensions at all. "Since Mr. Goto has been transferred to Yin, from today onwards, I will take over this job temporarily." Transfer? Baidu's eyes narrowed, Goto's dead fish eyes flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help smiling. "Didn't you agree? Will you ask me for advice when you have time?" This guy. According to the mission records of last month, quite a few people have already met the advanced requirements. The first thing to do is to evaluate them. Huajing Shashu, from the Gui rank to the Ren rank. Sujihara Jun, promoted from XIN rank to Gang rank. Chita Ashinashuk, promoted from XIN rank to Own rank. As Kocho Kane slowly said, the swordsman whose name was called nodded happily, and couldn't help but straighten his waist. For them, this is not just a level change. It is an honor. Because in the ghost killing team, the higher the level means, the more ghosts are killed, and the more attention the master can get. Soon, Kane looked at this side. Ma Como, upgrade from Deka to Sin. Hearing his own name, Ma Como was slightly taken aback. Reminded by Baidu's eyes, she raised her little hand high and blurted out, "Yes." Kane smiled softly, which reassured Ma Como a lot. At this moment, the eyes of all the ghost swordsmen are focused on Baidu. They want to have a look at this strongest rookie. What grade will it be rated at? Is it the initial Decano? Or A, B, C, D? Or a column? Unexpectedly, when everyone waited until the end, Kocho Kane didn't read Baidu's name, as if he had forgotten it. In the crowd, Keikano Quangjin scratched his head and couldn't help asking. "Master Huazu, have you forgotten Baidu?" He did this because Baidu saved his life. Quangjin has always kept this incident in his heart. As soon as these words came out, although all the swordsmen did not speak, their expressions also showed doubts. With the character of Yubayashiki Kaguya, it is absolutely impossible to treat anyone badly. Could it be that? Don't worry, everyone. Kocho Kane smiled lightly and walked directly into the team. To be precise, it was all the money who came to Baidu. She smiled and took something out of her bosom, and offered it with both hands in a very respectful manner. It was an exquisite wooden signboard. The pattern is engraved with a mysterious wisteria pattern. "Mr. Baidu, according to your lord's order, please participate in the advanced battle of the pillar in a week." All of a sudden, there was complete silence in the team. A group of people stared wide-eyed and suddenly didn't react. "Column, where is the column?" Doesn't this mean that Baidu has met the conditions to become a pillar? Now, the entire ghost-killing team is about to boil. On the other hand, Makomo's eyes flashed with an incomprehensible look. Only Baidu took the wooden sign calmly. Thanks. P.S. The 5th update today, try to make it up. Thanks for the reward from the handjob boss who got up in the morning, your name is so amazing. Chapter 33 Gorgeous Uzui Tenjin, new book asks for flowers. At this moment, the training field can be said to be a needle drop. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Baidu with a blank gaze. The man who was hailed as a miracle. It has been less than 2 weeks since he joined the ghost-killing team. He has won countless honors and created countless desirable legends. Now, I have received an invitation from Yubayashiki Kaguya again. About to accept the name of the pillar. You know, Baidu is only 17 years old, and he has already fulfilled the dream that most people can't achieve in a lifetime. No one will raise an objection, because Baidu's strength is beyond doubt. These are all as he should. The current Tokaido Muchiro has not yet joined the team. If Baidu successfully passes the advanced competition, then he is the first in history. The youngest column. Mr. Baidu, since this is the case, then my lord and all the pillars are waiting for your arrival. Kocho Kane bowed slightly, showing respect to Baidu. From the first time she saw Baidu, she could see the extraordinariness of this boy, but what Kane didn't expect was, this day will come so fast. Baidu nodded slightly, watched Kane return to the center, and continued to assign tasks for everyone. Makomo next to me, I don't know whether it is excitement or timidity. It was trembling faintly. Soon, a big hand wrapped around her fragrant shoulders, and Makomo's trembling gradually stopped, and he naturally leaned against Baidu's side. No matter what happens in the future, at this moment, she just wants to lie in Baidu's arms. A few minutes later, after Kocho Kane finished reading the letter of appointment, the Ghost Slayer swordsmen also left one by one, heading for their respective mission locations. Just when Kane was about to leave, Baidu stopped her suddenly. Miss Kochu, there is something I want to ask you. Kane blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, Mr. Baidu, if you have something to say, it's okay to say it. Through the Kocho Shinobu incident last time, the relationship between the two has gradually become familiar, and Kane's personality has always been very lively. Baidu nodded, speaking without sloppiness. I want to take over the case of the missing girl. I don't know what you want. Before the words finished, Kocho Kane couldn't help frowning, as if he was a little confused. Since the appearance of this task, several swordsmen have gone to carry it out, but the results undoubtedly failed. That's why it's been delayed until now. Kane originally wanted to lead the team in person, but Baidu unexpectedly asked, could it be? Sensing a hint of understanding from Kane, Baidu said frankly, if possible, I need an assistant. Mr. Baidu, what you said could not be. Forbearance, it's very suitable. Sure enough. For a while, Kocho Kane was in a tangle. If Baidu were to carry out the task, the success rate would undoubtedly be greatly improved, and the case would be concluded as soon as possible. But when it comes to Kocho Shinobu, as an older sister, she was really hesitant. After a battle between heaven and man, Kane let out a mouthful of turbid air, and when she looked up again, she showed a helpless smile. Mr. Baidu, I would like to remind you in advance that Shinobu is still young, and she may be a little willful at times. So you agree? Baidu smiled faintly, sensing Kane's panic. She frowned, and finally nodded. Then, please trouble Mr. Baidu. At the same time, outside a certain living room of the ghost-killing team, a ghost slayer swordsman who had just left the training ground entered the courtyard panting. My lord, yes, I have something to report to you. What are you doing so eagerly? Didn't you see that I was making explosives gorgeously? The swordsman nodded in embarrassment, and a pungent breath came to his face, almost making him faint. On the table in front of him, there was a pile of black clods and sand, charcoal, saltpeter powder, paper bags. And the one who fiddled with everything was a handsome man wearing a white scarf, and many red patterns were painted around his eyes. He is the current sound column Zui Tenjin. I'm really sorry to disturb your work, Lord Yinzu. It's okay, I accept your apology gorgeously. Zui Tenjin seemed to be in a good mood, and made a soil bomb with ease, and put it in the box. Before joining the ghost-killing team, he came from a legendary ninja family. He learned ninja training from his father since he was a child, and was proficient in all kinds of ninja tools and ninjutsu. After becoming a pillar, Tenjin even applied these techniques to the great cause of killing ghosts. His favorite catchphrase is gorgeous. Say it beautifully, what's the matter? The swordsman nodded and said respectfully, it's the newcomer named Baidu under Master Lin Long. According to the instructions brought by Master Kochu, the Lord has officially appointed him as the pillar. As soon as this remark came out, Zui Tenjin stopped moving. Zhu? This speed is really gorgeous. Yes, next week there will be an advanced battle for the position of the pillar. Zui Tenjin smiled in surprise, put down the half-made special explosives, and raised his chin with his fingers. This gorgeous newcomer is indeed unexpected. It's just. Having said that, Zui Tenjin stared. Is he from that night? P.S. The 6th update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 34 Kocho Shinobu and number 039, S Determination, new book asks for flowers. Instead of worrying about this, you should consider the advanced battle. In addition to Zui Tenjin, another figure emerged from the shadows, with kelp-like black mid-length hair, and the lower half of his face was tightly wrapped. What's even more chilling is that his eyes are green on the left and gold on the right. On his shoulder, there is also a white snake spewing out letters. Hiss! Iguro-kun, you're exaggerating. Seeing the arrival of Snake Zhu Iguro Obanai, Zui Tenjin smiled and said, even if this Baidu is indeed a genius, no matter how you count, he is still underage. Yinzu is right, even though there have been many geniuses in recent years, the youngest of the 9 pillars, Iguro Obanai and Kocho Kane, were 19 years old when they became pillars. And at that time, it was still because there were too many vacancies in 9 pillars. These two were promoted exceptionally. Someone like Baidu who was named a pillar at the age of 17. Not to mention the present, even if you look at the entire history of the ghost-killing squad, it is unique. As Zui Tenjin said, he picked up the explosives again, and turned his gaze to the swordsman beside him. Go gorgeously, I will think carefully about it. Understood, Lord Yinzu. The swordsman nodded slightly, then raised his head to greet Snake Zhu before leaving the room. After careful observation, Iguro Obanai remained calm, but in the pair of strange-colored pupils. But there was a sense of crisis. Because compared to Zui Tenjin, who is careless, he has really witnessed Baidu's rapid rise. Since Tenjin-kun said so, then I will take my leave first. Zui Tenjin nodded, see you in the advanced battle. Snake Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, in less than half a day, the news spread throughout the ghost-killing squad. From the headquarters to the butterfly house, and even the forging knife village have also heard about it. Is this Baidu really that strong? Naturally, otherwise, how could the Lord give the appointment? But I heard that he has only joined the team for less than 2 weeks. Don't you know that he killed a string ghost? What? It's the ghost in Qi Mountain, even the former Lord Naruto praised Baidu, isn't that enough? In the streets and alleys, everyone is talking about Baidu's deeds, gradually becoming deified. It is even claimed that Baidu broke into Muzin's lair single-handedly. All in all, almost all swordsmen are looking forward to Baidu's performance in the advanced battle of the pillar position. Contrary to the enthusiasm of these people, at the same time, the atmosphere in a secluded corner of the ghost-killing squad was very depressing. To be precise, only shortness of breath remained. Are you ready? Shinobu. Let's begin then. In the open space in front of the living room, two figures, one large and one small, faced each other with swords. That tall man was naturally Baidu. In contrast, the girl in butterfly clothes was Kocho Shinobu, who was invited. At this time, she was holding her breath, and there was a touch of tension between her brows. In order to fulfill the agreement with Baidu, Kocho Shinobu has been training non-stop for the past few days, and his pretty face is also stained with fatigue. But when I think of being able to share my sister's worries, participating in this mission, Kocho Shinobu cheered up again. Observing the firm look in her eyes, Baidu nodded slightly, and pulled out the black gold Nichiren blades. A golden light is fleeting. She couldn't help closing her eyes, but in the next second, the knife was already hanging on her forehead. You lose. She didn't realize it until she heard Baidu's voice next to her ear. This, so fast? Swallowing a sigh of relief, her heart fluctuated due to shock. She expected that she would lose, but she didn't expect. I can't even see Baidu's movements clearly. Obviously, the knife was still in the sheath 1 second, and it was close at hand the next second. The speed was too fast for Kocho Shinobu's perception. So this is the power of the column level? Finished. No, Mr. Baidu, please give me another chance. Baidu nodded, agreeing to her plea. This time Kocho Shinobu did not hesitate any longer, but chose to take the initiative to attack, showing her housekeeping skills as soon as she came up. Flower's breath's Z-shape red flower dress. Before the words were finished, the rapier had already arrived suddenly. The swift speed makes Shinobu hang in mid-air, really like a kocho dancing. It is too beautiful to behold. At this time, she has not yet created the breath of insects, and is still using the flower breath from her sister. Facing Kocho Shinobu's fierce offensive, Baidu finally had a little interest. He nodded and swung a knife with one hand. Buzz! All of a sudden, the edge of infinity suddenly appeared, and it came into contact with Hong Huai from an extremely tricky angle, and then instantly tore apart Kocho Shinobu's offensive. What? Kocho Shinobu blinked his beautiful eyes, and faintly felt his right hand trembling, and he was about to let go of the rapier in the next second. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Shinobu grabbed the hilt of the sword desperately. Looking at her little face again, it was already blushing. No, for my sister, but also for myself. I can't lose this time. Breath of flowers, 3 shapes, Mikage. I saw Kocho Shinobu swinging the rapier back and forth, sending out arc-shaped slashes in all directions. The trajectory was like the petals of plum blossoms. The ding-ding sounded endlessly, shockingly. She even briefly resisted that sword light. Although only for a few moments. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 35 Repay the other person in the same way, new book asks for flowers. Ding ding. Several metal knocks sounded, and seeing that the sword light had not disappeared, Kocho Shinobu immediately made a decision. She quickly bent down and let the sword light fly by. The Kocho hairpin on his head was cut off, and the next second, the tomboy's mid-length hair fell loose. Fortunately, Ren dodged in time, otherwise the sword light would have cut it off. It's not just as simple as a hairpin. Do you want to continue? Baidu played with the Nichiren blades in his hand, looking down at her. In an instant, an invisible sense of oppression descended suddenly, making Kocho Shinobu's already thin body shudder. Come again. She did not give up, but launched another persistent attack. Seeing this situation, Baidu didn't mind teaching her a lesson, and pulled out a few more sword flowers. Seeing this scene, Kocho Shinobu frowned and held his breath. Breath of flower Wuji type fruitless peony. Different from other types of Huahu, the biggest feature of the fruitless peony is that it uses up to 9 consecutive hits to impose its strength on 1 point for stabbing. to achieve the effect of breaking the surface with a point. If Makomo were here, he would definitely recognize that this move is very similar to water breathing, forbidden form, and hitting tide. They are all attacking continuously through tide-like offensives. In fact, this is exactly the case. The breath of flowers is originally a derivative of the breath of water. After the improvement of Kocho Kane, it is more suitable for women with weak strength. Before he knew it, Kocho Shinobu had come to Baidu. Soon, soon. Just one more step and you can hit him. I was so excited that my heartbeat was also accelerating, and I saw victory in sight. Little did he know that her every move, as well as her little thoughts, had already been taken into consideration by Baidu. To break the surface? What if there are many fans? Suddenly, Baidu twitched and Nichiren blades flipped. In just a few breaths, as he left the ground, one Baidu after another appeared in the field of vision. What? Seeing so many Baidu, Kocho Shinobu was stunned. The fruitless peony she was most proud of did hit one of them, but it was a pity that Baidu disappeared immediately. It turned out to be fake. Buzz. Nichiren blades are still ringing, protruding from the tip of the. It's Kocho Shinobu's chin. Looking at Baidu's ancient and calm eyes, Kocho Shinobu was overwhelmed, and helplessness appeared on his pretty face. Mr. Baidu, I lost. The sword technique that Baidu performed just now is exactly the breath of water 3 types. Flowing and dancing. Due to his swift action, several afterimages were left behind where he passed, making Kocho Shinobu lose his target and finally failed. Baidu nodded and sheathed the Nichiren blades. It took only a few tens of seconds for the two of them to attack and finish, but the attacks they set off were one after another. Kocho Shinobu lowered his head, looking a little lonely. She thought that as long as she tried her best, she could at least hit the corner of Baidu's clothes, but unexpectedly. But it wasn't even hurt. Pack up, we're ready to go. Just when Kocho Shinobu was feeling depressed, a familiar voice came from his ear. Looking up, it was Baidu's leaving back. Mr. Baidu, Is there anything else you need? No, no. As if realizing something, Kocho Shinobu blushed and stood upright to salute. Thank you, Mr. Baidu. At this moment, her brows were brimming with happiness again. It's just that Kocho Shinobu knows in his heart that she is far from meeting Baidu's expectations, even far from it. When you go back, you must practice hard. Fight for. Kocho Shinobu didn't dare to continue thinking about it, because when she thought of Baidu's figure, she felt powerless and guilty. Mr. Baidu, is it really human? Soon, half a day passed in a flash. By the time the two left the ghost-killing squad, it was already dusk. This point was chosen because ghosts only act at night and never show up during the day. Quack! Baidu, give the order now. Immediately head to the northwest town to find out where the ogre is. Crows circled overhead, making annoying noises. Baidu nodded slightly, followed by a tomboy imposingly behind him, still holding a big bag in his hand. Seeing this, Baidu frowned slightly. What are you doing with so many things? Kocho Shinobu blinked, and showed them all. These are all prepared by my sister, let me just in case. At a glance, in addition to the weapon smeared with wisteria flower liquid, there are also some medical items for bandaging, which is enough to show Kane's caution. For a moment, Baidu suddenly thought of a possibility. Shin, you won't tell me. This is your first mission, right? Before the words fell, the atmosphere fell into silence. Baidu turned around abruptly and found that Kocho Shinobu was avoiding his eyes. Apparently, Baidu guessed right. No wonder Kocho Kane is so worried, it turns out this is still a rookie. At this time, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Ding! A new check-in task is released. Please ask the host to arrive at the northwest town within 2 days. After completing the corresponding tasks, you will receive system rewards. P.S. The second update today, Try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 36 The Disappearing Shadow, New Book Asks for Flowers. A small town in the northwest, a barren land. There is little rain here all year round, and it is difficult to grow vegetation and crops. People rely on trading with caravans for a living. Most importantly, it is far away from Kyoto Prefecture and is almost free from government control. This has also led to many cases that have not been resolved for a long time, and this time the disappearance is no different. Within a few days, 6 women disappeared one after another. Their common feature is that they are young, most of them are around 18 years old. As a result, many residents chose to leave, making the town even more desolate. The bizarre incident finally attracted the attention of the ghost-killing team. At this time, 2 Xiaosuo figures came here. Mr. Baidu, the mission location is ahead. Kocho Shinobu holds a map and marks it carefully. Along the way, without Baidu's instructions, she volunteered to act as a guide, but luckily she didn't get lost. Shin, let's find a place to rest first. Hearing Baidu's words, I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Mr. Baidu, don't we need to know the situation? She meant to inquire about ghosts from the residents here. Baidu shook his head, walked into an izakaya, and at the same time said concisely, do you think they will believe you? As soon as these words came out, Shinobu realized that something was wrong. Not to mention ghosts, I'm afraid they don't even know about the ghost-killing team, so it's hard to ask anything of value. Kocho Shinobu followed Baidu to find a table and sat down, and ordered 2 small dishes. A few drunks saw her and wanted to strike up a conversation, but they woke up immediately when they saw the rapier on Shinobi's waist. In fact, since the 9th year of Meiji, the island country has implemented a ban on knives. According to regulations, except for the royal family and military members, other people are forbidden to carry knives in public, and later developed into the collection of all controlled knives, and private fighting is prohibited. This is also reflected in the original plot. When Tanjiro and his group boarded the Infinity train, the operators arrested him because Inashuk hit the train with his head. Zenitsu told Tanjiro that the Demon Slayer Squad has always been an organization not recognized by the government, so they do not have the right to carry knives, especially in places like train stations, where they are not allowed to walk around at will. Therefore, when a few drunks saw Kocho Shinobu's saber just now, they quickly turned their heads for fear of getting into trouble. Mr. Baidu, they... Shinobu frowned, but found that Baidu was still sipping his wine glass lightly, so he had no choice but to give up. She propped her chin with her hands in boredom, waiting for the night to fall. Time passed by every minute and every second, and it was finally dark. Kocho Shinobu noticed that when you arrived, the izakaya, which had just been full of people, suddenly became empty. And the boss who was wiping the wine glasses at the front desk also had the faint intention of seeing off the guests. Shin, let's go. Shinobu raised his head and saw that Baidu had already picked up the Nichiren blades. In his clear eyes, there was a figure of a young woman reflected. Kocho Shinobu put 2 copper coins on the table and hurriedly followed, and the woman also turned into a corner. When Shinobu arrived, Baidu was staring at a house in his field of vision. At the same time, he was still talking to himself. Is this the place? What's the matter, Mr. Baidu? Kocho Shinobu trotted over, not understanding Baidu's intentions. Could it be that you've already discovered the ghost? Baidu didn't answer her, but stood quietly at the door with his eyes closed. In desperation, Kocho Shinobu had no choice but to stand aside, holding his sword and waiting. During the process, she couldn't help taking a peek at Baidu, and looked at this man who might become a pillar with doubts in her heart. When anyone faces the unknown existence, there are only 2 thoughts, fear and curiosity, just like the attitude of later generations towards black holes. Apparently, Kocho Shinobu has already experienced the former, leaving only deep curiosity. She still remembers the first time she met Baidu. How impulsive I was, I almost pulled out the Nichiren blades. Fortunately, Mr. Baidu does not hold grudges, hey. Just as Kocho Shinobu was thinking about it, Baidu suddenly opened his eyes. He came. Before the voice fell, Shinobu hadn't recovered yet. The next second, a scream suddenly sounded in his ear. That voice came from the house behind him. Mr. Baidu, there is a situation. Kocho Shinobu hastily drew his rapier, only to find that Baidu's figure had long since disappeared. She turned over and jumped over the courtyard wall, seeing an incredible scene. In a room in the house, the figure of a woman is reflected in the paper window, and what is even more weird is that beside the woman, there was a black shadow that kept swaying. Rustle. Just at this critical moment, a flash of sword light broke through the window. There was a sound of tearing, and the paper window was shattered into pieces, floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, there was a groan of pain in the room. A black shadow in the shape of a snake crawled into the courtyard at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and quickly disappeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Baidu narrowed his eyes. Because that's what he's here for. Are you okay? Hearing Baidu's inquiry, the woman who had just enjoyed the shocking moment subconsciously shook her head. And Kocho Shinobu finally arrived at the scene. Chase. P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 37 The Girl and Number 039, S Disappearance Case. On the quiet street, there were hurried footsteps. Two figures, one big and one small, kept shuttling back and forth, and the prey they were looking for was the fast-running black shadow in front of them. The residents who came and went panicked when they saw the two sword-bearers. It's such a pity for such a beautiful girl. How about we report to the police? Let's go home quickly, I don't want to meet a man-eating monster. Passers-by talked a lot, obviously they were not optimistic about these two people. In the past few days, incidents of missing girls happened one after another, and the shadow has not weakened, but has become more and more intense. Gradually, people's emotions became anxious and fearful. Seeing Baidu and Kocho Shinobu right now, most of them hold the attitude of watching the show. Shinobu, who was galloping, suddenly stopped at a certain moment. At the same time, a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Baidu, that ghost is gone. That's right, just around the corner, the black shadow disappeared out of thin air. Baidu didn't think so, shook his head and said, don't panic, he's nearby. Through the message from the wind, Baidu concluded that the ghost hadn't gone too far. Just like the ghost who can only burrow in the village at the foot of the ghost-killing squad. But compared to that ghost, this prey seems to be more difficult now, and Baidu has also identified his identity. That is the triangular ghost that Tanjiro tried in the original plot. He feeds on fresh female flesh and blood, and brazenly says that the reason why he eats 16-year-old girls is to liberate them. This kind of evil thinking is somewhat similar to Doma. And there are two kinds of blood ghost skills in him, clone and stealth, and he is indeed a difficult opponent. However, under Baidu's super sense of smell, he has nowhere to hide. Especially that bloody smell, somewhere in the dark, constituted a murderous root. Mr. Baidu, what should we do now? Wait. What? Shinobu let go of his small hand holding the rapier, and raised his head suspiciously. It's a pity that on Baidu, she couldn't see even a trace of nervousness, as if she was invulnerable. Kocho Shinobu tapped the show head lightly, keeping vigilance at all times. At the other end of the northwest town, in a humid and hot shed, a hideous head emerged. Bloody eyes, pale face, and strange horns protruding from the forehead. There is no doubt that he is the ghost who just attacked the girl. How about it, did you catch it? Sensing the return of the one-horned ghost, two more heads popped out, namely the two-horned ghost and the triangular ghost. Forget it. Unexpectedly, seeing the two of them, the unicorn snorted irritably. Damn it, a ghost-slaying swordsman came out of nowhere and ruined my good deed. Ghost-slayer swordsman. The two ghosts froze for a moment, with puzzled and curious expressions on their expressions. It seems that in their view, ghost-slayer swordsman means a plate of fish and meat waiting to be slaughtered, the only difference is whether to eat or not to eat. You guy, you have already swallowed that beauty. That's right, you still want to lie to us. Facing the two ghosts' accusations, the unicorn ghost chattered its teeth in anger, and made a scalp-numbing vibration. For a moment, the two ghosts obediently shut their mouths. As if to prove the truth, the unicorn slowly climbed out of the ground and showed them his injuries. How is this possible? Why, didn't recover. In the field of vision, under the right shoulder of the unicorn ghost, there is a smooth cross-section. One arm was permanently left in the house. It stands to reason that with the astonishing resilience of an ogre, as long as the injury is not fatal, it can recover immediately, but… Damn, do you think I don't want to? The unicorn was indignant, and explained with both fear and helplessness, this guy's knife seems to be different from those idiots, it seems. Just as the unicorn was complaining, there was a conversation outside the shed. Shinobu, do you know why you waited now? I see, Mr. Baidu. Hearing this familiar voice, the unicorn shuddered. He couldn't help raising his head, and under the moonlight, there was a delicate and indifferent face. And the bloody Nicaran blades. Not good. Breath of flowers, shape of land, whirlpool peach. With Kocho Shinobu's soft call, she has already moved the rapier and swung a horizontal slash. I saw the place where the knife light flickered, and the falling flowers were colorful and beautiful. It's a pity that after such beautiful scenery, it is an irresistible attack. And Kocho Shinobu finally understood Baidu's intention. The reason why he didn't chase after the one-horned ghost right away was because he guessed that there were two other accomplices hiding in the dark and wanted to cast a long line to catch big fish. In the end, it was all caught up. Outside the shed, looking at the swift figure of Kocho Shinobu, Baidu nodded slightly. At the same time, the system beeped one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 10 seconds, and if you quit halfway, it will be considered a sign-in failure. A cold light flashed in Baidu's eyes, those three fighting ghosts. Suddenly he shivered. Invisibly, it seems that there is an existence more terrifying than Kocho Shinobu, and it is watching. P.S. The fourth update today, try to make it up. Thank you Zuan for your support all the time, from old books to new books. Chapter 38 The Baptism of Thunder, new book asks for flowers. Another dinner delivered to your door. And she's a beautiful woman, I'm drooling. Damn it, didn't you find out? Unlike the two greedy ghosts, the one-horned ghost obviously felt flustered. This strong sense of crisis does not come from Kocho Shinobu, but the silent Baidu. The one-horned ghost at this moment seems to be dancing on the tip of a knife. Beside him was a napping tiger. Die any moment. The one-horned ghost guessed right, Baidu only needs one thought, and the three brothers can be wiped out of the world completely. However, instead of making a shot, he gave the opportunity to Kocho Shinobu. Baidu wants to see this stubborn little girl pass the exam. Is there any progress? Ding ding. In the hot shed, Kocho Shinobu was dripping with sweat following a burst of fighting. She frowned, and the thin sword in her hand turned out. As the younger sister of Hana Kocho Kane, Shinobu has always been in the limelight in Demon Slayer, and even Yubayashiki Kagyu recognized her efforts. But all along, she has not found a suitable opportunity. Come to prove yourself. Coupled with Kane's love for her, Shinobu rarely comes into contact with ghosts. I remember that the last time she fought against ghosts, she killed 5 ogres in the final selection of Fuji Attack Mountain. Therefore, Kocho Shinobu's mood at the moment is nothing but excitement. Her rapier hasn't been stained with blood for a long time. At a certain moment, the three ghosts all rushed towards her, and the stench came over her nostrils. And Kocho Shinobu also made a decision immediately. Breath of flowers, 3 shapes. Mikage. In the blink of an eye, Kocho Shinobu caught a glimpse, and the white light of the rapier was shining brightly. The first to be hit was the reckless two-horned ghost. Little lady, just accept death obediently. The two-horned ghost kicked back while spitting, but unexpectedly, after entering Shinobu's attack range, he was greeted with a swift attack. Wow! As Kocho Shinobu swung the rapier, the demon's neck snapped. Take the head of the enemy general within a short distance. What is even more shocking is that when the evil ghost's neck was broken, it was not cut open, but the sound of corrosion and dissolution. It is the toxin of wisteria flower. Because Kocho Shinobu is weak and incapable of beheading ghosts, he uses poison to attack, and the effect is remarkable. Impossible, how could? When the two-horned ghost was dying, he was still staring at Kocho Shinobu with an expression of disbelief. Soon, his head and body were wiped out. With the exception of Kibutsuji Musen and Oni Kamaizuru, most of the Oni are undoubtedly doomed after being beheaded by Nichiren blades. Not to mention an inferior existence like the two-horned ghost? Damn, this guy! The unicorn ghost with only one arm left gritted his teeth, and the triangular ghost finally realized the problem. If Xia Ren is allowed to continue killing, the two of them will die sooner or later. The two ghosts looked at each other, and jumped into the water at the same time, and the flat ground actually had layers of ripples. Seeing this scene, Kocho Shinobu's beautiful eyes widened. Disappeared again. Only Baidu on the side saw this and guessed that it was the blood ghost technique of the triangle ghost. Sneak. In this state, they will blend into the ground and feel as free as swimming in a lake. Of course, this blood ghost technique can't last too long, and they must deal with their opponents before the end. There was a plop, and the two ghosts showed their heads, staring at Xia Ren's back, and their teeth began to chatter at the same time. Da-da-da. The sound was very weak at first, but as the frequency increased, the impact sound became more and more annoying, and even formed invisible ripples. Kocho Shinobu, who was infected by the ripples, was crumbling. What's going on? She covered her ears, her pretty face became grim, and she lost her sense of proportion for a moment. Seeing this situation, the two ghosts looked at each other and smiled. It seems that Kocho Shinobu has become the bag. At this moment, in Baidu's mind, the system prompt is counting down. 5s. 4. The countdown sounded, and at the same moment, Baidu also pulled out the Nichiren blades. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, stealth and ambush. Baidu's eyes lit up, his voice fell, and his figure began to flicker, becoming illusory. At this moment, Baidu clearly saw the two ghosts underground. What was even more shocking was that with Baidu's mind moving, he disappeared from sight. Completely merged into the darkness. Kocho Shinobu at the side tried hard to open his eyes, but Baidu disappeared unexpectedly. Has Mr. Baidu gone already? She couldn't accept this fact. With Baidu's character, how could he get away with it? However, Kocho Shinobu searched all corners but could not find it. Just when there was a dead silence in the shed, a sudden change occurred. Ah! The screams were like thunder, and then, one after another, figures flew out of the ground. The ferocious and painful expressions were the two ghosts who had been lying in wait for a long time. And what flew out after them was a figure that did not touch any dust. And the pale lightning that tore everything apart. It was Kang Glongpo. During the baptism of the thunderous curtain, the two ghosts enjoyed the highest standard of death treatment, and they were reduced to fragments and annihilated bit by bit. On the other hand, Baidu's figure has also changed from blurred to real. Stealth ambush is not only a powerful assassination method, it can also be concealed. It can be described as a move that combines both offense and defense. Thinking of this, the corners of Baidu's mouth curled up into a smile. Despite the lightning and thunder intertwined behind him, he remained steadfast. Nichiren blades are also in the sheath. P.S. The 5th update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 39 Returning to the headquarters, new book asks for flowers. After the screams, the two ghosts ended their sinful life. And Kocho Shinobu, who was standing stiffly, finally broke free, and his consciousness gradually recovered. In her field of vision, there was only a flashing white light left. The figure standing still with Baidu. What is even more unexpected is that after the death of the two ghosts, there was a light rain in the sky. To be precise, it is some jewelry that reflects the light. Hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and a pink sachet with tattoos. If someone who doesn't know is here, they will think that they are in a woman's boudoir. But seeing this scene, Kocho Shinobu was suddenly stunned. This is... There is no doubt that these are the collections of the Triangle Ghost, and behind each piece of jewelry represents the tragic death of a girl. Such a light rain is enough to show how many people have suffered misfortune. Before he knew it, Kocho Shinobu's eye sockets were moist. She thought that the murder of her parents by a ghost was already the greatest misfortune in the world. However, after seeing so many young girls similar to her leave the world one by one, the pain in Kocho Shinobu's heart was hard to heal for a long time. A hand on her trembling shoulder was Baidu. The two looked at each other in silence, adding a touch of tenderness to this silent night. It wasn't until they left the town that the next morning, some residents noticed the strangeness here. Among them are quite a few old people, after seeing those familiar jewelry, also shed tears silently. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. This sachet belongs to my daughter, why is it here? Could it be the two warriors from yesterday? They killed that man-eating monster. The crowd exclaimed, but unfortunately, when they came to their senses, where were the figures of Baidu and Kocho Shinobu? All the old people can do is pray for the two of them. I wish them good fortune. Half a day later, the two returned to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. Kocho Shinobu still looked listless. It seems that what she saw this time shocked her young mind. So far, it has not slowed down. Mr. Baidu, thank you for your help. The two went all the way to Baidu's room, and Kocho Shinobu finally spoke. She pursed her lips prettily, her brows were full of gratitude, obviously from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, Baidu stopped her impulse last time, otherwise. With Kocho Shinobu's current strength, if he goes to the northwest town alone, the danger factor will increase exponentially. After all, she doesn't have Tanjiro's protagonist aura. Thanks again. Kocho Shinobu bowed deeply again before leaving the room. Regarding her growth, although Baidu didn't say anything, he saw it in his heart, presumably through this mission, Xiren will also grow. Unexpectedly, just as Kocho Shinobu left, a frizzy figure pushed to his door again. Master Baidu, long time no see. Kuang near. The person who came was Keikono Kwajin, and he seemed to be in some trouble. I have something I want to discuss with you, can I take a step to speak? Sensing the urgency in Kuang Jin's tone, Baidu nodded slightly and let out the door. After entering the living room, Kuang Jin made sure that there was no partition in behind the ears, and only then did he tell the truth. I don't know if you have heard, but due to the recent frequent ghost activities, my lord has held a special meeting of the pillars in order to improve the combat power of all members. Pillar meeting? Hearing this term, related memories emerged in Baidu's mind. In the original plot, Yubayashiki Kaguya, as the leader of the ghost-killing team, did hold several pillar meetings. The one that impressed me the most was the sentencing of Tanjiro and Nezuko after Nada Spider Mountain. It was also because of that meeting that 9 pillars showed up one by one. Baidu nodded, motioning for Kuangjin to continue talking. According to the regulations, all pillars have the right to be in the ghost-killing squad. Choose team members to be stepsons. Stepson, as explained above, is similar to the successor of the pillar position. In the original book, Tsuyuri Kanawo is the stepson of Kocho Shinobu, whose strength is only under the pillar. Speaking of this, Kuang Jin's face was a little embarrassed. He seemed to be hesitating whether to continue. In the end, Kuang Jin gave the answer under the prompt of Baidu's eyes. Master Baidu, I hope you will not be angry after hearing this news. Excuse me. Baidu nodded slightly, finally realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, Keikano Kuma recently brought a surprising piece of news. Master Yinzu, I want you to be his stepson. Oh. Unexpectedly, after hearing the news, instead of being angry, Baidu smiled faintly. This seems to have been anticipated. With Uzui Tenjin's character, he would indeed do this kind of thing. I'm afraid it's to pick a stepson in name, but in fact, it's to test your own strength. I see, thank you Kuang Jinjun for your reminder. Aren't you angry? Keikano Kuangjin's eyes widened, he didn't expect Baidu to be so calm. It stands to reason that he will participate in the advanced battle for the position of the pillar next week. Isn't it infuriating that Uzui Tenjin is provocative at this time? What he doesn't know is that Uzui Tenjin is impatient, but the reason for doing this. It's doubts about Baidu's identity. I want to verify whether he is the person in the abandoned temple that night. When is the assessment? Just tomorrow. P.S. Today's first update. Thanks to Ziwan and San Shei's sword for their suggestions. Unexpectedly, there are so many opinions on the perfect Sesshomaru template. The original intention is to be similar to a KOS character. Unlock skills and powers by signing in. Perfect means high growth. I can't watch it, it's almost the same as Saitama's one-punch pass. Pneumonia is terrible recently, I hope everyone is safe and healthy. Chapter 40 Uzui Tenjin and number 039, S Contempt, new book asks for flowers. The next morning, when it was still daylight. On the back mountain training ground, a crowd of ghost-slaying swordsmen had already gathered. In the ghost-killing squad, Zhu is second only to being the master, and becoming Zhu is the ideal and honor in the minds of countless people. But everyone knows that the conditions for becoming a pillar are too harsh. And as long as he can be selected as a stepson, he will be able to receive Zhu's full support, and his status in the ghost-killing team will also increase. The position of the pillar is no longer out of reach. This is undoubtedly a shortcut. Therefore, there are so many swordsmen waiting here. Baidu is also one of them, but his purpose is completely opposite to everyone else, but for the invitation of Uzui Tenjin. Although he doesn't know how the sound column will be tested, but no matter what, Baidu is sure to win. As time went on, he became more and more compatible with the perfect Sesshomaru template, and it would not take long for his strength to increase again. At that time, in addition to Keng Glongpo, more moves will be unlocked. Seeing that Baidu wasn't nervous at all, Kino Kuangjin shook his head helplessly, and silently looked to the sidelines. Look, Lord Yinzu is here! And Master Huazu! At this moment, there were warm cheers from the crowd, and a tall figure landed in the center of the ring with a smile on his lips. Thank you for your enthusiasm, next. It's up to me to present a gorgeous performance for everyone. It was a young man wrapped in a white scarf, with a strong figure and piercing eyes, with red patterns painted around his right eye, and two strangely shaped big knives on his back. There is no doubt that he is the sound column Uzui Tenjin. Walking with him was a tall and slender woman with a smile on her face, waving to the swordsmen in the audience. Thank you all. Every frown of Kocho Kane made the audience cheer, which is enough to show how popular she is in the ghost-slaying squad. She smiled and made a downward gesture, and the training ground quickly fell silent. I believe everyone has also been notified by the Lord. Due to the vacancy of the current pillar, in order to make up for this shortfall as soon as possible, Mr. Tenjin and I will select a suitable swordsman as a stepson. What Kane said was right. At this time, when the green and yellow are not ready, apart from the newly promoted flowers, snakes, and sound pillars, the old man only has yanzu and rock pillars left. Everyone knows that as long as they become stepson, it means that you can enjoy better treatment and abundant resources, such as the Nichiren blades forged by Tetsujin Kawahara himself. For a while, the audience boiled again. However, as Kane's voice fell, Uzui Tenjin took over. At the same time, his eyes stayed in the crowd. That face that was too young. I heard that in our ghost-killing team, there is a young man with extraordinary talent. In the past 2 weeks, he has won many military exploits, and he even became famous in the battle in Qi Mountain. Such a gorgeous swordsman deserves our respect. Uzui Tenjin smiled faintly, and upon hearing these words, the swordsman in the audience nodded frequently. This description is undoubtedly a compliment to Baidu. As for Baidu's performance, almost no one had any negative remarks, only admiration and admiration. Personally, I have also admired him for a long time. And I hope that he can pass the test and become a new force of the ghost-killing team, filling the vacancy in the post. Only. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Yin Zhu changed the topic. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his piercing eyes met Baidu's, and there was an anxious breath in the air instantly. Before the pillar, stepson is also an integral process. I wonder if Mr. Baidu has this will. As soon as these words came out, the training ground fell silent for a short time. What followed were chattering discussions and almost weird looks. Didn't my lord invite Baidu to participate in the advanced battle? Why did Lord Yinzu choose him as his stepson? What do you know? Although Baidu performed extraordinary, no one has ever seen him fight Zhu. I think this arrangement is more reasonable. From the opinions of everyone, Baidu heard 2 meanings. One is that they expressed doubts about Baidu's ability to become a pillar. The second is the jealousy of Baidu's rapid advancement. This kind of performance is really normal. After all, Baidu is too young, it will inevitably arouse the envy and jealousy of everyone. Fortunately, they did not harm or slander, but only with suspicion. If Baidu became stepson first and Zhu later, that would still be within the scope of their acceptance. At this time, Uzui Tenjin was looking at Baidu with a smile. In the past 2 weeks, he also analyzed Baidu, and believed that he was indeed a swordsman with extraordinary talent. But the sound column does not think that Baidu can be strong enough to serve as the column. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Baidu nodded with a smile and accepted the invitation of the sound column. Unexpectedly, when he walked up the steps, every step he took, that sharp momentum will increase by 1 point. Suddenly, a strange color flashed in Uzui Tenjin's eyes, and his body tensed subconsciously. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this newcomer. After Baidu stepped onto the ring, just a glance was enough to make the swordsman in the audience speechless. Seeing this scene, Kocho Kane was stunned. Can't help but think of the first time the two met in the courtyard that day. P.S. The second update today, try to make it up. I wish you all good health and freedom from all diseases. Chapter 41 Only fast will not break, new book asks for flowers. Mr. Baidu. After a while, Kocho Kane spoke first and waved to him. Hearing Kane's voice, Uzui Tenjin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and regained his senses. Before that, he always felt that Baidu was not worthy of his name, and he didn't even take Aguro Obanai's warning seriously. However, when Uzui Tenjin actually faced Baidu, he realized that he was wrong. Moreover, it was a big mistake. Just based on this unstoppable aura, he is enough to conclude that Baidu has something to do with the people of that night, or Baidu is the mysterious swordsman. Miss Kochu, long time no see. Baidu smiled, ignoring Uzui Tenjin's shock. Is Xia Ren okay? When Kane heard this, she tapped the show head. Thank you, Mr. Baidu. The reason why she thanked him was naturally because of Kocho Shinobu. After returning from the small town in the northwest, Shinobu locked himself in the house and practiced the breath of flowers over and over again. If it were on weekdays, Kocho Shinobu would not know where to play again. How could it be so cute? Most importantly, Kocho Kane can see that the younger sister has changed and matured because of Baidu. Baidu nodded slightly, then looked at the sound column beside him. Mr. Uzui, are you ready? Hearing these words, Uzui Tenjin was startled, and nodded instinctively. However, right away he realized something was wrong. Obviously I am Zhu, he is the challenger. Why is there a feeling of overwhelming the guests? Uzui Tenjin didn't pursue further, but pulled out 2 machetes. Since this is the case, let's start. With the release of the sound column, the strangely shaped double swords also revealed the whole picture. This is a pair of double knives connected by a chain, with a red handle and a golden sword band, and the sound column is usually bound by bandages. It's worth mentioning that on this pair of Nichiren blades, Uzui Tenjin also added a little special material, a surprise he prepared for Baidu. Miss Kocho, please announce the start. Hearing Baidu's words, Kocho Kane raised the command flag to the audience, and when it fell, the entire training ground was silent. Buzz! A strange roar came, and upon closer inspection, Uzui Tenjin had disappeared without a trace. The sound column disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this strange situation, most of the swordsmen were dumbfounded, only a very few old people understood the reason. Uzui Tenjin learned the breath of thunder when he first joined the Demon Slayer team. After that, he combined ninjutsu and breathing techniques, and used his own advantages to derive the current breath of sound, which achieved a faster speed on the basis of Lihu. So, speed is his home field. Baidu's eyes froze. Of course he knew Uzui Tenjin's housekeeping skills. Baidu, I hope you can show. Become the capital of the pillar. On the ring, Uzui Tenjin's voice was heard clearly, and in the next second, a knife light piercing the air appeared in front of him. With a tearing momentum, it hit Baidu's face directly. Obviously, the sound column wanted to suppress Baidu with speed, and even forced Baidu to react with the momentum of thunder. If Baidu chooses to defend, what awaits him will be a more explosive attack. Choosing to attack means that Baidu has to find out his position, and Yinzu is confident that he can dodge in advance. Either way, it's good for Uzui Tenjin. Seeing this picture, all the swordsmen in the audience held their breath, and Kocho Kane couldn't help frowning. Mr. Baidu, you must calm down. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Baidu made an unexpected reaction. He quickly raised his hand, and at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, he swung several sword lights one after another. How is this possible? Baidu's movement and speed don't seem to be slower than Master Voice Column. No, even faster. Waves of sword light swept across the sky, almost covering half of the arena. Soon, Uzui Tenjin also appeared in the corner. He looked at Baidu in surprise, his hands holding the 2 knives trembled faintly. Faced with his own thunder strike, Baidu didn't play his cards according to common sense, but directly used a range attack without dead ends. Force out Uzui Tenjin. Hateful. Uzui Tenjin is good at speed, but only if he can touch Baidu. Whenever he wants to get close to Baidu, he has to face the impenetrable sword light rain, which completely restricts his actions. Yinzu took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, I shouldn't have underestimated you from the very beginning. In Uzui Tenjin's vision, those sword lights and the sword marks of the abandoned temple overlapped together. Such a trembling swordsmanship can only be achieved by that swordsman. This person is Baidu. Seeing this scene, Kocho Kane, holding his breath, released his powder fist and relaxed his body. Because she has seen the end. The breath of sound comes from the breath of thunder, and the characteristics are the same, that is, it needs a fearless offensive and a vigorous effort. Now, Uzui Tenjin has slacked off. Without that energy, his defeat is only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Kocho Kane's eyes stayed on Baidu again. In her eyes, Baidu gradually changed. Wait, what is Baidu going to do? Why is there a white light in his eyes? P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 42 The competition is over, new book asks for flowers. For a while, Baidu became the focus of attention. Every movement of his is natural, and the scattered sword light is like a pouring rain. I poured it on Uzui Tenjin's heart. All the Ghost Slayer swordsmen present were dumbfounded and trembled involuntarily. Among them, it's not that none of them have participated in the stepson assessment, so of course they know how strong Zhu is. Even if Uzui Tenjin is younger than Rengoku Shinjiro. But even so, he is a real pillar. How could it be so easy to be restrained by Baidu, and there is even a tendency to fail? It's unbelievable, this is the first time I've seen Master Yinzu lose the wind. Baidu's swordsmanship is so superb. No, you're all wrong. Among the crowd, a swordsman suddenly spoke up and made a statement that contradicted everyone, which aroused everyone's doubts. There was surprise between his brows, as if he had seen the mystery. The attack released by Baidu is no longer within the reach of breathing techniques. This kind of power seems to be. Before the swordsman could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred on the ring. Damn it! Facing the aggressive Jian Guanjiu, Uzui Tenjin could no longer bear it, and was extremely aggrieved. He is a majestic voice, but he will be replaced by a fledgling rookie. Forced to the point of being unable to fight back. If it reaches Iguro Obanai's ears, he will definitely laugh at himself again. No, at least do something. Yinzu took a deep breath and held the two sabers again. In fact, he hadn't noticed yet. He has subconsciously admitted his failure. In other words, the fear of fighting Baidu. Look, Lord Yinzu is attacking again. Can he break through Baidu's barrier this time? It's hard to say. I now feel that Baidu's position as the pillar is already guaranteed. The situation on the field changed suddenly, and there were many discussions off the field. Who would have thought that a few minutes ago, the swordsmen were still guessing how many rounds Baidu could last under Uzui Tenjin? And it's only been a while, and they have already started to think about how long will the sound column be defeated? Hateful! Hearing Uzui Tenjin's furious roar, Baidu's expression remained unchanged. A white light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his Nichiren blades again, facing the unknown intruder. Somewhere, Baidu smelled a special smell. This is not a smell of earth and blood, but more like a smell of something burnt. Breath of sound one shape boom. Before the words fell, Uzui Tenjin appeared again. He fell from the sky in mid-air, and pointed two machetes at Baidu's head, as if he was bound to win. What's even more incredible is that the next scene. Boom! When Uzui Tenjin's Nichiren blades came into contact with the sword light, almost a second later, a dazzling fire burst out. The flames came from his two sabers. The sound of the explosion also caused an uproar. What? Is this a bomb? You don't understand, this is Mr. Yinzu's secret weapon, it is his special explosive. It's over, Baidu is probably in danger. Soon, the arena was covered in smoke and dust, and the figures of the two disappeared. The only thing that can be felt is the sound of fighting and the aftershocks on the ground. The scene fell into silence for a while, and it was extremely anxious. At the same time, a question was born in their hearts: has Mr. Yinzu been forced to use explosives? Gradually, as time goes by bit, the smoke and dust were also dissipating, finally revealing the shadows of the two of them. Cough cough. That familiar coughing sound came from Uzui Tenjin, who was standing there tremblingly at the moment, and the situation was not optimistic. Even more surprising is that the other figure facing him remained motionless. It is Baidu who is not stained with a speck of dust. Complete victory. Seeing this scene, Kocho Kane frowned slightly, with a wry smile on his lips. Well, how should such a result be calculated? Although she said so on her lips, she knew in her heart. Uzui Tenjin, who is a pillar, lost to Baidu, lost to this rookie who is not even a stepson. Feel the scorching eyes and the dull atmosphere around you. In the end, Yunzu heaved a long sigh, and cupped his fists at Baidu. Offended, Baidu. I lost this competition. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Most of them guessed the result, but still had a fluke mentality, thinking that Uzui Tenjin could fight back. It's a pity that this competition was under Baidu's control from the beginning to the end, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a one-sided crush. The blasting method that Yunzu is most proud of, in front of Baidu. It's like a child's play. Mr. Uzui, then. Kane reminded shyly. And Uzui Tenjin didn't get discouraged or messed around, instead he announced to everyone in the audience. The assessment is over, the winner is Baidu. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. I wish you all good health and staying at home free from all diseases. Explain, new book asks for flowers. Pneumonia has made people panic these 2 days. We are located in Shandong. We also have a college student who returned home from Wuhan. It seems that he has been called for a medical examination. We don't know what the result is. The community is also checking people in contact these days. I was also called to help, so the update is a bit unstable, and the normal update will resume today. It is approaching the end of the year, and no one wants to make such a fuss. I can only pray that everyone is safe and sound. I also remind readers to see if there are any compatriots from Wuhan around you. After all, this is not a joke. Also, I would like to send blessings to those infected. I hope everyone will not be pessimistic. I believe they will survive. The sun always comes after the storm. Bless you, and bless you too. Chapter 43 Existence Beyond Cognition, new book asks for flowers. Gilu. Feel the sword intent emanating from Baidu. In Shi-Yuman Tenjin's heart, he was almost 100% sure that he was the swordsman in Mount SAGIRI that day. You can't go wrong. Just the pressure of the sword can destroy the aftermath of the bombing, and the momentum of the sword seems to have split the air. Such a swordsman has completely transcended the level of swordsmanship, and rose to the realm of birthing sword intent. In the ring, Baidu nodded to Uzui Tenjin, as if expressing his approval. But what is even more surprising is that it is far more than that. Wait, look. If I'm not mistaken, Baidu seems to be. You haven't drawn your sword yet. As soon as these words came out, the swordsman under the entire training ground seemed to be choked by an invisible big hand. I can no longer make a sound. Because, as they say, Baidu's Nichiren blades were in their scabbards the whole time. Those scattered sword lights and power. It also all comes from Baidu himself. Noticing this, Kocho Kane couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded, and said with a smile, Mr. Baidu, I'm curious, is the power you use breathing? Facing Kane's question, Baidu smiled lightly. He didn't speak, but answered in another way, quietly opened his eyes. The next moment, that bright white light emerged again. It made Baidu look like a god, bathed in white light. This miraculous scene has completely broken everyone's cognition. No wonder Uzui Tenjin, who has always been conceited, will admit defeat. Because what he has to face is not just as simple as Zhu. It is an unknown force in existence. Says Homaru. It's really shocking, Mr. Baidu. No, Lord Baidu. I seem to have seen the picture of him becoming the new post. What will his title be? It seems that this is not Baidu's full strength. The eyes of the old players in the audience were already almost dull. They finally understood why Yubayashiki Kaguya would invite this newcomer to become a pillar. In the ghost-killing squad, strength is synonymous with everything. Even if he has only been in the team for 2 weeks, even if he didn't go through the process of stepson. But today's performance alone is enough to surpass everyone. Even the head of the 9 pillars. Mr. Baidu, please forgive me for my presumptuousness and offense. In the end, it was Zui Tenjin who broke the silence. This 1.9-meter tall man, with an apologetic smile on his face, was touching his head in embarrassment. In all fairness, none of these people who are willing to dedicate their lives to the ghost-killing squad is a dog. Even Kota and Mikawa bravely fought ghosts. What's more, Zui Tenjin has a straight temper, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get along with Tanjiro in the plot. I thought those legends were all bragging about you, but I didn't expect to find out after fighting in person. Actually, I'm the frog in the well. Tenjin sighed helplessly, feeling a little lost for no reason. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a cold response came from his ear. Mr. Tenjin, we will fight next time. Zui Tenjin was stunned for a moment, and looked up to find that Baidu had already shown a kind smile, without any intention of blaming him. Thank you, Mr. Baidu. This made his eye circles a little red, and he didn't expect the other party to be so generous. At the same time, the doubts in his heart deepened. Where does such a young man have such strength and such a mature soul? Okay, besides Baidu, who else wants to try it? Kocho Kane smiled and quickly broke the silence. After all, today's assessment is to choose a stepson, and no one expected that Baidu will become the only one in the thriving. Everyone in the audience was silent for a moment, then roars broke out immediately. I'm coming, I want to challenge Lord Yinzu. Master Huazu, can my opponent be you? Hey, where is your challenge? You are a glutton. Before the person who wanted to challenge Kane finished speaking, he was drowned by the saliva of the surrounding swordsmen. Kocho Kane giggled, her popularity seemed to be higher than expected. On the other side, Baidu also came to the audience. Master Baidu, are you okay? Baidu turned around and saw that it was Keikono Quangjin who came to congratulate him. He seemed a little embarrassed. Soon, Baidu saw his true thoughts. Okay, don't waste time. Baidu glanced at the sound column behind him, and said calmly, go if you want. Kuang Ye was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly. Yes. After Kuang Jin greeted him, he excitedly joined the team to attack Zui Tenjin. The sound column on the ring narrowed its eyes. You guys, don't think I'm a persimmon. Wait and see, I'll show you my gorgeous explosives. Ignoring the noise of the training ground, Baidu walked away slowly. But at this moment, in my mind, the system's notification sound came again. Ding! A new check-in task is released. Please host the Shinano River Basin to sign in within a week, and you will receive system rewards. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. I wish you all the best and good health. Chapter 44 The Arrival of Rengoku Kyujura, New Book Asks for Flowers. Before leaving, Kocho Kane also left a word. In her eyes, there was awe of the strong and an inexplicable affection. Although I only met Baidu a few times. But every time, Kane has a new feeling, and today she feels even more at a loss for the unknown. For sure though, she's the same as Kocho Shinobu. They all became very curious about Baidu. Mr. Baidu, then let's see you next week. After leaving the training ground, Baidu returned to his room. Instead of meditating as usual, he turned over a few maps prepared by Kuang Jin in advance, and read the map of the island country in detail. Not even the most inconspicuous village was spared. Through this trip to the northwest town, Baidu realized that if he wants to complete the task faster, he must be familiar with the geographical environment here. Because it is impossible for him to find a guide every time. Only by mastering the map thoroughly can the task efficiency be improved. Take this Shinano River as an example. Before crossing, Baidu knew little about the island country, let alone the detailed river distribution. If you let him search rashly, it will definitely take a lot of work. What's more, Baidu also noticed that the check-in locations given by the system are often related to tasks. This also means that the Zenano River Basin is very likely to be the target of his next mission. With Baidu's current ability, he is not afraid of any ghost, even Wakaraba. He was also instantly killed by him. However, up to now, Baidu has not officially fought against Shangxian Ghost. Not to mention the Ghost King Kibutsuji Muzan. Fortunately, Baidu has a lot of cards, and most importantly, there are still 3 full years before the plot really starts. He could take this opportunity. Keep getting stronger. Inspire the true power of Sesshomaru. The most urgent task is to go to the Shinano River Basin and meet the upcoming advanced battle of the pillar. After flipping through the map several times, Baidu closed his eyes. In his mind, the battle with Uzui Tenjin, and the change of the breath of sound gradually emerged. 10 minutes later, a knock on the door broke the silence of the living room. Baidu opened the door and found that the visitor was Mr. Baidu, excuse me. The man had long yellow-red hair, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, a loud voice, and the most important thing was those piercing eyes. It is the son of Yanzu. Rengoku Kyujura. After he greeted him respectfully, he stood there a little nervously. Although Baidu and Kyujura are about the same age, when the two actually met, the latter was completely crushed. What affected Kyujura was only Baidu's inadvertent aura. So it's Kyujura-kun, what's the matter? Baidu smiled lightly, at least to ease the atmosphere. Seeing this situation, Rengoku Kyujura also summoned up his courage and stated the purpose of his visit. Mr. Baidu, I am here this time to deliver a message from my lord. Oh! Baidu's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed something. Sure enough, Kyujura quickly revealed the answer. According to the information returned by the crow, traces of ogres have been found in the Zenano River Basin. There are rumors that the government sent people to suppress them, but nothing happened. Let it go? I'm afraid there are too many casualties, so I don't want to set foot in the bottomless pit anymore. My lord, I hope that you will go there to investigate this matter. Kyujura paused, a little embarrassed. Father recommended me as your assistant, and I hope Mr. Baidu. Kyujura paused, seeming to have made up his mind. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Ever since Baidu left the Rengoku clan last time, Kyujura has been chasing after his father, Makaijura, asking questions non-stop, even without realizing it. Baidu, the so-called peer, has become his direction and goal. As for Kyujura's decision, Yanzhu was startled for a moment, and then he understood the child's feelings, who hasn't had an idol since childhood. That's why Makijiro tried his best to recommend his son to Yabayashiki Kaguya. I hope that Kyujura can follow Baidu and learn some tricks. The most important thing is that Makijiro has unintentionally stated his position, standing firmly on Baidu's side. I understand. Looking at Kyujura who bowed his head in front of him, Baidu nodded slightly. Really, really? Kyujura was stunned for a moment, and then burst into ecstasy. Thank you Mr. Baidu, thank you again. Baidu smiled. He knew in his heart that unlike Kocho Shinobu, who became a monk halfway, Kyujura, who came from the Rengoku clan, learned swordsmanship from his father since he was a child, and was born with a high degree of compatibility with the breath of flame. Besides, in the plot, he is also rare. A column that can wrestle with Akaza. However, the most important thing is Kyujura's quality. Faced with Akaza's coercion and temptation, he would not bow to him even if he died. Let's make some preparations first, and leave tomorrow. Yes. Kyujura nodded emphatically, with gratitude in his eyes. Seeing his back gradually leaving, Baidu's eyes flashed, and a thought flashed in his mind. Go back and have a good talk with Yabayashiki Kaguya. I'm not a kindergarten here, throwing children here every day. However, this also proves that Yabayashiki is already thinking about Baidu, which invisibly brings him into contact with other players. P.S. The second update today, Try to make it up. Come on. Come on. Chapter 45 The Hope of the Ghost Killing Team, New Book Asks for Flowers. The next morning, Baidu got up early. He was still wearing the grey and white yakra, and was carrying the black gold sharp knife. Baidu glanced lightly, and happened to see a bold figure rushing towards the living room. Mr. Baidu. Hey, sorry, I'm late. Rengoku Kyujura smiled mischievously, folded his hands together and apologized. He obviously had come half an hour earlier to wait, but it turned out that Baidu got up earlier. For his apology, Baidu smiled and did not respond. Is everything ready? Unlike Kocho Shinobu, Kyujura's packages are very light, mostly bandages and marching pills, and a few lunch boxes. Baidu nodded slightly, presumably his mother Rengoku Ruhuo made it early. Since the Rengoku family is so sincere, Baidu doesn't mind treating Kyujura's mother. The reason why he is so confident lies in the perfect Sesshomaru template. The weapon that contains the power of healing. Natural teeth. As long as you have natural teeth, you can easily cure Rengoku's disease. After all, it is one of the legendary three swords. But the most urgent thing is to go to the Shinano River to investigate the traces of the ghosts. Quack. Baidu, Rengoku Kyujura, give orders now. Immediately go to the Shinano River basin to investigate the disappearance case. The two looked at each other and nodded in unison. With the departure of Baidu and Kyujura, the tranquility outside the living room was restored again, and a new battle awaited them. At the same time, in the courtyard of the Ghost Slayer squad. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough broke the silence in the room. Seeing this, the tall man in the darkness stepped out and handed a tissue to the coughing person. My lord, your illness? No, nothing. After careful observation, the coughing person was thin and thin, his original handsome face was damaged by scars, and he was wearing a thin white cloak. He is the leader of the ghost-killing team, Yubayashiki Kaguya. Seeing Yubayashiki's crumbling appearance, Hime Jimakume couldn't bear it, but there was nothing he could do. Over the years, he has witnessed Kaguya's condition worsen step by step. However, I have searched all over the world for famous doctors, but there is nothing I can do about it. There is only one reason, that is, what Yubayashiki got was not a disease, but a curse from his family. This curse comes from the master of the ogre, the source of evil. Kibutsuji Musen. Xing Mingjun, how is he doing? Report to my lord. Yan Zhu paused, as if he was thinking about something. The he in Yubayashiki Kaguya's mouth is Baidu. After a while, Hime Jimakume finally spoke. This swordsman named Baidu just defeated Tenjin yesterday afternoon, and it seems to be more than enough. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps because of excitement, Yubayashiki coughed more violently, but his cloudy eyeballs were trying to open. The next second, Yubayashiki slammed the table with his right hand. Okay, okay, okay. My lord, please pay attention to your body. Hime Jimakume hastened to support Kaguya, for fear that he might make a mistake. Unexpectedly, Yubayashiki pushed him away, and his pale cheeks turned rosy, as if the light had returned. Almost with a trembling voice, he made a judgment. With this person around, when the ghost-killing squad is booming, Kibutsuji Musen will be defeated. Seeing this scene, Hime Jimakume stared blankly. Following Yubayashiki for so many years, it was the first time seeing him so fanatical. It seems that the so-called Baidu is the demon slayer. At the same time, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Amitabha, may it be as my lord has said. On the other side, Baidu and Kyujura also came to the mission location. The Shinano country under their feet is located in the north-central region of the island country. The terrain here is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has been a battleground for military strategists since ancient times. According to legend, during the Warring States period, Takeda Shinjin, known as the Tiger of Kai, and Yusuji Kenshin, the Dragon of Ikago, fought fierce battles here, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Now that hundreds of years have passed, the Shinano country has gradually become peaceful. It's just a certain river under it, but it's not very peaceful. Mr. Baidu, the Shinano River is ahead. Kyujura clutched the map in his hand and couldn't help calling out a reminder. But after speaking, he regretted it. Because Kyujura found that Baidu didn't stop at all along the way, as if he came here, he was very familiar with every terrain. This made Rengoku Kyujura even more admired, and silently put away the map. Wait a moment. A cold voice came from his ear, and Kyujura hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Baidu frowned, and suddenly sniffed, as if he smelled something weird. In the next second, his eyes locked on a ship not far away. Kyujura, go ahead and explore the way. Yes. Following Baidu's order, he immediately rushed away, completely devoid of pride and airs as the son of Yanzhu. In fact, before leaving, Makijiro has repeatedly explained that he must study hard from Baidu and must not be arrogant. Soon, Kyujura was lying beside the wooden boat. It didn't matter at this point, he was suddenly stunned. This is... In the dilapidated cabin, apart from the bloody water all over the place, there was also an arm that was thrown away at will. It can be vaguely seen that this is the dress of a government official. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. I wish everyone good health and pay attention to epidemic prevention. Chapter 46 The Hesitation of the Operators, New Book asks for flowers. Hey, what are you two doing? At this moment, a voice not far away suddenly interrupted Rengoku Kyujura's meditation. He raised his head to look around, and found that there were several men in uniforms, and very few of them had guns pinned to their waists. The dress of these people is similar to the corpses in the cabin. There is no doubt that they are also government officials. Kyujura. Hearing the voice from behind, Rengoku Kyujura came to his senses and slowly retracted his outstretched arm. Unexpectedly, seeing this scene, those operators suddenly turned cold. Don't move! Before the words were finished, several people raised their guns, aiming their guns at Kyujura. Rengoku Kyujura frowned slightly, subconsciously touched the handle of the knife. Captain, these two people are sneaky, and they still have a knife in their waist, they must have something to do with the case. Maybe they are the murderers. Among a group of operators, a thin young man spoke coldly, and a middle-aged man stood in the direction of his speech. The man has a Chinese character face, with two thick eyebrows, and a pair of narrow eyes are looking at Baidu and Kyujura. Judging from the title of the young man, he is the captain. Seeing that the captain did not object, the young man nodded, and waved to several operators behind him, gesturing them to shoot. Sensing the opponent's hostility, Kyujura also slowly drew his sword. In an instant, the atmosphere around the broken ship suddenly became cold. Just as the youth was about to pull the trigger to rain bullets on Kyujura, a voice broke the silence. And many more. The person who spoke was the captain of the operators. Captain, why? Kondo, stop it! The captain shook his head helplessly, and at the same time gave an order, they are not murderers, put down the gun. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed doubts. Only Baidu nodded, and the sharpness flashed in his eyes. At that moment just now, if the group of operators shot, Baidu had enough confidence to cut off the rain of bullets. Even, cut off their lives with a single blow. But he didn't do this because he saw the hesitation in the captain's eyes. Fortunately, the captain made the right choice. It never occurred to him that he was only 1 second away from death. Captain, why did you let them go? Didn't you notice that these two men were carrying knives? Especially the one in grey. When talking about Baidu, Kondo swallowed deeply, and his hand with the gun was a little unsteady. For some reason, compared to Rengoku Kyujura who is drawing his sword, he always felt that what Baidu brought was the real threat. Kondo, Didn't you hear me? Yes, yes. In desperation, Kondo restrained the fire gun, and his eyes were still unconvinced. Feeling the easing of the atmosphere, the captain nodded and started talking to Baidu. Are you also here for the disappearance case? Hearing this, Baidu nodded slightly, same. The captain smiled awkwardly, and introduced himself. My name is Masao Otani, and I am their captain. I don't know what your name is. Baidu. It turned out to be Mr. Baidu. Masao Otani paused, as if thinking of something. It's convenient, we need to check this fishing boat. Obviously they are the operators, but when Daegyu talked to Baidu, he spoke in a humble tone. It is really difficult for people to understand. Seeing this situation, the operators were naturally outraged. Captain, what do you mean? These two guys obstructed our handling of the case, and maybe even destroyed the scene. We must not let them go. Facing the fierce rebuttals from the operators, Otani's face was a little ugly, as if there was something unspeakable to hide. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Baidu, who had been silent for a long time, made a relief for him. Kyujura, let's go. What? Kyujura was stunned for a moment. Before he understood what was going on, he saw that Baidu had already left with Nichiren blades. He glanced at the corpse in the cabin, sighed, and finally followed. Mr. Baidu, please wait. Captain, they. Kondo blushed and raised the firecracker angrily. Seeing Daegyu's quick eyesight and quick hands, he pushed his hand away, so that no catastrophe happened. Shut up and check the ship right away. But... Kondo watched the two leave, his hands clenched into fists. On the other side, Kyujura also caught up with Baidu. In his eyes, there was a look of doubt. Obviously he didn't understand why Baidu wanted to leave. Kyujura, haven't you noticed? Baidu smiled faintly and finally explained. The operator named Daegyu has a special pattern on his body. He is not our enemy. Pattern. Kyujura frowned, lost in thought. Soon, his eyes lit up. Mr. Baidu, what you said is... The Wisteria family. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. I wish you all good health and freedom from all diseases. Chapter 47 Cutting Flowing Water with One Sword, New Book asks for flowers. Wisteria family, an ancient family. The history of their existence can even be traced back to the Warring States period, which is closely related to the birth of the ghost-killing squad. Hundreds of years ago, the head of the Wisteria family at that time was just an ordinary wealthy businessman. He was attacked by a ghost during an accidental trade, and his life seemed to be hanging by a thread. Just at this critical moment, a swordsman appeared out of thin air and sacrificed his life to kill the ogre. And the rich businessman was rescued. After some cross-examination, he learned that the swordsman came from a mysterious organization, and the people there were called ghost hunters. Later, the wealthy businessman found the Yubayashiki family, and with the joint support of the two. Only then did the ghost-killing squad come into being. In order to repay the kindness of the ghost hunters, the wealthy businessman once promised that he would do his best to help the ghost-killing team and be the strongest backing at all times. Just like in the original plot, the grandma's house that Tanjiro and his party once lived in is a branch of the Wisteria family. And Masao Otani, who just stopped the operators, also from this family. That's why Baidu called Kyujura away. Apart from not wanting to accidentally injure innocent people, the most important thing is to sell face. I see. With Kyujura's brain, he quickly figured out the whole story. He clapped his fists, admiring Baidu more and more. If it were him, he would definitely have conflicts with the operators. But what puzzles Kyujura is... Now that Baidu handed over the cabin to Daegyu, where should they go to find clues? Kyujura, how far are we from the incident? Only 2 miles to go. In response, Baidu nodded slightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. At this time, those people should have discovered something, unfortunately. Before Baidu finished speaking, he heard a voice from behind. This is Xiaosong's name. How is it possible, didn't he just arrive here yesterday? As expected by Baidu, the group of operators recognized the identity of the corpse and were yelling. Kujura took a deep breath, and when he came back to his senses, Baidu had already moved on. Because he has already found out the whereabouts of the ghost. Follow the breath of the wind. As for the group of stupid operators, it is estimated that they will be delayed on that broken ship for a while. It was not until the afternoon that Baidu and Kujura stopped. The place where they stayed was the nearest fishing village to the Shinano River, where most of the people lived by fishing. The fishermen at the entrance of the village instinctively felt fear when they saw the two men with knives. Even the eyes are avoiding. It seems that many people have come to harass them these days, and they even have resistance. Under Baidu's instructions, Kujura ran all over the village before he found an old fisherman who was willing to speak. The two are not from the government, are they? Kujura nodded, and did not hide his identity. Hi, sir, we are members of the ghost killing squad, and we came here specifically to look for a ghost. Ghost? The old fisherman took out a rag and wiped the mud off the pole. Whether it's a ghost or a human, we don't have what you're looking for in this small village, so go back quickly. Master, we are not. Kujura wanted to explain, but found a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, it was Baidu's indifferent eyes. In that case, excuse me. It's okay. If you have time, why don't you sit down and catch some fish, maybe you can catch a meal. The old fisherman sat down cheerfully, and handed over a fishing rod. Kujura was at a loss for his odd behavior. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Baidu took the fishing rod generously and sat on the boat without any scruples. Mr. Baidu, you are... Kujura didn't understand what he meant, but didn't bother him anymore, and stood quietly aside. Time passed by, the sun went down, and night fell. Plop plop. In the basket next to the old fisherman, there are more than a dozen salmon that are alive and kicking, obviously a good harvest. An old fisherman like him has already mastered the skills of fishing, and a dozen or so are considered few. In contrast, Baidu's fish baskets are not so pretty. It's just empty. That's right, Baidu hasn't caught a single fish since sitting at dusk. Seeing this scene, Rengoku Kujura next to him shook his head frequently. He really didn't know what Mr. Baidu was going to do? This is completely inconsistent with his outstanding performance in the ghost-killing squad. Is this also a kind of practice? The old fisherman beside him also had meaningful eyes. Gradually, a few dark clouds floated from nowhere, covering the bright moon in the sky. And the shimmering Shinano River was also covered with a layer of clouds. At a certain moment, Baidu's fishing rod moved. Patter. With a slight noise, Kujura's eyes lit up. Mr. Baidu finally caught a fish. However, within 2 seconds, the fishing rod returned to silence. The old fisherman squinted his eyes and looked at Baidu carefully, only to find that he had closed his eyes at some point. Invisibly, it has already merged into the vast night. The old fisherman looked, and when he was about to speak, suddenly, a strong sea breeze was blowing. What is even more incredible is what happened next. On the Shinano River facing the three of them, the sea breeze stirred up faint ripples, and as the wind intensified, it even set off waves. This phenomenon is not uncommon, at most it is windy. But the old fisherman never imagined that the sea breeze brought not only moist air, but also... Wow! The waves surged higher and higher until finally, they even formed a wall. The overwhelming waves are about to crush the fishing boat. At this moment, Baidu opened his eyes. A white light emerged from his waist. It turned out that he had drawn the knife. Suddenly, the waves stopped traveling. And in the next second, a crack as thick as a bucket appeared in the center of the thick water wall. To be precise, it was cut off in the middle. Wow! The waves came crashing down hard, hitting the shore. Silver-white figures descended from the sky, which turned out to be countless jumping and swaying salmon. Soon, Baidu's fish basket was filled. The old fisherman couldn't control his hands and let go of the fishing rod. Now, can you tell me one or two? P.S. The second update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 48 River God or Water Monster. A new book asks for flowers. Gilu. Seeing this shocking scene, the old fisherman was stunned for 3 minutes before he finally came to his senses. At his feet, there are several salmon flopping about. This, my lord. Just call me Baidu. Master Baidu. The old fisherman took a deep breath and finally stopped stuttering. I can probably guess why you came here. I'm afraid it's also because of that monster. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the fishing boat suddenly became serious. Rengoku Kyujura's eyes widened, like an owl in the dark night. Baidu knew very well that the monster he was talking about was a ghost. It's just that in the minds of ordinary people, there is no concept of ogres at all, let alone Kibutsuji Musen. Perhaps for the old fisherman, himself and Kyujura. It's also a monster. Young man, although I don't know why you are here, but I know. If it was you, you would definitely be able to kill him. Afterwards, the old fisherman told about the ghost. Compared with the information given by the crow, the time has moved forward. Since last month, a person has been missing from their fishing village, but because the person is usually lazy and has little contact with the villagers, everyone ignores his death. Until a family of 3 died at sea. Only then did someone associate the two things together. Because according to common sense, a mere Shinano river will not drown people at all, even if it is drowned, it will not drown a family. Gradually, people in the fishing village spread rumors. A water monster came to the Shinano river, and some people said that the river god was angry and needed a living sacrifice. Officials came here to investigate, but found no signs. In order to find out the truth, the operators found a fishing boat and took the firecrackers to the opposite side of the Shinano river. Unexpectedly, after that day, all 3 of them disappeared forever. Not even a body was left behind. Then came the intervention of the Ghost Slayer squad and the arrival of Baidu and Kyujura. After listening to the story of the old fisherman, Kyujura couldn't help frowning. He looked at Baidu and subconsciously asked for advice, after all he was just an assistant. Just at this moment, there was a whining sound from the entrance of the village. Where's your village chief? Tell him to come out. We just want to know where the last operator went. Monster? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this familiar voice, Kyujura sighed. Mr. Baidu, that group of people has followed again. It's okay, let's go and have a look. Baidu and the old fisherman exchanged glances and went ashore at the same time. At this time, outside the fishing village, a group of operators held oil lamps. The flames flickered non-stop, illuminating the face of the leader, and it was Otani. Folks, we have been ordered by the government this time to investigate the latest disappearance case. Standing opposite Daegyu were the men, women, and children of the village. Hearing his inquiry, everyone was speechless, with unnatural expressions on their faces. Moreover, the eyes are also dodging. Look, the village chief is here. It seems that there are 2 other warriors. I don't know where they came from. A voice came from behind the crowd, and after a while, everyone made way for an old man walking slowly. The old man tremblingly cupped his fists and spoke with a pleasant face. I don't know, sirs, what's the matter? Seeing this picture, Kyujura stared blankly, because the village chief in the crowd. It is the old fisherman. Otani nodded, and was about to respond when Kondo behind him interrupted him. Why are you 2 again? Captain, I just said that they are with the monsters, and now they come to the village to harm people. It's better to catch them quickly. Before the words fell, Kondo had already picked up the firecracker. The targets were Baidu and Kyujura. Otani Masao was stunned. Apparently he did not expect his subordinates to be so reckless, which completely disrupted his plan. More importantly, Kondo poured this pot of dirty water. As soon as they heard that Baidu and Kyujura had something to do with the monster, the fishing village was immediately enraged. All of a sudden, everyone looked sideways. It seems that Baidu and Kyujura are the murderers. Everyone be quiet, be quiet. The old fisherman smiled wryly, and as he spoke, the scene gradually calmed down. It's just that everyone looked at the two of them, full of suspicion and fear. After all, even the officials of the government had spoken, and they couldn't believe it. Sir, it seems that there is some misunderstanding between you. The old fisherman stood in the middle and acted as a peacemaker. As far as I know, this gentleman is also here to kill monsters, not a bad person. Hearing these words, Daegye smiled and nodded. As a member of the Wisteria family, he was installed in the government. Just from his attire, he can tell that Baidu and Kyujura are from the ghost killing squad. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain it. Because the ghost killing squad is an organization not recognized by the government. Once the existence of cannibals is announced, it means panic and turmoil, so the government will conceal it. You said they were not murderers, what evidence do you have? That's right, do you believe us? Still trust the two Ronin with knives? Seeing that Baidu remained silent, Kondo thought he was guilty, so he aggressively launched an offensive. However, in Baidu's eyes, these actions of his, it's no different from a jumping clown. In other words, stupidity had foreshadowed his death. P.S. The third update today, try to make it up. Come on! Come on! Chapter 49 Making Waves, new book asks for flowers. Facing Kondo's pressing questions, the old fisherman suddenly fell silent. In fact, he really couldn't produce any evidence to clear the suspicion of Baidu and Kyujura. In desperation, the old fisherman had no choice but to sigh, "Sir, if you don't believe me, old man, I am willing to take this life as a guarantee." As soon as these words came out, the noisy fishing village suddenly became quiet. Everyone was at a loss. They never thought that the village head would make such a decision. Could it be? Are these two samurai really not bad guys? Feeling the determination of the old fisherman, Kondo was choked to death, obviously a little bit deflated. But even so, he still has prejudices against the two. Okay, Kondo, don't say a few words. Seeing that the atmosphere gradually calmed down, Otani Masao quickly smoothed things over. Village chief, we don't doubt you too, you also know the seriousness of the matter. And the old fisherman nodded, showing a clear expression. As the head of a village, he was deeply trusted by the villagers, but now he watched several lives die. How can an old fisherman feel at ease? But he didn't dare to make up his own mind, because before Otani, several operators had disappeared in the Shinano River. The old fisherman was afraid that Daegye would follow in the footsteps of those people. The reason why he tried his best to protect Baidu and Kyujura was because he saw the possibility of killing monsters in them. Not only to save the village, but also for the peace of one side. Forget it, since everyone insists on going, then let the old man lead the way for you. After a battle between heaven and man, the old fisherman spoke slowly. Hearing these words, Baidu fixed his eyes, and he could feel the determination of the old fisherman. Otani Masao nodded and clasped his fists. Then trouble the village chief. No trouble, no trouble. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, several fishermen came out and wanted to share their concerns with the old fisherman, but they were rejected one by one. The reason he gave was simple: if it was just sailing, one person would be enough. The future of the fishing village depends on these young people. Master Baidu, Captain Otani. When you're ready, let's go. Baidu and Masao Otani looked at each other, and nodded slightly at the same time. From the old fisherman, they saw the spirit of responsibility, and it will be smooth sailing with him in this trip. On the other hand, Kyujuro reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Baidu, are you sure you want to join them?" What Kyujuro was referring to was naturally Kondo and his party. Baidu smiled and didn't respond. To him, just a few trash fish can't make waves, even if all the people add up. It's no different from ants. Okay. Kyujuro nodded and followed closely. Soon, with the assistance of the veteran fishermen, several people divided into 2 teams and boarded the fishing boat, heading towards the center of the Shinano River basin. The night was hazy, and the Shinano River was dead silent. On the fishing boat, Baidu sat cross-legged in the cabin and closed his eyes in thought. He turned on the system and looked through the mission introduction given by the system again. Please host the Shinano River basin to sign in within a week, and you will receive system rewards. Now the fishing boat has reached the Shinano River, but the system still has no response, which means the actual check-in location is not nearby. Where would that be? Attention everyone, it's windy again. The old fisherman watched the wind direction at night, held the oar tightly in his hand, and issued a reminder to everyone. As soon as he spoke, everyone raised their heads sparsely. It doesn't matter if you look at it, everyone subconsciously held their breath looking at the strange phenomenon in their field of vision. The waves rolled up and down one after another, and the water splashed in all directions, bringing a humid air current. Under the pale moonlight, the waves also reflected a kind of weirdness. It seemed that there were pairs of invisible big hands that might reach out from the water at any time and drag them into the bottom of the river. Seeing this scene, Kondo's entire face was as pale as paper with fright. At the same time, tremblingly raised his head. 3. Santa River. The Santa River in his mouth, also known as the Santa River, is similar to the Wangchuan in Chinese mythology, which is the dividing line between life and death. Because the flowing water is divided into 3 speeds, slow, normal, and rapid according to the behavior of the deceased, it is called Santakuan. According to legend, the water in the Santakuan River is not buoyant and contains poison that corrodes the soul. Once it falls into the water, will never be reborn. Hearing Kondo mention this term, everyone felt like a pain in the back. There was even some unrest among the crowd. Don't panic, it's just a wind blowing. Otani Masao tried his best to calm people's hearts, but unfortunately in the face of life and death, his comfort was of no avail. Contrary to everyone's panic, Baidu thought of something else. According to legend, a flower blooms on the banks of the Santa River, which symbolizes death and can point out the way forward for the souls who have left the human world. That is the other shore flower. For thousands of years, what Kibutsuji Musen has been pursuing is also called the blue flower of the other shore. What kind of relationship will there be between the two? Be careful! The yelling disrupted Baidu's contemplation, and when he took a closer look, a wave had already hit the boat hard. The river overturned an operator, drenching his clothes. What is even more incredible is that the river water was black and exuded a rotten smell. In the next second, in Baidu's mind, a reminder sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, and the sign-in officially begins. The sign-in time is 10 seconds, and if you quit halfway, it will be considered a sign-in failure. P.S. The first update today, try to make it up. Chapter 38 has been changed to Poison Attack, thank you for your suggestions. Chapter 50 Arrogant Kondo, new book asks for flowers. The moment Baidu heard the notification tone, Baidu's eyes lit up. But what attracted his attention more was the operator who had just been overthrown by the wave. Cough, cough, cough. Asai, what's wrong with you? The operator named Asai was out of breath. Against the background of the moonlight, his entire face was extremely pale, and his eyes protruded. At first glance, it looks like a dehydrated fish. Water, water. Asai held back for a long time before finally uttering 2 words. Hearing these words, Daegyu quickly took out the kettle and stuffed it into his mouth. He only heard a few gurgles, and when the water moistened Qunjing's throat, his complexion gradually improved. And Daegu also noticed something strange. Why is your body so cold? He lightly touched Asay's shoulder, and suddenly there was a needle-like pain in his fingertips. It was like falling into a hole in the ice. Before Asay could answer, someone solved his doubts. It's water. Water. Daegu turned around and looked, and it was Baidu who said indifferently, "Don't you realize that the river water is weird?" Upon hearing this, Kondo retorted subconsciously. What's weird? Don't play tricks here. I still don't believe it. What kind of weirdness can there be in this water? He seemed to be deliberately trying to raise the bar. He was so scared to death 1 second ago, but he boldly stretched out his hand the next second. In the silence, Kondo swallowed, holding up a bucket of river water. Time passed by every minute and every second, nothing happened, only the wind and waves were still echoing in my ears. Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Kondo showed a victorious smile. In order to embarrass Baidu, he actually made such a risky move. How about it? I just said that the water is fine, but why? Wow! In the next second, the silent Shinano River suddenly churned. The whole fishing boat shook violently, as if it had been hit by some unknown creature, and everyone couldn't stand firm. The whole process lasted for half a minute. After the weather calmed down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Captain Daegu realized the problem. Wait, where's Kondo? Where did that guy go? Has anyone seen him? As soon as this remark came out, the rest of the operators suddenly realized that Kondo, who had been teasing just now, had disappeared. All of a sudden, the whole fishing boat was silent. They seemed to be choked by invisible hands, and their faces were full of solemnity. Under the eyes of everyone, Kondo disappeared. And the time to commit the crime was only half a minute. Oh, it really happened again. The old fisherman sighed and drooped his head sadly, as if he had aged 10 years all of a sudden. Village chief, what do you mean? That's right, where did Kondo go? You, tell me quickly. In desperation, some operators even raised their guns and pointed them at the old fisherman's head. But before they opened fire, a flash of sword light flashed. The scorching breath almost rushed towards the face, and the next second, the body of the gun broke with a sound. Da-da! Half of the barrel fell to the ground, and the bullet blocked the hole. This! How is it possible? How did the sword cut through the steel? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, couldn't help raising their heads to look around, and found that the sword light came from a young man. It was Rengoku Kyujura. On his young face, there was a little sullenness, obviously he didn't want the old fisherman to be implicated. Mr. Baidu, please come down. Kyujura scabbarded the Nichiren blades and bowed. For his apology, Baidu nodded, no need. It can be observed that after Kyujura cut off the gun, no one dared to act rashly again. At the same time, fear flickered in their eyes. Can split steel with one sword. Who are these two warriors? Mr. Baidu, do you know where Kondo is going? Daegu paused, and finally asked. He only believed in Baidu among this group of people. Baidu nodded slightly, and moved his eyes to the bottomless Shinano River. There he is. What? Hearing these words, everyone was at a loss, and then a sudden change occurred. The waves surged again, hitting the fishing boat wave after wave, making everyone staggered and dizzy. Gradually, a vortex formed in the center. Looking in the direction Baidu pointed, a black figure rose from the vortex. It was a disheveled man with waves on his feet. Crunch, crunch. He was still holding something in his hand, and he was chewing vigorously, and the sound of swallowing was endless. Such a strange scene immediately made one's scalp tingle. But what was even more shocking was that the man actually spoke. Village chief, thank you for bringing so many people to me. This time, I can finally eat enough. The man laughed loudly, and threw something at them with a casual throw. It was not until the thing fell on the boat that everyone finally saw it clearly. It was a broken arm. This is Kondo's. Vomit. The operators felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and some of them already wanted to urinate. They never imagined that they would meet such a terrifying enemy. Coincidentally, Baidu's prompt sound also ended just right. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, the man also showed his face. His hair was dark green like seaweed, he was wearing a thin brown kimono, and his whole body was also wet. His eyes were filled with appetite as he looked at the crowd. Let me taste it, what kind of taste do you have? 0. Ding, congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful. Mission reward, light whip. PS, the second update today, try to make it up. I wish everyone good health. Thanks to the big guy at the beginning of 18 for the reward.